Pentagon. And, again, quoting Saddam Hussein, as broadcast allegedly on Baghdad radio, George Bush has committed a, quote, murderous crime, unquote. The United States Defense Department says hundreds of aircraft from 4 countries, the United States, Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, are involved in the offensive. Defense Secretary Cheney says Iraqi response has been limited. The chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell, was asked if the attack is aimed at Saddam himself.
We have not been targeting Mr. Saddam Hussein. The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces. And we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
CBS News Pentagon correspondent David Martin reports there are no official reports of any Iraqi aircraft taking off. No reports either of any U.S. air losses, although our CBS News consultants with experience in air wars say that the early reports may turn out to be far too optimistic and positive. About that, we just have to see. The White House says officially the United States still has diplomatic relations with Iraq, and that President Bush does not believe there is a need for any formal war declaration. Remember, Congress gave him the resolution he wanted, but that was not a declaration of war, and President Bush is making it pretty clear he doesn't intend to ask for an official declaration of war. Security has been beefed up at U.S. airports as a precaution. Bomb squads reported at Los Angeles International Airport taking precautionary steps as authorities there deem advisable. Connie Chung has been watching some of the demonstrations that have been popping up around the country. Connie?
Dan, just as Doug Tunnell was reporting that civil unrest would probably emerge in Jordan as the sun comes up, the civil unrest has already emerged very quickly in this country. In New York, a few hundred demonstrators began marching from Times Square across 42nd Street to the United Nations. And tonight, they are there at the United Nations. This is a live picture. There are close to 1,000, maybe more than 1,000 there. The crowd swelled quickly and spontaneously. They're chanting, "Power to the people and no blood for oil." A police officer has been hurt, at least one arrest, but as you can see, it's rather quiet right now. There are demonstrations all across the country, in Washington, D.C., in Austin, Texas, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Huntington, West Virginia. I think what we find is that there are certain constants and certain givens, Dan, when it comes to American public opinion and their evaluations of war and peace. Point number one is that people tend to rally around the president. There's a feeling of patriotism. Most American people out there are probably at home in support of the action tonight, as opposed to these demonstrators who have come out spontaneously. Point number two is that a short war is supported, that as the war drags on, it begins to wane. As casualties build, it begins to wane, and the American public tends to lose its patience. Point number three is that in recent years, the Americans appear to want to avoid war as long as possible. And point number four is that there are some who just are more anti-war than others are.
Hey, that's such a good point. You know, anybody who's ever seen combat, even as a non-combatant, even in the way the reporters get to see it, you know, everybody says what men in combat fear most is death. That isn't really true. They do fear it, of course, but what they fear most is that they will die or get injured, and no one will really know what it was like. It's a sense of aloneness. And time again on my recent trips to the Persian Gulf and around, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines would say, don't let them at home fail to support us. And I think that it's pretty much turned out to be the case, that the one difference between now and the Vietnam era, people do seem to have been able to make a difference in their mind. Listen, I support our military people in and around the Gulf. When they come back, they're going to be a hero with me, whatever happens.
That was another lesson learned from Vietnam.
Exactly. But with some people, I don't support the policy or I don't support the president. And up to and including now, the American public overall and in general has been able to make that differentiation in their own mind. And we can say to our U.S. military people, men and women, the public is behind you, even those who don't support the policy itself. If it's true that money talks in war as in other things, may want to note that while oil prices shot up $3 a barrel in cash trading behind closed doors tonight as the war with Iraq began, crude oil prices hit $40 a barrel. in cash trading in New York, but then settled back to $35 a barrel late in the evening. We'll have more about the economic impact and the war itself as CBS News coverage of the Persian Gulf War continues.
Chris Maru back in the Eyewitness News studio to kind of tell you once again what has gone on. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has gone on radio in Iraq, has called President Bush a hypocritical criminal and is vowing to crush what he calls the satanic intentions of the White House. He is saying that the war is not over and has just begun. To let you know that, and also a report that you may or may not have seen on CBS, where a CBS cameraman told Dan Rather he had checked on the forward lines where the Saudi army is supposed to be, and no one is there. He said there was no one for 8 miles between him and the Kuwait border, and said the Iraqis could just walk right across. He apparently felt that the Saudis had fled, although there is no confirmation of that. This is in one corner of Saudi Arabia. Of course, the American airstrikes have gone very well. Now let's come back locally. Who is the best-known local member of the military? David Robinson. Mentioned earlier this evening, the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Dallas Mavericks at the arena tonight, 100-94. David Robinson led all scorers with 30 points, but the Naval Reserve officer, his thoughts were with his friends and fellow troops in the Middle East. The naval civil engineer wishes he could help out with things.
What were your thoughts going into the game?
It wasn't about basketball. Before the game, we had watched the news and saw that we had attacked, and everyone was, anxiously trying to see what was going on. And I think it's hard to focus on this. It really makes the significance of this basketball game very, very small.
Did you even feel like playing, you personally?
No, not at all. I felt like really sitting around watching TV and watching what was going on. This was a hard one. It was a really hard one to get up for, and I think the whole game, in the back of our minds, maybe we had what was going on in the back of our minds.
Apparently, he did get in the mood. Once again, the Spurs won 100-94 over the Dallas Mavericks. Now, the war has been underway for about 6 hours now, and some San Antonians have already heard from friends and relatives who are in Saudi Arabia. Sabrina Smith is live at the home of one of those people right now. Sabrina?
Chris, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia is about 90 miles from the Kuwaiti border. Arlene Thompson's boyfriend is there right now. She spoke with him by phone just a few minutes ago, and he told her that he was in his hotel room. He was sleeping when he was told to prepare for a missile attack. What did he say happened next, Arlene?
He said he had to get out of his room and go down in the basement, and he put his mask on down there, and they stayed in there till the alert went off.
He put on his chemical gear.
Right.
How many people down there with him?
He said everybody from the hotel was down there.
And he's in the military, and he was surrounded by members of the military.
Right.
What was their attitude? Are they fearful? Are they confident?
They're fearful. I hear it in his voice. I know he's a little bit fearful, but he says he has to do what he has to do. So
they were down there for how long, and then told to come back up, right?
You're right. They weren't down there very long, and then he came back up, and he was able to go back into his hotel room, and that's when he called me.
Any hits in Saudi Arabia? Any reports of?
No, none at all. He says they haven't hit there at all, so he's been real fortunate lately.
And what are you going to be doing all night, sitting by the TV?
All night long. I ain't moving, not until it's over, until he comes home. I want him home.
Thanks, Arlene.
You're welcome.
Chris, another interesting thing that Arlene told me earlier was that she's been talking with her boyfriend nonstop. He's been able to get through fine with the phone lines.
It's interesting how it's almost an area code war in some ways. Thank you, Sabrina Smith, live over in Kirby. The FAA, by the way, talking about security in San Antonio. The FAA has put a tighter grip on security at our airport. Some changes travelers will see starting right now at the airport. There will be more law enforcement officers on patrol and stationed around the terminals. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed beyond the security checkpoints. Remember, a lot of times you go visit somebody who's coming in, you go past security, and no more. The exceptions, parent or guardian can accompany a minor-aged child or also someone who is a handicapped passenger. Someone can help them to the gate. Any unattended baggage anywhere in the airport is subject to search and seizure by police. That's something more familiar in foreign airports where they have these constant comments coming over the intercom system saying, if you see a baggage with nobody around it, get over there, get away from it rather. tell the police about it. You're going to be hearing that at our airport now, okay? Larry Meyer is live at the home of someone else who has a relative over in the Persian Gulf area. Larry?
Well, Chris, actually, we're at a business, Grandma Bessie's Family Restaurant here on East Houston Street. Robert Caffey has a brother who is in Saudi Arabia, a Master Sergeant in the Air Force. How are you taking developments so far tonight?
Well, it's pretty rough right now, and but you have to think about all the people who are over there, the families who are sitting at home, looking at this, watching, wondering whether their children or relatives are coming home. And what we're fighting for, I really don't know. But I'm behind them, so is everybody else, because they're over there. But
before you had said that you had some reservations about this whole cause. You're not sure that the cause is what's been publicly stated?
No, I'm not at all, because we're fighting for oil. And I don't feel as though that's right.
How soon do you hope to hear from your brother?
Hopefully soon. Okay. Hopefully soon.
Okay, Robert Caffey here watching the news reports, as you might imagine. Also, we have Gwendolyn Thomas and Myra Flemings here who have a nephew in the Middle East. What do you know about how he was doing going into tonight?
Well, he was doing all right, but, you know, he was pretty scared and shaken up and everything, you know, but he's hanging in there, you know.
And Myra, how concerned are you now that the invasion has happened, not knowing exactly where your nephew might be?
Well, I'm very concerned. I hope everybody is over there that's safe and we get a call from him soon. And only thing we can do is pray, and I hope all of them come back alive.
All right, that's the story right here, Chris, from some family members of those who are over taking part in Operation Desert Storm this evening.
Okay, thank you, Larry Meyer. Again, that changed now from Desert Shield to Desert Storm because of the war. Also, when people talk about a relative or whatever being scared over there, I don't think they're talking about any bit of cowardice, just that case of nerves. When something like this big happens, you certainly do feel it. The Premier of Turkey is apparently asking now for war powers from his parliament so the U.S. can stage from Turkey itself. That and more coming up from Dan Rather next.
You are watching CBS News' continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
CBS News correspondent Walter Cronkite is again joining our coverage from CBS News headquarters in New York. Bob Simon covering for us with Scott Pelley in Saudi Arabia. Alan Pizzi covering inside Iraq in Baghdad with Doug Tennell in Amman, Jordan, and the worldwide resources of CBS News. 24 hours after the UN and U.S. deadline for Saddam Hussein to get out of Kuwait, the war is underway, and well underway in terms of a tremendous air attack. Saddam Hussein breaks his silence, calls President Bush a, quote, hypocritical criminal. No casualty reports yet from the wave after wave of U.S. and allied air attacks. Turkey's premier has asked his parliament for war powers, so U.S. warplanes, including the F-111s on Turkish bases, can fly off of Turkish bases. On Radio Baghdad, Saddam Hussein moments ago had his first words on the fighting. Saddam Hussein vowed to crush the United States in what he called the mother of all battles, unquote. Earlier tonight, President Bush spoke to America from the Oval Office of the White House.
The 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
In the best traditions of a democratic society, not all Americans were all behind their president. There were some protests tonight, among other places in Washington, directly across from the White House, and in San Francisco. An estimated 2,000 people marched, banging drums and, in a few cases, burning flags of the United States. CBS News correspondent Bob Simon is in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Bring us up to date on what's happening there, Bob.
Dan, for the last half hour, there's been an awful lot of air activity here at the base again. There have been F-15s taking off. There have been F-15s landing. And I must emphasize that what we're seeing here and what our colleagues in Riyadh are seeing at an airbase near Riyadh is just an infinitesimal fraction of what's going on. There are air bases all over Saudi Arabia, which are launching fighter planes all the time towards Iraq and Kuwait. And there are the carriers at sea, and it came as no secret when we learned that the prime target of the carriers were the missiles in western Iraq facing Israel. This had to be one of the top priorities of the American air power. It was just so clear, it's been clear for some time now, that if the Americans didn't go up and take out those missiles that were threatening Israel, the Israelis were going to do it. The Americans have not been cooperating with the Israelis. They've not been coordinating any military activity. And if the Israelis had done it themselves, and they would have done it themselves, could have unraveled the alliance and spelled very, very bad news for the entire effort. If those missile sites are silent now, if Israel has nothing more to fear, if Israel's Air Force can stay at home on some state of alert, but with relative peace of mind, this is an enormous political military accomplishment for the Americans, for the entire alliance.
Well, our CBS News military consultant, among the others here, our Air Force consultant, has been emphasizing all evening long, Bob, that the early reports are frequently wrong about such things. Indeed, in the early going, there are encouraging signs that no American planes perhaps were lost. We don't know that. That's the early indication. No casualties have yet been reported. There were no reports of any air-to-air fights, any dogfights involving the Iraqis. As time goes along, we'll simply have to see whether those early, very optimistic, very positive reports turn out to be true. Dateline Brussels, Belgium, the United States told an emergency meeting of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, tonight, that Iraq could still avoid further destruction by pulling out of Kuwait immediately. No surprise here, but the U.S. Ambassador to NATO, William Taft, spelled it out. He told the 16-nation alliance of NATO that the goal of the overnight air raids was not to occupy or dismember of Iraq. I want to underscore that the object of the air raids was not to occupy nor to dismember Iraq, but to liberate Kuwait. A statement from the U.S. mission at NATO went on to quote the ambassador. Ambassador Taft is saying, Iraq can still avoid further destruction by unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. The NATO ambassador went on to say, the goal of these operations, that is the air operations, is not the destruction, occupation, or dismemberment of Iraq. It is the liberation of Kuwait, unquote. However, from Saddam Hussein, on the Baghdad radio broadcast monitored in several places just a short while ago, defiance from the Iraqi leader, who in effect is saying that he still has plenty left. He says he's going to teach the United States a lesson. That's a direct quote from Saddam Hussein. Joining us now are Congressman Bob Dornan and Senator Chris Dodd. Thank you very much for being with us this evening, gentlemen, and representatives of the peoples of the United States. Now, Congressman Dornan, you voted for the resolution to give President Bush the, in effect, blank check that he asked for to attack Iraq if necessary. Senator Dodd, you voted against it. Of course, have you any doubt about the superiority of the American aircraft and their ability to bring Saddam Hussein to his knees? First, Congressman.
I've flown as a member of the Armed Services Committee and a former Air Force fighter pilot, Dan. I've flown every aerial asset over there, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Army helicopters, all of them except the stealth fighter. And I've flown the F-15E down at Seymour Johnson with the 336 Squadron that went in first tonight, except for some of our intelligence assets in the stealth. And I suspected that what has happened might happen, and that is that before sunset tomorrow, it will probably be over. We will so dominate the skies as we did in Vietnam in December of '72, when we finally used our assets correctly after grinding up 58,000 men and spilling American blood to advance political negotiations. This time, we used our assets properly, and it's over in probably less than 2 days. We may never have to commit our ground forces.
Well, let us all hope and pray as we do that you are right, Congressman. And just as an aside, let's say that the history of that period, 1972, seems so far away now, but that was the so-called Christmas bombing of 1972. Which
well, we never did bomb Christmas Day. That was a pet term of
no, but
media.
It's a side issue. I think you'll agree. My only point was that the bombing eventually, President Nixon, on the advice of Secretary Kissinger at the time, stopped it. But all past history, I hope you'll agree.
Well, no, Dan, the point is everybody in the media is saying that there are all these differences from Vietnam. There's only one major difference, that when we used our assets, turned the Navy and Air Force and Marine fighter pilots loose and used our B-52s, before Christmas Day had even arrived, every missile had been shot, every MiG had been destroyed. That's exactly what's happened in Iraq. And they flew above ground fire level, and they could destroy any target at will. We own the skies, we own the coastlines, and the Vietnamese told a representative of Ross Perot, we have two choices, to commit national suicide or negotiate in good faith. And that's going to be Saddam down in his bunker like a Hitler. All the ridicule in the media about that George Bush analogy now comes true. The second thing the media has missed, and missed terribly, is this man is not a head of state like King Hussein or like George Bush or anybody else in the world. He's in a separate category as a serial mass killer with Idi Amin and Pol Pot and Stalin and Hitler. And that's what is not being gotten across to these poor Americans that are deluded and out there in the streets thinking we're an evil country shedding blood for oil. It's going to be over soon, and a lot of people are going to have to make some apologies.
Let's go turn now to Senator Dodd. Let me say, as an aside, Congressman, that I take your point about the mistakes we've made. At another time, I may want to talk to you about your views of the press's responsibility for what happened in Vietnam, but now is not the time. With Senator Dodd, do you have any doubt now about your vote, Senator Dodd, on the resolution? The congressman says it's all going to be over possibly by sunset tomorrow.
Well, I hope so. That would be the best news of all. No, there's no doubt at all. You have to do the right thing, what you think is the right thing. It was the best debate I've ever been involved in my 16 years. There was no finger pointing. I think each side could have understood the other, appreciated the arguments. It was a question of whether or not you wanted the timing of all of this, whether you waited a while or did it immediately. That's behind us. Every member of Congress that I've talked to that voted against that resolution has indicated how important it is we stand behind our forces here now. We unite, we send an unequivocal message that we're strongly in support of these young men and women who are carrying the battle tonight and tomorrow probably and beyond that. I think that's vitally important. You said it a moment ago, and I agree with you. There's a difference here, policy differences. That debate is over with. The Congress made its decision. The President has acted, and now we should stand behind it.
How do we know when we've won, Congressman Dornan?
Well, I've never wanted to, and I've never gotten this clear, because whenever you ask questions about what constitutes victory, everybody's very vague. Even my friends in the administration that I admire and think have done an admirable job here over the last 5.5 months, I don't see why it's our responsibility to move into Baghdad and set up a provincial military governor as we did in Berlin and other occupied cities at the end of the Second World War. What we should do is let the Arab forces, and let's face it, tonight, Saudi pilots flying Tornadoes, Kuwaiti pilots flying F-5s, American-made, and flying A-4s, the same plane that his colleague John McCain was shot down in 23 years ago. They participated in freeing their own country tonight. They'll go in and set up the operation, the cleaning up, and then I hope the media, and I know you will tell the torture stories of what this mass murderer did to rape this small country, and beyond that, what he's done to gut his own country for 11 years and cause the death of 500,000 people. That's 500,000 mass murderer we've run to his rat hole like a Hitler bunker, and I hope he faces a war crimes trial, or I hope he took the first bomb on the bridge of his nose this very night.
Senator Dodd, very quickly, we don't have long left here. Is it your expectation, let's say that the congressman is right, that it's all over very shortly. Can the United States, and will be the United States at that time, in effect withdraw from the Persian Gulf area?
Well, I don't think immediately, no. I suspect we'll be there for some time, at least to some presence, certainly not at the levels we're there now. But I suspect there'll be a military presence there, and rightfully so. You may have a shifting in the balance of power here. The prospect of having the Iranians and Assad in Syria being dominant influences in the region is not exactly a prospect I look forward to. So I think a continued military presence there, a de-escalated one, but a continuing presence, will be absolutely essential for a foreseeable future.
Dan, with the holy days coming, both the Ramadan and then the holiest of all days, the last day of Ramadan when they stop the fast, the Hajj coming up, we have 6 carriers, and so far you haven't reported, nor has anyone, that we have used those excellent 6 air groups. I have a nephew, Don Dornan Jr., that's in combat right now in a Hawkeye AWACS. He may not have any enemy assets to target his F-14s and F-18s and A-6s against. Leave the 6 carriers there and get our men out of the ground, except our trainers and advisors who have been there the better part of 2 decades anyway. And then we won't have any cultural problems.
Congressman Dornan, Senator Dodd, thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks, Dan.
The news that war had broken out in the Persian Gulf came after Wall Street had closed for the day. First indications of how world financial markets might react to the war are now coming in from Japan, where Thursday trading is now openly underway in Tokyo. CBS News business correspondent Ray Brady is monitoring the ups and downs of the Tokyo Exchange.
It's the first major stock market to open since the bombing of Iraq. And when the news of the airstrike moved over the wires, the Nikkei average, the Dow Jones average of Japan, dropped sharply, falling more than 300 points in early trading. Later, though, trading steadied in Japan, and prices now are up 433 points, the Nikkei standing at 22,875. That's a fairly good rise, and it comes even though Japan is heavily dependent on the Gulf for oil. Germany gets about 11% of its oil from the Gulf, and the U.S. 12%. But about 65% of all of Japan's oil comes from the Gulf. Japan supports the Allied effort in the Gulf, but Japanese investors no longer worry about oil shock. The Japanese have become far more energy efficient, and they've learned to use diplomacy to get the resources they need. Even at the height of the Iran-Iraq war, Japanese tankers moved easily in and out of the Gulf.
President Bush, as you've heard, has authorized the removal of oil from this nation's strategic petroleum reserve. The hope is that that'll keep the price from rising sky high, but nobody knows if that will work at all until the oil markets open tomorrow morning. Dan?
Ray, and the price of oil with that cash backroom trading after the official open markets went up to above $40, but the last report was down to about $35 a barrel.
Yes, that's because nobody really knows what's going to happen until those markets open tomorrow. I think perhaps the president's announcement that they would take oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has helped to back it off. But, you know, everything is so new right now. People are reacting in a kind of panic. So when you see these big jumps initially, you can't really go by them. You don't know what's going to happen until the market opens.
Watching those Tokyo markets, a reminder that the Germans and the Japanese will benefit tremendously if the United States succeeds in protecting the Persian Gulf oil fields. Thanks, Ray Brady. Continuing our CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf, these are among the headlines of the hour. Saddam Hussein lashes out at President Bush. That was monitored on Baghdad radio. No reports of any U.S. air losses. That doesn't necessarily mean there haven't been any. None have been reported. President Bush authorizes use of the U.S. strategic oil reserves as a precaution. At the NATO meeting in Brussels, the United States repeats the call for a Kuwait pullout. Saddam Hussein has been heard on Baghdad radio saying, quote, Satan Bush has committed his crime, unquote. The Iraqi leader went on to claim that victory is near. He also said, and I quote Saddam Hussein again, the mother of all battles has begun. That battle goes on in the air, and based on U.S. reports, it's very one-sided thus far. No Allied air losses reported yet. U.S. officials say Iraqi forces didn't even get off the ground. At an emergency NATO meeting in Brussels, the United States ambassador said Iraq can avoid further destruction by pulling out of Kuwait immediately. Now, earlier, President Bush addressed the nation and the world and said, and I quote, the liberation of Kuwait would not fail. U.S. Defense Secretary Richard Cheney said preliminary reports about the attack have been, and I quote the Defense Secretary now, very, very successful, unquote. President Bush has authorized the use of strategic petroleum reserves to try and hold down oil prices. Those prices peaked just after the attack began in backroom cash trading at about $40 a barrel, fell back at last report to about $35 a barrel. Bob Simon brings us up to date in Saudi Arabia. Bob?
Dan, just moments ago, at least 5 A-4 Skyhawks took off from the Dhahran Air Base here. Now, what's really important about that is that these planes belong to the Kuwaiti Air Force. The rest of the base is entirely American and British, American F-15s and British Tornadoes. But these are Kuwaiti planes taking off, heading north towards Iraq. They are fighter planes. They are designed primarily to bomb targets in Iraq. The importance of this, of course, is mainly symbolic, but that does not diminish the importance. It is enormous. A few Skyhawks in the context of the vast American air armada, which is over Iraq right now, which has been ferrying back and forth towards Iraq all night. A few Skyhawks is militarily insignificant, but it has been extremely important from the very beginning for the Americans that the Arab nations here take part in this campaign. The Kuwaitis have never been militarily significant. The Egyptians have a significant strike force. The presence of the Syrians, the very presence of the Syrians is important. But the fact that the Kuwaitis are here and taking part in what we must call the liberation of their own country, the importance of that cannot be overestimated. Dan?
Thanks, Bob Simon in Saudi Arabia. We go now to the Pentagon and CBS News Defense Department correspondent David Martin.
Now, what, 5+ hours into this operation, there is still no evidence. Defense Department officials say that the Iraqis have gotten off any of their Scud missiles. And I think with each passing moment, it becomes increasingly unlikely that they are going to get off any of the Scud missiles, either at targets in Saudi Arabia or Israel.
David, it was General U.S. Grant who said the art of war is simple enough. Find out where your enemy is, get at him as soon as you can, strike at him as hard as you can and as often as you can, and keep moving on. Now, we know that General Colin Powell is a close student of General Grant. Does that mean that this will be basically the Powell plan?
I think there's going to be no let-up here whatsoever. You know, President Bush talked about going after Saddam Hussein's tanks. What he didn't say, but which is almost certainly the case, is the U.S. and the Allied Air Forces are attacking those Republican Guard tank divisions, which is the heart of Saddam Hussein's army and basically the heart of his power. They are attacking those Republican Guards divisions that are in southern Iraq. So they're going after the guts of his army.
Joining us again is our CBS News senior correspondent, best anchor man of all time or ever to be, Walter Cronkite. Walter, in World War II, there was this great strategic bombing. It pounded away at Germany, but Germany not only survived it, but it increased its production afterward. But Congressman Dornan, you just heard him say, says he thinks it'll all be over in 2 days max.
Well, Congressman Dornan, quite obviously, is a very enthusiastic supporter of air power, and I assume that's quite justified. He obviously is a skilled pilot himself. But I worry a great deal tonight, and I think all of us must have some reservations about these terribly optimistic reports after only 6 hours of battle now. You've warned continuously tonight at every opportunity that first reports quite frequently can be wrong. And they certainly can in a confused battle situation. And also, we don't know how much censorship's being applied right now to the reports we're getting. But these reports of the great damage we have done overnight, that there has been virtually no resistance, isn't that kind of scary? I mean, how is it possible, it seems? We've had a report that the danger to Israel has been removed, that the SAMs and others targeted on Israel, the Scuds, have been removed now safely. And we've had a report that David Martin had a report that there apparently were no hits by their SAMs on our incoming aircraft.
Scuds, that would be, or IHawks.
Yeah, right. And that we've had a report that the Palace was destroyed. All these reports, none confirmed. Right. I mean, David Martin's, I suppose, confirmed, or he wouldn't report it to us that way. But but certainly these other reports of destruction have not been absolutely confirmed, but they're the reports that have been pouring in. You've been reporting here so well all evening. Now that we hear that Apache helicopters were in use today. Well, they've got a very short range. That means that they were able to get over the target effectively, right on the Kuwaiti border. That seems almost incredible that we're able to do that in the first few hours. That the elite Republican Guard has been almost destroyed. And one report that the Air Force had been decimated. Well, now, of course, it depends on whether you take the broad definition of decimation or the mathematical definition, which means 1 out of 10. if you take that definition, it means you could put it the other way around. 90% of the Iraqi Air Force survived the first attacks tonight. But going on from there, we've then run into this great mystery of why the Iraqi defenses were not up tonight. Was it just the surprise factor, for heaven's sakes, which seems almost impossible, or is Hussein playing one of his strange, crazy games, and we're going to hear more from them as these hours and days go on?
Walter Cronkite, CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues.
Good evening once again. Chris Maru here in the Eyewitness News studio. Response to the U.S. first strike is starting to filter in from around the world. President Bush called the Secretary General of the United Nations, Javier Pérez de Cuellar, before the hostilities began and told him that, well, the time for diplomacy had ended and time for Resolution 678 to be implemented.
At this very moment, only 1 hour and a half after the hostilities, I am not well informed. I have not a lot of details about what has happened. Other thing is for me to express my deep sorrow because of as Secretary General of the United Nations, a peace organization, I can only be saddened by the beginning of hostilities.
Well, City Councilman Bob Thompson is here with us once again. And, Councilman, you also have had a lot of experience as a pilot of F-16s, which is one of the planes they're using over there, apparently extensively.
That's right.
And it's daytime over there. It's almost 8:30 in the morning. Now, what do you do during the day in such a way? I guess if you've got their Air Force beat, what do you care, huh? Or can they still shoot at you?
Plenty of targets over there. I don't think we've run out of targets yet. And those airplanes that flew in the night are back being refueled, armament reloaded, pilots being rebriefed, and maybe the night pilots are going for crew rest and the new ones are coming in.
I was going to ask that because when you're in one of those planes, and the F-16 I know is like this, and you've got a little bitty stick over here to the right.
That's right.
How long can you fly one of those and still be at peak?
We, 2, maybe 3 missions a day for a pilot, per pilot. And the airplanes can fly 6 or 7 times. So we'll have 2 or 3 crew changes through the course of the day. I'm sure the ones that flew in the night had been briefing, they were up all night. So we got a fresh round of pilots out to fly today. But they've got their targets. They probably haven't had their targets more than a couple hours now. Studying the targets, things never go exactly like you plan. So you have to have the target environment in mind, as well as the delivery parameters and all the things that go with it, what the weather conditions are in the target area, what the winds are, and so forth. So they're bringing all that aboard, getting ready. They're planning right now.
It's like a deck of cards. They keep coming up with new targets. I mean,
oh, sure they do. Sure they do. It could be changed even as you sit in the cockpit and ready to taxi the airplane. We've just reprogrammed, and here is your new target.
Well, like an F-16, how do you bomb with that thing?
We have 2 ways. You either fly over the target and drop the bomb, or you dive bomb with it.
And essentially you aim straight at what you're...
That's right. You have what's called a death dot, a little white dot, and you place that on what you want to bomb, and pickle the bomb off, and it will hit that dot.
And very accurately.
Very accurate.
And when you're flying over there, can you really fly at, what is it, 50 feet off the ground they're talking about?
When you're flying 50 feet and 500, 600 miles an hour, your attention is totally devoted to missing the ground. You've got to have the target exactly wired. You have very little lateral ability to correct for that. The higher you get, the more maneuvering time and space you have. But there's trade-offs. So now that we've gained air superiority, we're going to be worried about ground fire. So we're not going to be flying at 1,500 feet, wandering around looking over what we're going to do. We're going to still be low and in for surprise. That requires target study and concentration on the part of the air crew to make sure we don't hit the ground, don't hit missiles, those kind of things.
But no matter how good it looks now, in other words, they show this map, and we've hit here, 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 and here. No matter how good it looks now, we're still hitting other targets. It goes on. The air war continues.
It goes on, and this is war. People are getting killed, and we don't want it to be us. Either you get the bear or the bear gets you, and it's not going to be us. And we've got to make sure that we're determined. We have this attitude that we are the best, and we're over there doing it the way it should be done, following the rules of the generals, and doing what we're told to do. That's what happened last night. It worked beyond our expectations. And we're going to see that carried out today, I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Thompson, for explaining that. Of course, they spent many thousands of hours in many cockpits, including the F-16. Many San Antonians discovered the U.S. had launched Operation Desert Storm while at the Convention Center Arena at the Spurs game this evening. It's a custom to play the Star-Spangled Banner, of course, before any of the events at the arena. And tonight, usually the fans don't sing along, but tonight you'll see it made a difference.
That none of us would ever want to find ourselves in. So I mean, I think about him, and I think I'll have trouble, you know, sleeping, thinking about what's going on, and the possibility that, you know, that so a lot of my friends that, you know, I don't even know everyone who's out there, but some of the guys out there, especially from the Marine Corps, they're out there, and they've been suffering out there for a few months, and you know, who knows how long this is going to go on.
David Robinson talking about classmates, of course, from the Naval Academy who would be out there. The Spurs did beat Dallas tonight 100-94, and people might be wondering why I'm talking to Albert. The weather has played a critical role in all this.
Seems like I was talking to the councilman just a little while ago. You can't fly a plane when you can't see where you're going. Let me show you. Let me get up there and show you what we're talking about.
You have another picture, a later picture from over there,
yeah,
right?
we've updated some pictures. We were able to get back into the satellite and showed you, as I'd mentioned earlier this evening, weather is a big factor. We were predicting a frontal boundary running just over the north. Here's Saudi Arabia, by the way. Here is Iraq, and Kuwait is right here. You can see the overcast. Let me move this, and you can see the clouds moving to the south. I'm going to back it up one more time. Here's about 3 hours ago, and here's the most current one I was able to get. This shows you a southern movement of the cloud cover. It is drizzling and raining over parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. And, of course, as this boundary line begins to move in, it would present a problem, low visibilities and rain and fog and so forth. The last temperature readings we had in Tehran were into the 30s, compared to the 60s and 70s in Saudi Arabia. We saw this frontal boundary coming in. Obviously, it played a part in just how well this whole thing was going to manufacture itself. So obviously, something had to be done before this weather system moves in. We'll give you the current conditions and weather here in San Antonio. Increasing clouds and warmer tonight, 45 degrees, southeast winds at 5 to 10. Cloudy and colder with a chance of rain tomorrow at 50%, a high of 55 degrees, and then again an 80% chance of rain on Friday. Now, Chris, you remember the kind of drizzly, rainy overcast we had? That's the kind of weather I think they're forecasting for that Middle Eastern area for at least a 24-hour span.
So that probably figured into why we launched the attack when we did.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Albert. And we will be back with more live reports for the next in 23 minutes and then an hour from now, too. But right now, back to CBS.
You are watching CBS News' continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Early reports indicate that the U.S. Air Armada, which has attacked Iraqi forces inside Iraq and inside Kuwait, the early indications are that the early raid, we're in the first hours of this Persian Gulf War, which may or may not last very long, have been remarkably successful. Now, those are censored reports. They're reports only from official sources. We have very few eyewitness reports, but that is the early indication. If there have been any casualties, they have not been reported. We're going to try to get up CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi in Baghdad. Alan, are you there?
Alan, go. This is Alan Pizzi in Baghdad. The streets of Baghdad are almost deserted today, only a few cars making their way around. And the acrid pall of smoke and the heavy smell of explosions and fire that hung in the air last night is dissipating in the early morning light. Last night was quite unbelievable. The first sounds we heard were approximately 2:32 local time, when there was a kind of a roaring sound. It was hard to determine whether it was firing going into the air or something going over. And then the sky all around our hotel just lit up. Anti-aircraft fire, rockets, what appeared to be SAM-7 missiles. It went on for, it's hard to say, perhaps an hour. During the course of it, after about halfway through, we started hearing large explosions. There were some huge flashes. We were speculating that they'd hit a tower that we could see. Someone said the oil refinery went up. But I've heard from a taxi driver this morning who lives near the oil refinery that it was not hit. I'm at the U.S. Embassy at the moment, which of course is basically deserted. There was a missile strike near here, according to the local staff, but they say no one was hurt. The Iraqis kept up the firing all night. We were herded by hotel staff and security guards and what we call minders down into a basement shelter, deep in the basement of the Rashid Hotel. It seemed like a reasonable thing to do since none of us had phone lines. The phones went dead within the first half an hour, and that was the end of that. They're still dead at the hotel. It was impossible to say how much damage was inflicted. Certainly there was a tremendous amount of noise, a lot of concussions, huge flashes. But this morning, Baghdad radio has been playing the national anthem and reading verses from the Quran, and Iraqis are saying, "Hello, how are you? Is everything fine?" They seem to be unfazed by this. Mind you, we haven't seen a lot of the civilian population. Early this morning, as I cruised through the misty streets, there were a lot of soldiers with kit bags making their way to who knows where, trying to hail any car that went by. There were no buses and very few taxis. I did see a few broken windows, but that could have been from almost anything. In the central area, in the business district, and the residential areas that I drove through, I saw no signs whatsoever of damage. It's not clear at the moment what's going to happen to, for example, the scores of journalists trapped here. We had all been making plans last night to leave. We had tip-offs from our news organizations that we should be making our way down the road. We were rather hoping to be on a charter plane to Amman, Jordan this morning. Now we don't know what they're going to do. And neither does anyone else in Baghdad, so I suppose the situation's equal.
Alan, can you tell us any more about when the air attacks were at their height, what it was like, what you saw, what you heard?
What I saw were a lot of flashes, most of them going up into the air, tracer rounds from anti-aircraft guns, which have been situated on all the strategic buildings, situated down in parks and wooded areas. We saw rockets going up for what I believe were SAM-7s. I've heard that sound before. Went over the hotel. There was a lot of small arms fire, and a lot of heavy concussions, roaring noises in the air. But you could see huge flashes from time to time, and one of my colleagues, Nick Swallow, said it saw a huge ball of fire roll up into the sky. But we could not tell what was hit because it was pitch black. The city was blacked out very, very quickly. The hotel was blacked out, and when it got to be going fairly well, we went down into the basement shelters. I wasn't so worried about being hit from bombs as I was from the anti-aircraft gunners who were firing just absolutely wildly. I was in Tripoli, Libya, when the Americans came in, and it was much the same sensation. A tremendous amount of firing, noise, flashes, light, but no obvious targets. You didn't know where anybody was. If there were attack bombers coming in there, we didn't see them. We didn't really hear them. And I doubt that the gunners heard or saw them either. They were just blazing away. And since everything was cut off and we couldn't file, eventually we just went into the basement where several hundred people spent the night sitting on the floors deep in the basement of the Rashid Hotel. It was purpose-built for the non-aligned summit, and it's very strong, and the shelter was very good. And after an hour or so down there, we thought, well, let's venture up and have another look. And the guards locked us in. The hotel security people, minders, they locked us in, and we weren't allowed out until about 6 o'clock this morning local time.
Alan, do the Iraqis claim to have downed any U.S. aircraft, and or did you see any indication that any U.S. or Allied planes had been downed?
Well, I haven't heard the Iraqis claiming anything so far, and I have seen no evidence of anything, actually. I've driven around a section of the town. This is a huge city. I've driven around a small part of it. It took a circuitous drive of several miles to get here to the deserted U.S. Embassy, and saw no damage at all. It's like nothing ever happened. It's very eerie. The first time I've been anywhere near a bombing rate when there was no sign that anything had happened. I think we're going to have to go out to the more outlying areas, the kind of strategic areas, if you will, to see things. But the Ministry of Information, the Defense Ministry, the Foreign Ministry are all close to us, and we saw no evidence that anything at all happened. A colleague of mine, Michael Kelly of the Republic, has come in jotting down a note for me, so just hang on a sec. I'll see what he's done today.
We're going to hang on while Alan Pizzey tries to bring in another reporter who was an eyewitness. This is live and direct from Baghdad. Alan Pizzey reporting that while he heard and indeed saw some of the air attack during the night, as he made a short drive, it's a short distance from the Rashid Hotel to the U.S. Embassy, he did not, in fact, see much damage. Alan, are you and your colleague still there?
Yes, Dan. My colleague has just told me that a French journalist says when he was driving around, he saw a large hole in the main telecommunications tower, which may account for the fact that a lot of the telecommunications seem to be cut. The phones in the hotel are certainly cut. This call is being routed to Amman, Jordan. I tried repeatedly to dial both London, England, and New York, and got nothing at all. No one has gotten out of here, as far as I know, on these phones, so perhaps that indicates it. We had anticipated, of course, that the telecommunications tower would be a target, but people were also talking about the Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry, and the other government buildings. I could see those in the hotel and saw no evidence whatsoever that they had been hit. The large explosion seemed to be a fair distance away, and the concussions were big, but they weren't close to us. And the hotel is within 1 kilometer, about 2/3 of a mile radius of most of what one would assume would be the serious, significant military or political targets in central Baghdad. And I don't think they were going for those. I don't know what they were going for, but I don't think it was what we had feared.
We haven't seen much damage in the part of downtown Baghdad you've been able to visit. Alan, from the Rashid Hotel, you can see on a good day and even on a good night the presidential palace across the Tigris River. Any indication that the Iraqi presidential palace was hit?
No, it was pretty misty when I left the hotel, and visibility was limited. But I didn't see anything over there. We would have anticipated seeing smoke and that sort of thing. There was nothing like that at all. So I don't have any evidence that that palace was hit. There was a fair amount of activity over that way that I saw. We saw, of course, a tremendous amount of anti-aircraft fire coming from that direction. And there were some flashes from the ground, big flashes that sounded and looked like something was hitting in the area. But of course, as you know, behind large walls and behind large gates, and the only evidence I would have would be smoke, and I didn't see any.
Alan, you're one of the most experienced combat correspondents in the world. As you're there in Baghdad and with limited access, you've had limited ability to look around, what is the single most important thing you think Americans should know about the war so far?
It's hard to say, Dan. I think that the claims coming out of Saudi Arabia that I've heard on the radio that they did what they came to do may well be true, because we were told that they did not intend to hit civilian population areas. And so far, I haven't seen any. That's not to say that in the suburbs there aren't any. But it was an awesome display of modern technology actually working. Most of us sitting over here have been thinking, well, so many things go wrong with this kind of technology. What are they going to screw up this time? And from what we've seen so far, and I stress it, as you mentioned, it's a very limited point of view. Anything wrong so far. I'm amazed that the Iraqis haven't done very much. We thought at one point last night we were hearing planes take off, but the Allied forces, the U.S. forces, seem to have met very little resistance in Baghdad, other than a tremendous amount of anti-aircraft fire, which every military expert I ever talked to said was for show and to reassure the guys who had to mend them and the people who had to look at them, and it wasn't going to bother any pilots. It certainly doesn't seem to have done that.
Alan Pizzi, if you will, I'm going to break away for just a moment, but continue talking into that telephone. We'll be recording you here. That was Alan Pizzi live from Baghdad. Perhaps you could make it out. There was a lot of crosstalk. That call was routed through Amman, Jordan, to the United States. But Alan Pizzi, who's seen a lot of hell, seen a lot of war, said that in the limited amount of time that he's had to actually look around during the daylight hours, it's daylight now in Baghdad, and from what he saw and heard last night, this is a quote from him, that the U.S. airmen apparently did what they came to do, a quote from Alan Pizzi. We'll get back to Alan Pizzi a little later on if that phone line stands up, and if it doesn't, we'll have a recorded additional reports from him, but we're hoping that the live report from Baghdad will stay up. Right now, Bob Simon, our correspondent in Saudi Arabia, has had a look at the first pool pictures. These are the only pictures allowed, pool and censored pictures of American jets taking off for targets over Iraq. Bob?
Dan, we'll have to wait until we get pictures from Iraq to see what those planes are really doing, until we get an idea of what this war is really all about, because what we've been seeing here and what you see on these pictures from this largest American base in Saudi Arabia, these pictures taken last night, these first pictures from the largest American base, are pictures of a neat, methodical, clean war sleek, beautiful American aircraft taking off into the darkness. It is the only picture of the war we've been able to provide so far. These are F-15s from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in South Carolina. They carry cluster bombs. They carry heat-seeking missiles. They were on their way to Iraq. It will be some time, I'm afraid, before we have some idea of what these planes actually did once they got there, before we have some idea about the way the war is really going.
What we're looking at here, Bob, these are pool pictures, are they not, of what was happening around the Dhahran Air Base as the strikes were being made? Sure, it looks roughly unedited right now.
Yeah, these are pool pictures of the base near Riyadh, which is the largest American constellation here, which is a remarkable thing considering that just 1 month ago, there was nothing here but a runway and a taxiway. The Americans came in and built a little empire here. They built everything there is. They built enough for thousands of personnel, for hundreds of aircraft. I was there last week, and the sight of all those squadrons of F-15s lined up, one next to the other, was just something staggering. I hadn't seen anything like it since I'd been to Cam Ranh Bay in Vietnam, and frankly, Cam Ranh Bay was dwarfed compared to what you see over there now.
These are the pool pictures, American pilots strapping themselves into the cockpit of their aircraft, as General Christ and others pointed out before. Many of these aircraft, the pilot flies them alone. Uniquely lonely feeling to be flying single-handedly one of these tremendously destructive electronic and technologically advanced pieces of weaponry. Some of the aircraft, other aircraft, of course, have more than one person in them. Some of the strike aircraft have a pilot and a navigator, bombardier, what the amateurs might call assistant pilot in the aircraft with him. Depends on the kind of plane. David Martin of the Pentagon, as we look at these pool pictures, which, Bob Simon, I'm underscoring now, these were taken at the air base around Riyadh, not the one around Dhahran, correct?
That's correct, Jeff.
David Martin reported in the Pentagon earlier that, at least in the early going, that the naval-based aircraft had not been at the point of attack nearly as much. It was primarily American ground-based fighters and fighter bombers, together with the Tomahawk cruise-style missiles, many of which were fired from Navy craft, such as the USS Wisconsin and the USS Missouri. They bore the brunt, with the naval aircraft being primarily held in reserve. Does that match what you've been told or been able to gather there, Bob? I think Bob...
Dan, the word is that the primary, our sense here is that the primary air strike so far has been from these bases, yes.
What you see are these ground crews. Let's look and listen for a moment as one of the planes took off north to Iraq. Riding the fire, sitting atop that jet, a young American. In this case, as you can see, this is one of the ones, as this plane taxis out, that has two in the cockpit. Wave after wave of these aircraft, primarily land-based, took off beginning at about 4:50 Eastern Standard Time in the United States, late yesterday afternoon. That was in the just about midnight in Iraq and Kuwait. And then by about 7 o'clock Eastern Time in the United States, as we look at these pool pictures from the Riyadh base in Saudi Arabia, there was at least the first climax of the air war about 7 o'clock. If you listen carefully to Alan Pizzi's report a little earlier on, Bob Simon, Alan Pizzi said that just after 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in the United States, that would have been, just after 2 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad, is when he heard and saw the most bombardment in and around downtown Baghdad.
Dan, the amazing thing to me so far is how neat this has all been. Of course, again, we haven't seen the messiness on the other side of these planes, the messiness they've created in Iraq. But the way in which this war has been scheduled, the way in which the deadline came, and so shortly thereafter the planes took off and the air war commenced, just as everyone had been predicting for so long. It is so rare in this business of ours that things happen the way we expect them to happen, and this seems to be one of these rare exceptions. When we assess what seems to be the barely believable success of the operation so far, I think we must bear a couple of things in mind. One of them is that the American force that is arrayed here, the American force with the British and French allies, the American force that is arrayed here to fight Iraq is basically pretty much the size and extent of the American force that was meant to fight the Soviet Union. But instead of fighting the Soviet Union in Germany and Central Europe, it is fighting what is ultimately the third world power in the sands of Arabia, a far lesser task than it was designed for.
Bob, again, let's watch and listen for a moment as we watch the pool pictures of this mighty aircraft going north to Iraq. Bob, it's a sight you and I have seen many times around Dhahran and Riyadh, and one which, speaking for myself, I know you agree, one you never cease is a certain fascination, but an awareness of what the other end of that can be when they begin to unload their weaponry.
It is a terrible beauty, Dan.
It is a terrible beauty, and all the more terrible if you're on the receiving end. I'm reminded that Major General Barry McCaffrey, who commands the army forces in Saudi Arabia, is fond of quoting General William T. Sherman, and General Sherman said, among other things, war is cruel, and you cannot refine it. And as we will see the pictures of what those aircraft were doing to targets in Iraq and in Kuwait, one, I suspect, will be reminded that while it's a terrible beauty to see those planes take off, when one is on the ground when they attack, Sherman's words, war is cruel and you cannot refine it, will be echoing time after time after time. Now, as the war goes on, these are the headlines, and this is the storyline of the hour. British fighters returned safely to Saudi Arabia. The British say all of their Tornado fighter bombers got back safely. At a NATO meeting in Brussels, the U.S. presses again for Saddam Hussein to pull out of Kuwait now. Baghdad radio quotes Saddam Hussein saying that the mother of all battles has begun, unquote. Early U.S. Defense Department reports say that the war is successful thus far. British military authorities say that all of their Tornado fighter bombers have returned, all the ones involved in the raid on Iraq, and have returned safely to their bases back inside Saudi Arabia. The United States told the emergency NATO meeting in Brussels that Iraq could be spared further destruction by an immediate pullout of Kuwait. There's no sign the Iraqis plan to do that. Baghdad is reported quiet. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi, reporting live and direct from the Iraqi capital on this broadcast just a short while ago, said that smoke still hangs in the air from the overnight attack. Pizzi drove from the Rashid Hotel, where he'd been in a bomb shelter for part of the night, to the nearby U.S. Embassy, said he didn't see much damage. One of his fellow colleague reporters said he saw a giant hole in the ground. That would be right in the center of downtown Baghdad. But the communications center, the foreign ministry, and other main government buildings, said Pizzi, seemed to be undamaged. Saddam Hussein was heard on Baghdad radio vowing that, in his words, victory is near. But the United States Defense Department tells a diametrically opposed other story. No U.S. losses reported so far. No reports of any Iraqi Scud missiles, that's their best long-range missile, being fired. Indeed, the missiles pointed directly at Israel are reported to have been wiped out. Pentagon correspondent David Martin says the Scud missile sites were reported hit very hard in the early stages of the attack. It's believed they were hit not only by manned aircraft of the sort you saw in the pool pictures from Riyadh, but also from American Tomahawk missiles. Those are cruise-style missiles fired from, among other places, U.S. naval warships. The Tomahawk is a long-range missile. In this case, it was launched from surface vessels, not submarines. It carries, each one of these Tomahawk missiles, a 1,000-pound warhead. It is among the most sophisticated and complicated pieces of weaponry in the world today. War protests are being seen and heard around this country tonight and some overseas. This particular one staged around a bonfire outside the United Nations here in New York. Security has been tightened at U.S. airports as a precaution. Bomb squads are on alert at Los Angeles Airport as a precaution, and curbside boarding and baggage are now prohibited at the Hartfield, Atlanta airport. All of those precautionary steps taken. And as Gary Reeves reported from North Carolina, and one doesn't say this lightly, in North Carolina, where at this time of year, basketball is a kind of a secular religion. In North Carolina, the North Carolina State game tonight was called off as the war reports from the Persian Gulf came in. CBS News White House correspondent Leslie Stahl reported some time ago at the White House they were making an effort to carefully make it clear that while President Bush was calling some members of the alliance, he had not called them in advance about the attack. The White House said the president didn't feel that was necessary. The White House was maintaining a steady, calm alert, at least on the surface. CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues.
Chris Maru in the Eyewitness News studio once again. You may have heard that Saddam Hussein momentarily is expected to talk to the people of Iraq. We don't know what is going to be discussed, but if we get any word of what is being said or that he is speaking, we will go back to the network, CBS or possibly CNN. We also have an agreement with CNN about that sort of thing. There is something happening in San Antonio due to the war. And you may not like it. Since the Middle East is the world's biggest supplier of oil, many people have questioned how much more we can expect to pay at the gas pumps in the morning. Okay, good news. The good news is some of the oil companies across the United States say they have frozen their prices. Among those, Conoco, Mobil, and Chevron. Though in San Antonio, the Diamond Shamrock, and this is only one we know of, the Diamond Shamrock, though, in Babcock and Hillcrest, we had a crew out there just a few minutes ago. They were going to be changing the prices at midnight. Gas has gone from $1.19 today, or yesterday, to $2.10 a gallon for regular unleaded gasoline, $2.18 for their middle grade, and $2.42 for unleaded Supreme. Again, this is only at one Diamond Shamrock that we know of right now, but you have to expect that prices are going to be moving up a bit. This is just about doubling, though, in one day. Three of the oil companies, though, again, this is Conoco, Mobil, and Chevron, have said they are going to be freezing their prices, but obviously not all of them are. We're going to have another one of these reports at 12:23, and we should have the video of them actually changing the prices at this particular Diamond Shamrock at Babcock and Hillcrest. Councilman Bob Thompson is still with us, and the reason is because they had finally some cool video, Bob, of the fighters and so on loading up over there before they took off on the first strike. I have to assume that. But so. Let's go to this and tell it what are we seeing here?
Here's an F-15, and it looks like one of our new Strike Eagle airplanes. And as you can see, just inboard of the fuel tank, you see bombs on the outside.
Now, the fuel tank's that big thing.
That big round thing on the wing. Just outboard, you can see a heat-seeking missile.
A little one there.
And then you can see very briefly there the bombs that are loaded on the inside.
There's a tank in the middle, but there are bombs on each side of that?
That's correct.
What kind of bombs are those?
500-pound general-purpose bombs, and they're loaded on what's called a TER, or a triple ejector rack, where you have 3 bombs loaded on each station.
You just drop one at a time?
You can drop one at a time. You can drop them all in one time, or sequence them off at
how fast do these F-15s go, and how far? Now, what's he doing? Is he lighting his afterburner there?
That's a full afterburner takeoff. He's fully loaded with gas. He's probably right at his max gross takeoff limits. Full afterburner takeoff of that airplane, that's a very powerful kind of setup. With that fuel configuration, he's looking at probably 600 to 700, maybe 750-mile radius operation. 2.5, 3-hour flight. And
once you go 750 miles, how long do you have to drop your bomb or
You've
whatever?
Probably got about 10 minutes in the target area. Now, here he is strapping in, getting ready to go, and I want to tell you, these guys are very apprehensive going in first. They don't know exactly what's in the target area. They know there's...
It sounds good now, 6 hours later, but of course, who knew at that time?
But the anxiety and the adrenaline that these guys are experiencing is pumping right now when they taxi these airplanes out, knowing that there is a defense system over there. And how would they expect the thing to be, flat? Nothing happened.
Are there 2 people in that thing?
There is. There's a pilot and a navigator sitting in the back seat. One of the most capable airplanes that we have, the most capable airplane, in my opinion, for delivering ordnance on targets over there.
Do these planes even have guns anymore? I mean, we used to see all the World War II movies.
Yes, they do. And in my opinion, when we build a fighter, we got to build it with a gun in it. And they have 20-millimeter guns. It's a 6-barrel rotary kind of a Gatling gun approach. It shoots a real stream of lead out, 6,000 rounds a minute. And
are those smart bombs, or are they just, what do they call them, dumb bombs?
Sure are. They're dumb bombs, but it's a very smart airplane. And if you got a smart airplane, you don't need smart bombs. The navigational systems and the avionics are such that you're expecting accuracies of 500-pound dumb bombs 10, 15, 20 feet. So they put those bombs on target, I have no doubt.
So essentially, I mean, if they were going to bomb your house, they could find out which side of the driveway they were going to put it on. What's the kill or the blast radius of a 500-pound bomb?
Depends on if you have an air burst, you probably got, 40 or 50, 60 feet from the center. If you got a surface contact burst, maybe smaller, and you can actually have a delayed fuse, which will go in the ground and crater a runway or something.
If you're trying to hit
that.
A bunker, huh?
That's right. So we've got several different fusing options.
Now, this cockpit, what does he see in front of him there?
Well, that's all the instruments. He's got a heads-up display in front of him that gives him all the readout of his weapon systems, the status, and so forth. Even engine performance is up there.
But if you're going to shoot at somebody from that plane, you never really look at them, do you? I mean, you're looking at radar, or whatever.
That's right. And at night, especially, they're going into the environment. They don't know whether they're going to be MiGs up by the dozens or none at all.
See, I thought these were fighters that went up against other airplanes, but they're being used to hit targets on the ground.
That's right. It's dual purpose. Now, he's got air-to-air missiles. He's got his heat missiles on. He's got a gun aboard that I'm sure is loaded with all the rounds. And his job is to go in and put those bombs on target. But if he happened to get attacked, he's ready to defend himself. He would blow all that stuff off, jettison everything, if he were attacked by me.
Even the gas tank?
Everything. We don't need to bring empty gas tanks home.
Oh, so they're empty by that point. That's the first thing he
That's
burned.
right. Even if they had fuel.
Yeah.
No salvation in keeping.
But we haven't
gas
heard
tank.
of any of those attacks yet.
None
where
whatsoever.
any planes
But these guys didn't know that when they were taking off.
Yeah, true. Well, thank you, Councilman Thompson, for staying and explaining that, because you see all those planes, but you don't really know what they've got. Although the war is only, about 5 hours old, most of San Antonians we spoke to tonight say President Bush's first strike attack was warranted.
I think it's great. They should have done it a long time ago. It's long overdue. Let's get it over with.
It's really sad. I just have really mixed emotions about it. I feel for those guys over there, and I hope it doesn't get over here. It really worries me.
I think it is almost inevitable. We've been expecting it, since August, I guess, and I don't know, that's about all you can say. It just had to be.
Do you think the United States is just in what we've been doing?
Absolutely. I sure do. I think that we went as far as we could diplomatically, and I think now, as proven by the support we've had by the United Nations and all the other countries, I think that it's time to take action.
Okay, again, Saddam Hussein is expected to speak to the Iraqi people shortly. We'll be getting back to CBS for that, and to tell you once again, at 12:23 is when we're coming back on the air. We'll have a live report, two live reports, one from the San Fernando Cathedral on a prayer service, a candlelight prayer service going on there. And again, we'll have video of the changing of the gas prices, which is going to mean a lot to us. At one station, it's already jumped above $2. Okay, we will be back in 23 minutes with another report. Right now, back to CBS and Dan Rather.
You are watching CBS News' continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Nighttime in New York, daylight in Baghdad. A pall of smoke hangs over Baghdad. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi, reporting direct from the Iraqi capital, said he could not see much damage in downtown Baghdad, right in the center of it. There have been reports, unconfirmed, I underscore the word unconfirmed reports, that the presidential palace in Baghdad may have been hit in the air attack. That is not confirmed. Alan Pizzi said in his short drive around the center of the city that it appeared an effort had been made not to hit civilian targets. But we'll have more details as the hours of the war go on. We are now about, 7, 8 hours deep into the early stages of the war, and these are among the storylines of the hour. Reports of the attack in Baghdad say 18,000 tons of bombs were dropped. That's a minimum. 18,000 tons of bombs have been dropped so far. Some sources say that that is a minimum estimate. Britain says that all of its Tornado warplanes, that's the rough equivalent of the United States F-15, have returned to base safely inside Saudi Arabia after attacks on Iraq. The United States Defense Department calls the massive airstrikes, quote, very, very successful. David Martin at the Pentagon reports that Iraq may not have gotten off any of its Scud missiles. Part of the U.S. airstrikes were centered on Scud missiles right along the Iraqi-Jordanian border, the ones closest to Israel. Early indications are that the U.S. air attacks against those Scud missiles were particularly effective. Saddam Hussein hurls defiance at President Bush. Only air combat reported so far, nothing on the ground. There are two caveats to that. One, the Iraqis, we know, got some artillery shells into at least one Saudi Arabian oil installation, a sort of mini oil refinery about 6 miles inside Saudi Arabia across the Kuwaiti border, because David Green, our CBS News cameraman, was an eyewitness to that and gave us a first-hand report. First photographs in now of U.S. warplanes being readied for their attacks on Baghdad and other key Iraqi targets, some inside Iraq and some inside Kuwait. You will see those photographs during this hour. This is representative of the pool pictures coming in. These are subject to U.S. military censorship. These were the sights and sounds as U.S. warplanes took off for targets inside Iraq and Kuwait. The British Broadcasting Corporation has reported that the attacking planes dropped 18,000 tons of explosives on Baghdad and surrounding refineries and other sites. The principal targets, the Iraqi missile sites, chemical and nuclear weapons manufacturing plants, also Iraqi air bases. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi in Baghdad reports that the streets now, as dawn comes and smoke hangs over the Iraqi capital, that the streets are practically empty following a night of destruction. Pizzi also said the individual Iraqis that he met and talked with were friendly, didn't have much to say about what had happened during the night. At an emergency NATO meeting in Brussels, the United States said Iraq could still avoid further destruction by leaving Kuwait immediately. Members of the United States Congress were quick to react to the night's events.
I think all of us are deeply concerned that this war now be as short as possible, that, as the President indicated, it be with the minimum loss of life and is decisive in its result.
Well, this is obviously a very fateful decision that President Bush has taken, and it's one which I believe could end for years, maybe for generations, the brutalization of some by others simply because they have more power.
Congressman Dorn of California says he believes, quote, it could all be over by tomorrow's sunset, 2 days maximum. Also, reaction coming in from Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein has called President Bush, and I quote, a hypocritical criminal, and he vows to crush the American attack. That came in a Baghdad radio broadcast. Unquestionably now, was Saddam Hussein's voice. Whether it was a pre-taped, pre-recorded message or not is not yet clear. Alan Pizzi reports from Baghdad that the television transmitting facilities in Baghdad may indeed have been hit in the airstrikes. Bob Simon is in Dhahran with the latest. Bob?
Dan, more air activity in Dhahran, more air activity at this massive base here. F-15s have just been taking off again. I'm afraid this might be getting monotonous, Dan, but this is what we see of the war from here. And the remarkable thing is that it is in fact what we've been seeing for the last 6 months. There are more F-15s today. They're coming more frequently. They're taking off more frequently. But we've been watching this for 6 months, and it's rather strange, in fact almost unreal, to realize that this time they're not going up there to fly neat patterns around the Kuwaiti-Saudi border, but they're going into action. These are the guys who are going to bomb the targets in Iraq. I think it's a rather good sign from what the American command has been telling us they intended all along, that you don't see much bomb damage in downtown Baghdad. It has been crucially important for the American plan not to get Iraqi civilians killed, not to have pictures broadcast throughout the Arab world of Iraqi women and children. And if downtown Baghdad is relatively unscathed, I think it is another sign that things are going according to plan, Dan.
That's true, Bob, that General Colin Powell has said that, particularly in recent days, that civilian targets would not be on the early hit list. Those are my words, not his, but that was a clear inference and indication that civilian targets would be avoided if possible. And from every indication, tonight's airstrikes have centered on the military targets. Bob, there's no sign of ground combat anywhere. The emphasis has been on the air war. I'm thinking about some of those commanders and their troops that we met on this most recent trip. Colonel Glenn Pope, who's with the Army Cavalry Unit north of where you are there, Marine Colonel Jim Mattis. Thus far, no ground combat.
No ground combat, Dan, and I'm very curious as to how much they know about the air war. You'll certainly remember that when we went to see them, they relied on us entirely for their news of what was going on in the world, political developments, diplomatic developments, because they were so entirely out of touch. And now there aren't any journalists visiting them. The access of journalists has been severely restricted over the last couple of weeks, and I really wonder how much they know, if they know anything at all, about the air war that's being waged while they've been sleeping in the desert.
And staying on the alert in the desert for any possible Iraqi attack. But part of the storyline, up to and including now in the early stages of this war, emphasis on air attack, no ground combat. Connie Chung has been following domestic reaction to this outbreak of war. And Connie, the word war even sort of catches in your throat a bit. It was, until a few hours ago, still almost inconceivable it would happen. It has happened.
It's chilling. And I think what we're seeing here domestically is the crystallization of a new generation of student activists, just as they were in the 60s. We're fond of calling the 70s and the 80s the me generation, in which students were not political activists. But tonight, spontaneous demonstrations across the country, particularly here in New York at the United Nations. We have some tape of a demonstration that has been going on all night. These were mostly young college-aged people. They built a bonfire with police barricades. There have been 2 arrests only now out of about 2,000 people who have been there. They began moving back towards Times Square where they had begun. These demonstrations have occurred all across the country in several cities. Students even in Virginia, in Alabama, many cities that you would not necessarily think that students would spontaneously begin demonstrations. We don't want to dwell on the demonstrations, though, and for that purpose, we went across the country with our correspondents and producers to ask Americans how they feel about the American involvement as of tonight. Bob McNamara is in Denver. Bob, how did Denver hear of the news initially?
Well, Connie, it was dusk. It was the start of the evening rush hour when word came that war had broken out here. So for many people, they got the news the old-fashioned way, on car radios.
For air travelers, it was on television screens at Stapleton Airport.
I think it was the right thing. I don't think Bush could back down after committing himself like he did. Poor people and poor parents going to lose their kids. Can't believe that something couldn't have been worked out.
Tonight there were peace vigils. One on the state capitol steps, another in Boulder.
We shall overcome someday.
Tonight, as families gathered to watch the president, Lydia Mendoza's thoughts were with her only son, a paratrooper on duty in the Saudi desert.
If this has to be done, then let our boys go out there and do what they have to do and just get back home.
For others, it was a frightening night.
I hope they will settle something, maybe fast, maybe. Only one God knows what will be.
Connie, some late developments to report here tonight. Denver's mayor has activated the Emergency Preparedness Office and placed all city employees on alert to deal with any emergency and particularly a possible terrorist attack. At the airport, luggage that's been left on carousels, cars left unattended at the airport curbs have been ordered to be removed. For the first time in maybe ever that we can recall, the concourses are now closed to all but ticketed passengers. Traffic tonight has been light to moderate. The assumption is that most people are following the events of the day on television. But for others, business as usual. For the National Basketball Association, the Denver Nuggets played the Charlotte Hornets at McNichols Arena here tonight. About 3,500 people there. That was about half of what normally attend. And in the spirit of the circus, the show must go on. The National Western Stock Show Rodeo went as planned, but attendance down there too. Connie?
Bob, the White House Press Secretary Marlin Fitzwater characterized this as the liberation of Kuwait. The people that you spoke with, did they see it that way? Did they understand the purpose of the war effort tonight?
Well, we called many people that we had contacted leading up to this. These were people who had friends, relatives in the Gulf. And this was just a short time after the attack. Many people were in a state of panic. There was fright. There were tears on the phone. But almost when everything had calmed down, all of them expressed the hope that now with the war underway, the hope was that everybody would be home a lot sooner than what they had anticipated.
All right. Thank you, Bob McNamara in Denver. Dan, I'm still reverberating from Alan Pizzi's report live from Baghdad. He was at the U.S. Embassy making that call, and I presume that he's been in and out of the U.S. Embassy so much there are no more Americans there left, and there were probably Iraqi citizens still working there, and that was how he was able to get into the U.S. Embassy.
Exactly so. Thanks to Joe Wilson IV, a tremendous public servant who works for the State Department. He was a charge. He took over the embassy when the ambassador, April Gillespie, came out and the war broke out. Joe Wilson arranged when he took down the flag and left. He left the embassy open, and many Iraqi citizens who'd long worked for the embassy, and they, in effect, have kept the embassy open, and clearly what Pizzi did was make his way from the Rashid Hotel. This is a very dangerous line of work to the embassy, and that's how he got through by telephone. Thanks, Connie. As our coverage continues, these are among the headlines of the hour. U.S. warplanes continue their raids on Iraq. The rain of air thunder has not ceased. The raids are continuing. Saddam Hussein says, quote, the great showdown has begun, unquote. British sources report that all of their aircraft have returned safely to Saudi Arabian bases after helping in the raids over Iraq. No word yet on any casualties. The U.S. Defense Department reports no casualties thus far. It would be incredible, it's inconceivable that there are not casualties inside Iraq and Kuwait, but what they are, we simply do not yet know. One could get an idea when one considers how much tonnage has been dropped on Iraq and in Kuwait, and keeping in mind that the Tomahawk guided missiles, not manned, but those Tomahawk cruise-style missiles also were used in the attack. More F-15 American fighter jets now said to be taking off from Saudi Arabian bases as the fierce air attack against Iraq goes on unrelenting. The United States had repeatedly warned Saddam Hussein that once they started, it would be relentless. Thus far it has been. These pool photographs show U.S. jets preparing to take off from the big base in Riyadh inside Saudi Arabia during the night. These pool photographs, which you'll see as time goes along, have been subjected to military censorship. They are part of the so-called pool arrangement that the Pentagon laid down among its rules. British officials emphasized that all of their aircraft, their Tornadoes, have returned safely to Saudi Arabian bases following their raid. It is morning in Baghdad. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi has given us a graphic description of what it's like there. He says the streets are nearly empty. Some smoke remains still in the air over the city following last night's attack by wave after wave of Allied fighter planes. Yes, there are some reports that the presidential palace there along the ancient Tigris River were hit. Those reports have not been confirmed. By and large, says Alan Pizzi, while there was one big crater he saw in about a 3-mile quick drive around the city, that the center part of Baghdad, where there's a civilian population concentrated, is relatively unscathed, reported Pizzi. BBC Radio says that some 18,000 tons of explosives were dropped in and around Baghdad. If that's true, according to Pizzi's report, it must have been mostly in the outskirts of Baghdad, not on the city center. That would be nearly the force of one nuclear bomb, if indeed all of that tonnage was dropped. The only source on that so far is the BBC. Saddam Hussein, on Baghdad radio, said the battle was, and I quote him now, justice against vice. Quote, the believers against the infidels. And Saddam vowed to be victorious. The Air Armada's attack was launched solely from the air, nothing on the ground at last report. No U.S. planes had been lost. The Pentagon says no Iraqi jets are even known to have gotten off the ground. Now, a number of our military consultants have cautioned and reminded us of what we already know, that early reports tend to be overly optimistic and overly positive. That has been the case in most wars. There, of course, is a chance that all of these positive reports will turn out to be accurate and true. Let us hope and pray that they will be, because so far, no U.S. casualties reported. Bob Schieffer is with retired General George Christ. Bob and General Christ, bring us up to date.
Dan, I think clearly one of the figure that brings home the enormity of this attack that has been launched on Iraq is that report that you quoted just a moment ago that came from the BBC in London that 18,000 tons of explosives have been dropped around the Baghdad area. General Christ, if I remember my ROTC training correctly, that's about the size, the explosive equivalent of the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima, the atomic bomb. Maybe it was 20,000 tons, but certainly it was something of that sort. Clearly, the night has belonged to the Americans. Now it is daylight. Bob Simon reported just a moment ago that fighters are taking off in the daylight. Will our planes attack during the day as they did during the night?
Of course they will. This air attack's going to continue, but we've got to start thinking now that as we stand here, the Air Force analysts are looking at the bomb damage assessment. It sounds like we had a good night. Did we get all the damage we want? Did we get all the Iraqi airplanes? I don't know that we know that. Did Saddam withhold his aircraft? His planes don't fight at night. They're much more comfortable in the daylight, as all of his ground forces and air forces are. Is today when we'll see his reaction. I think all that lays ahead of us, Bob, and we don't know that yet.
Well, that clearly is one of the more critical things that we'll find out in the next few hours, and that is, number one, were his planes destroyed on the ground? Were the runways so cratered he was unable to get them off the ground? Or did he simply, as you say, decide it would be best to hold them in reserve and not try to launch them until today? His planes fight better in the day than they do in the night.
Yeah, certainly we own the night. Everybody knows that. Saddam also knows that. He may be cautious about trying to take us on in the night when we're going to do better and go in the air. Now he can use his anti-aircraft guns with their optical guided sights. Now he can use the surface-to-air missiles that can see in the sky that he couldn't do last night. A number of things that he can bring to bear during the daytime that he couldn't do at night. So I think we're going to have to wait and see a little bit here.
General, how much of this can he sustain? How long can his army take this, the kind of bombing that obviously they got last night? In other words, how much do they have to soften them up before the ground troops can go in?
Well, I think he can take quite a bit. All I can think of is the Chinese in Korea when we fought them. And we had the air, and we bombed, and we bombed, and we bombed, and they still fought. I don't think it's a given that because we have heavy air attacks and we soften them up, that they're going to just fold up. How long it's going to take, Bob, is really going to be what Norm Schwarzkopf looks out and says, when am I ready? How much damage has this done? And we won't know that for a while.
You're convinced in your own mind that that will happen, that ground forces will cross that border and go in?
Eventually, we're going to have to go in and take back Kuwait.
General, we can see now, and Dan Rather, I assume you're seeing these photos also, of planes taking off in Saudi Arabia. This, of course, is a fighter plane. Those are bombs being loaded. Tell us what we're seeing here, General.
Well, we're looking at F-15 uploading bombs that you can see the little nose on it. So these are smart bombs. That is to say, they're homing bombs that will be used against hard targets. You can see they're going to load them under the wing pylons. Those bombs are probably about 2,000 pounders. They'll be used again against runways, aircraft. And by the way, when they hit the telecommunications site, I think they mentioned, the reason they did that is that the Iraqi army uses telephone lines and not radio. So therefore, we'll have to go after telephone centers. These are the kinds of bombs that are going to penetrate and do those kind of things.
Now, when you talk about a smart bomb, what do you mean by that, General?
A smart bomb is a bomb that is either TV is guiding it, or it's homing in on by radar or something else. It knows where it's going to its target.
So that is the photo that we're seeing now, an Air Force maintenance man, an ordnance man, loading the bombs beneath the wing, and you'll have to tell me what kind of an aircraft that is, General.
F-15Es.
F-15Es. Well, that's it from here, Dan.
General, you said that you felt that a ground attack would be necessary. We've been saying all night long and that ground combat, this was the strategy, this was the plan, has not... is there a chance, is there still a chance that this tremendous aerial bombardment will make ground combat unnecessary? Dan, I really don't think so. Again, it's too early quite to know how much damage we really got out of this thing, how many more days we're going to have to put into it. What did the attacks do against Kuwait that went in last night? All of this is an unknown, and I think eventually we're going to have to put foot soldiers on the ground in Kuwait. After a 5-month wait, the thunder from the sky begins raining down on Iraq and Iraqi forces in Kuwait. CBS News correspondent Walter Cronkite is with us. Walter, we have only a few seconds here before the break, it's my understanding, but Interesting, President Bush echoed Dwight Eisenhower. You covered the Normandy invasion. No one can forget how you went in with the glider forces right behind the invasion. But General Eisenhower on D-Day said it was the liberation of Europe has begun. President Bush did not refer back to Vietnam. Instead, he referred back to World War II and said the liberation of Kuwait has begun.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I think that was rather noteworthy, as a matter of fact, that he took that theme to the... You know, Dan, one thing that occurs to me with General Chris' remarks over there a moment ago, and all of our thinking about the possibility that the the Iraqi Air Force has been waiting for daylight, that their daylight fighters, that their SAMs and others can target better in daytime, that they're not as sophisticated we are for night fighting. But they've had daylight now for almost a third of the day.
Good point.
And we still haven't heard that they're up against us, the Iraqi Air Force. So what is happening? I mean, surely are they waiting for afternoon or something to catch us at tea time?
Well, let us hope and pray that they don't get up at all.
Let's hope so.
As CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues.
Hi, Chris Maru in the Eyewitness News studio with our final report of the evening locally. First of all, what's going to affect you the most, less than 7 hours after the United States enacted Operation Desert Storm, gas prices seem to be reflecting the battle. Throughout the United States now, Conoco, Mobil, and Chevron oil companies have frozen their prices. Now, you see that price? That was today's price that look at that tube. Have you ever seen a tube? There it is, unleaded gas, $2.10, unleaded plus, $2.18. This is a Diamond Shamrock at Babcock and Hillcrest. We don't know about any others, but we went over there and saw that go up. In fact, for the unleaded Supreme, $2.42. And yes, folks, that is self-serve. This is just one station. Store workers, though, have told us to expect an increase at the other Diamond Shamrock stores when the stores open later this morning. But I never thought, or at least I never expected to see $2 for a gallon of gas that quickly. One organization that will play a vital support role during Operation Desert Storm, of course, is the American Red Cross. They'll have a lot of functions during the crisis, and they'll now be in operation 24 hours a day. Because of that, Larry Meyer is standing by live at the local Red Cross headquarters. Larry?
Well, Chris, as you know, the Red Cross works closely with the military in situations like this, and joining me now is Julie Wirt of the American Red Cross. Julie, you were on your way home and heard that you had to come back tonight.
Yes, I did.
What types of operations are you getting ready to perform here?
Right now, we are manning our telephones at a 24-hour basis. We're getting ready to start receiving and have received many inquiries from concerned family members. They're wanting to know a little bit about what's going on. As we receive other information, they're going to want to know if there are casualties. My loved one, if they're sent here, they'll need to know where they're being sent. The Red Cross is gearing up to provide that emergency communication between family members and soldiers.
So under certain situations, family members can get in touch with those soldiers even now?
Yes, they can. We are under what is called a minimized condition for emergency communications only. Should there be a need to contact a soldier overseas for in the event of serious illness, death, even the birth of a child, the Red Cross is ready to and does maintain and do that day to day. We do that every day, so we're here doing that as we speak.
Now, another aspect of what you're getting ready for, the possibility of casualties and the possibility of those casualties coming to San Antonio, to the military hospitals. What role do you play there in trying to get the family members from all over the country in touch with their loved ones who might be sent here for treatment?
Yes, we will have caseworkers here at the chapter. Also will be there at Lackland and Fort Sam Houston. They will be serving much of a liaison type role. They will be getting information on the conditions of the casualties, locations of where these soldiers are being sent. They in turn will have that information. Should an inquiry come through, the family member here to Red Cross will be communicating Red Cross chapter to Red Cross chapter, getting that information out to the concerned families.
Now, you also need more volunteers, and the number, I assume, to contact you about volunteering or that information is the same one. What is the telephone number?
here at the chapter, they can call 224-5151.
Okay, 224-5151 for the American Red Cross. And Julie told us earlier that plans to send some Red Cross volunteers to Saudi Arabia are still on for February. Chris?
Okay, thank you. Larry Meyer at live at the Red Cross headquarters here. The U.S. invasion of Iraq, or at least bombing so far, we haven't actually invaded, causes an increase in security measures at the airport and some local military bases. At about the time Operation Desert Storm began over Iraq, Kelly and Randolph Air Force bases here increased their security measures. Guards at Kelly will be checking all IDs as employees head for work in the morning. Boy, that ought to be something. Randolph also says they're in an increased security position but would not elaborate on that at Randolph. Post officials at Fort Sam Houston say so far no changes in their security procedures except that they ask that visitors be limited to only those with business on base, that at Fort Sam Houston. Well, while most families who have relatives in the Middle East are glued to their TV sets tonight for obvious reasons, some are not. Sabrina Smith is live at a midnight mass at San Fernando Cathedral downtown. Sabrina?
Chris, the Mass is just wrapping up right now. We were here last night for another prayer vigil. At that time, hopes were high that the U.S. would not go to war. So the mood much more somber at this Mass. Families with relatives overseas came together to get strength from each other tonight. They also got strength from their God. They lit candles for their loved ones overseas. Most told us that they do support Bush's decision to attack, but they say their prayers tonight are that the war ends quickly.
Well, hopefully that the war won't last as long as they predict, that it'll be short, and not very fatal to the American soldiers abroad.
Chris, we do not want to paint too bleak of a picture here because although the mood is not upbeat like it was last night, many of the families here told us they have not given up hope and they have faith that the U.S. can pull this thing off.
Okay, so basically they're still quite positive, though.
They're still positive. They were much more positive last night before the U.S. had actually attacked, but they say now they're still going to stand behind their troops, and they have faith that the U.S. is going to do the right thing and pull it off.
Okay, thank you. Sabrina Smith live at San Fernando Cathedral downtown where they were holding a prayer service tonight. I want to thank Sabrina Smith and Larry Meyer, the two night reporters, and also our night photographers, Manuel Villela, Tim Irvin, and Ed Lewis, for all they've done tonight. Of course, we've been doing reports tonight rather than just having a 10 o'clock news and waiting and doing our 10 o'clock newscast. We have been doing 7-minute reports all night, which adds up to something like 2.5 or 3 regular newscasts. So it has been a very difficult night for them and for all the people behind the scenes, too. I just want to leave you with the good news that still no casualties have been reported for anybody from the United States forces. In fact, the British forces all came back, the airplanes and so on, without any casualties. We can only hope and pray that will continue for some time. Our local reports are going to pick up again at 4:23 this morning here on Eyewitness News. And, of course, we're going to be continuing reports like this as long as the war lasts. Let's hope it's very short. I'm Chris Maru, Eyewitness News.
You are watching CBS News continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
Dead of night, wee hours of the morning on the east coast of the United States, daylight in Baghdad, other places in Iraq and in Kuwait. These are the headlines, these are the major storylines in our continuing coverage of war in the Gulf. Allied warplanes reportedly drop at least 18,000 tons of bombs on Baghdad and its environs. Alan Pizzey reports from inside Baghdad that damage in the city center appears to be light. With the sun up in the Gulf, Saddam Hussein vows the war has only begun. Still no official word on any casualties. Britain says none of its warplanes was lost. All have returned after the early strikes back inside Saudi Arabia. The air attacks on targets in Iraq and Kuwait apparently are continuing without let-up. Major targets, airfields, missile sites, chemical and nuclear weapons manufacturing plants. One wave of aircraft returns, another leaves as U.S. F-15s take off from the Dhahran Air Base in Saudi Arabia and other bases there. These are pool pictures subject to military censorship that you've been watching. CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi in Baghdad reports nearly deserted streets as the day begins. He reports smoke hanging over Baghdad. Says that at first, his first drive around indicates to him in Baghdad that an effort was made to avoid hitting civilian targets. This follows a night in which at least 18,000 tons of explosives hit in and around the Iraqi capital. Apparently, most of the airstrikes were on the outskirts of Baghdad, not in the city center. There is a report, unconfirmed, that the presidential palace in Baghdad, right along the banks of the Tigris River, were hit. I emphasize that that report is unconfirmed. U.S. Defense Secretary Richard Cheney calls the attacks, quote, very successful. He says the Iraqi forces may have been caught off guard.
I think it would be inappropriate at this point to convey the notion that somehow we've got a final fix on it. But I think it would be fair to say, and General Powell may well want to comment on this, that the initial reaction from the Iraqis is such that I'm generally of the opinion that we achieved a fairly high degree of tactical surprise.
General Colin Powell emphasized that no effort was made to actually hit Saddam Hussein himself. On Baghdad radio, Saddam Hussein said, and I quote, "The great showdown is looming." He said Iraq will win. It's unclear whether it was a live radio broadcast or previously audio taped. There have been no Iraqi attacks of any kind on Israel. One Iraqi artillery attack on a Saudi Arabian oil installation just across the Kuwaiti border, Iraqi-occupied Kuwait in Saudi Arabia. David Green, our cameraman, saw that attack and reported the Saudi refinery on fire. But that's the only hit inside Saudi Arabia that has been confirmed. Bob Simon reports again now from Saudi Arabia, more pool pictures of bombs being loaded.
Dan, these are the first daytime pictures we've had of F-15s being loaded with Sidewinder missiles and heat-seeking missiles and all the instruments of death and destruction they're carrying towards Baghdad. It's one more example of the ironic beauty of these wonderful machines and these sleek missiles, which are really instruments of death. The Pentagon has been terribly concerned from the beginning about the kinds of pictures which the American public would see, which the world public would see of the war being waged. Well, these are so far the kinds of pictures that the Pentagon would like to see. They're clean, they're lovely. We'll be seeing the other side from Iraq eventually. Dan?
Bob, that picture of our correspondent James Hattori was part of the pool picture coverage. What's happening here, let's pause for a moment and explain to our viewers, insofar as we've gotten any pictures at all, let me pause and remind you, in fact, this is a new report. The BBC now reports that anti-aircraft fire has started again in Baghdad. This comes through Wayne Nelson, who has the watch for CBS News in London. We're getting reports from various sources worldwide. This is a report that anti-aircraft fire has once again started in Baghdad. Now, it's roughly mid-morning in Baghdad. They've had daylight for quite a little while there. We were told by U.S. military sources that the air attacks on Iraq and Kuwait would be unrelenting, that there were no plans for any pause. This was from unofficial but usually reliable sources, and the indications are that the thunderous air attacks from this great warplane armada, composed of mainly U.S. but with help from British, Saudi Arabian, and some Kuwaitis flying American-manufactured and British-manufactured planes, is continuing, and this report of anti-aircraft fire starting in Baghdad would tend to confirm that. Mark Phillips, our CBS News correspondent, is at the Pentagon. Mark, bring us up to date on what's available there.
Dan, the only information that has come out here at the Pentagon thus far is what we heard earlier from Colin Powell and Defense Secretary Cheney. Even though there is no official word on casualties, and of course the British, as you have reported, have stated that all of their planes have in fact returned, there is no yet official word. There is, however, at this point, some telephone numbers that the Pentagon have been putting out for the families of the people who have been flying those sorties to call. No official word, as I say, here on any casualties. The unofficial line still is that there haven't been any, but we're expecting some word sometime perhaps over the night on that, and also perhaps on what this latest second wave of attacks might have wrought in Baghdad, and what the reciprocal Baghdad attack, if it comes, will bring to U.S. forces in the Gulf. Dan?
Mark, for the rest of the morning, any indication from the Defense Department of what they intend the information flow to be? Do they intend to, in effect, shut the faucet off now? or do they continue to make an effort, they plan to continue to make an effort to keep people informed?
They're manning on a 24-hour basis here and supplying whatever information they can. Of course, most of this information is coming, in fact, through Saudi Arabia and is taking its time to get here and out to us. There is another briefing planned, the type we saw with the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, but that won't be until the daybreak hours, if you will, sometime around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning for the next substantive briefing on more detail, we hope, on just the nature of this attack, and hopefully at that time as well, some reading on, after the pilots who have returned from the first wave at least, and perhaps from the second as well, some detail from them reporting on just what damage they were able to inflict and what the state of the Iraqi armament they think is now at. But there is certainly activity here through the night. It's a 24-hour watch on the ground here as well.
Speaking of the ground, no U.S. ground combat forces have been involved in the attack thus far, so far as is known. U.S. Army Apache helicopters, which have air-to-ground, helicopter-to-ground attack missiles, primarily designed to knock out tanks, are reported to have been involved in some strikes just across the border into Kuwait. They don't have much range, and therefore the Apache helicopters would be attacking with their Hellfire anti-tank missiles and their 30-millimeter automatic cannon. The Iraqi tank concentrations dug in very deep with what Marine General Walter Boomer described to you a few days ago as what he said was very effective Iraqi war engineering. Those Apache helicopters being attacked. The brunt of the attacks thus far by U.S. Air Force planes. If naval-based, carrier-based aircraft, Navy and Marine have been involved, we do not yet know that, although our military consultants tell us that probably some have been involved in the early going, with most of the others being held back for the second or even third wave and held in reserve. Also, part of the aerial bombardment, unmanned missiles of the Tomahawk cruise missiles. These are radar-avoiding missiles that have a range of 14 to 1,500 miles. Some of them were fired from ships such as the USS Wisconsin in the Persian Gulf. Others fired from other U.S. naval vessels in the Red Sea. That means the missiles traveled over Saudi Arabia. We do not know whether any of the Tomahawk missiles were fired from U.S. Navy ships in the Mediterranean. They could have been, although had they been fired, they would have had to go over Syrian territory. There's two schools of thought as to whether the U.S. ships in the Mediterranean actually have fired their Tomahawks over Syria into targets into Iraq. Perhaps we will find out about that as time goes along. Ed Bradley, here in our studios in New York, has been monitoring developments around the world. Ed?
Dan, we want to bring people up to date on what's being said around the world. In Japan, the Japanese Prime Minister Kaifu has said that Japan resolutely backs the U.S.-led multinational forces' attack on the Iraqi military facilities. We've been in touch with our Moscow bureau, and as of this hour, there's been absolutely no reaction yet from the Kremlin. In Brussels with the NATO and our allies there, they were briefed by the U.S. ambassador to NATO, and the allies reiterated, and I'm quoting, their solidarity and support for the enforcement of the United Nations Security Council resolution, so they have backed the attack. The U.S. ambassador to NATO, William Taft, told the 16-member alliance that the goal of the overnight air raids was not to occupy or dismember Iraq, but to liberate Kuwait. And he said that Iraq can still avoid further destruction by unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. So the message that seems to be going out from all quarters as far as the United States is concerned is that these air raids will continue. They're going to come fast, they're going to come heavy, and they are going to be steady, and that Iraq can end them at any time by completing an unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. We have had very little in the way of formal diplomatic reaction from around the world, basically because it's still night in much of the world, particularly in Europe. We did get some reaction from 3 ambassadors to the United Nations here in New York earlier tonight. One, the Kuwaiti ambassador, also the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, and then the UN ambassador from Cuba.
I welcome the liberation of my country.
Has there been any Kuwaiti involvement in this initial first round of attacks?
Definitely, the Kuwaiti, they were at the forefront to liberate Kuwait. I repeat that we were engaged in the Kuwaiti liberating Kuwaiti territory.
In what sort of way, sir? Your Air Force?
Air Force. Until now, it's only Air Force.
Israel said that it will defend itself if it will be attacked by Iraq, and of course we have the right and the obligation to self-defense. But we will not take any preemptive strike.
We cannot be very optimistic at this moment because, as everybody knows, the Security Council has been manipulated by the U.S. since the beginning of the crisis and has been used as a tool for war. But I cannot be optimistic in terms of the accomplishment or the results. What I can assure you is that we will try everything to have the Council doing what the Council should and must do, which is to put an end to the war as soon as possible.
Dan, I think you'd agree that those were fairly predictable responses that we heard from those three UN ambassadors. Over at the United Nations just a little while ago, the Security Council concluded a briefing by the UN ambassadors of the nations who have been involved in the air raids against Iraq. That would be the United States, Saudi Arabia, Great Britain, and Kuwait. Ambassador Thomas Pickering, picking up on the theme that was given to the members of the NATO alliance, said that the goal for the multinational force is the liberation of Kuwait and not the destruction of Iraq. And Dan, over at the United Nations, they've closed up shop for the night and gone home. You know, I would add that there's been a lot of optimism expressed because there's been so little reaction from the Iraqis, and there are people expressing the hope that I think we all have that this war is going to end in a very short period of time. If you talk to people who are knowledgeable in the military, certainly as General Chris just said a few minutes ago, there's no way, barring the miracle that Saddam Hussein throws up his hand and quits now, that this thing is going to end in a hurry. Ground troops are going to have to go in. Over in London, Barry Peterson, our correspondent there, talked with Paul Beaver, who is with the authoritative publication Jane's Defense Weekly, and he had a cautionary note along those lines.
We don't have any assessment released yet by the Pentagon as to exactly what sort of damage was inflicted. And of course, I don't think we should be jumping for joy and saying, oh, it's been one quick strike and the war is over. I think we need to just wait and see what the initial results are when they're released.
How many of these weapon systems, Paul, that we've seen in use in the last few hours have ever really been fired in anger?
Yes, so this is from the military technology point of view and from those military analysts who follow the technology. This is, of course, going to be a very interesting conflict because so many of the weapon systems have never been used in anger, properly in anger, if you like, in a full-scale war by professional soldiers, sailors or airmen. Aircraft like the F-15, like the Tornado, aircraft such as AWACS, the Airborne Early Warning and Control System aircraft, which we presume must have been involved in directing these strikes. Nobody has actually seen these work before.
A cautionary note, Dan, is this war is, what, 9 hours old now?
It's about 9 hours.
Yeah, it's very early, and I think any optimism should be guarded.
And ours will be, emphasizing that always in the early stages, it's very difficult to find out what the truth of the situation is. Certainly in the early going, it looks from the American military standpoint, the Allied standpoint, very promising. That's about the best we can say. As our CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues, as the war enters roughly its 9th hour, the attacks are believed to have first started around 4:50 p.m. yesterday afternoon, U.S. East Coast time. More U.S. fighter jets are roaring into battle over Iraq, over Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. Iran voices, quote, deep regret over the war's outbreak. Iraq's Saddam Hussein remains defiant. From the sands of Saudi Arabia, still more F-15 fighter jets roaring into the sky, taking off as this one did, bound for the skies over Iraq. The BBC reports earlier fighter jet attacks. The first wave dropped an estimated 18,000 tons of explosives on or near Baghdad. The indication is that most of that was dropped not on civilian targets, but on military targets. Defense Secretary Cheney said the targets were located throughout Iraq and Kuwait and were primarily military. Early reports indicate that Iraq's military response has been virtually non-existent for whatever reason, and if you can believe the early reports, no reports of any Iraqi Scud missiles being fired. The al-Hussein surface-to-surface mobile missile was one of the most dangerous weapons the Iraqis possessed, particularly as regards Israel. Early indications are that the Scud missile sites in Iraq received tremendous damage, especially those that were closest to Israel. Iran, which battled Iraq for 8 years, called the U.S. offensive, and I quote now, the Iranians, a blow to human life and resources of the region. Iran's President Rafsanjani said he was, quote, watching all movements carefully. Saddam Hussein on Baghdad radio declared, and I quote Saddam now, God is with us. And he said his nation would stand on strong and solid ground. Saddam Hussein also vowed to, quote, liberate Lebanon and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, repeating what he has threatened to do before. Joining us once again is our Middle East expert, Fuad Ajami, who's a professor at Johns Hopkins University. Fuad, as you watch the hours roll on and the early, very optimistic reports, right now, I'm not sure I like this metaphor, but Mike Tyson, the heavyweight fighter, has a reputation of just coming off his stool, coming right out the first round, bam, it's all over. There's a lot of hope in this country that that's what's happening vis-a-vis the Iraqis as these hours roll by.
I agree with you, Dan. I like your metaphor. I think I'm very superstitious myself. Let's remember one thing right now. 7 years ago, a young man, a young boy in a Mercedes truck loaded with TNT took the lives of 241 servicemen in Beirut. So I don't think we've seen the end, and we've heard the end of the Iraqi response. Yes, it's very clear that the Iraqis lost the battle in the air, but I would think, and I'm not a military man, we have enough military expertise here, I would think that he always wrote off the Air Force, that we were going to hear from him through other more conventional means, that we would, and he always knew that we have to go after him in Kuwait on the ground. So I think I joined the cautionary note that yes, the early dispatches look good, but we have to wait and see exactly what the future holds out for us.
For the moment, Fuad, let us believe that Saddam loses the air war completely, totally, almost from the get-go. What could be next for him? What indeed is open for him?
Well, I think Saddam, you see, he believes in this phantom that he has created. He believes in the idea of Arab nationalism. He believes that he's really not engaged in a war between Iraq and the U.S., but really that this is an American Arab war, that he really is a representative of this large Arab nation. This is a phantom in some measure, but you know, there is some truth to it. So I think that the Arab allies we have on our side, what they must now be dreading is if we get into a long war in the Gulf, that what Saddam will do is he is going to appeal to the Arab sense of grievance. I like two words that you used before. I want to go back to them. The terrible efficiency of these weapons. As now the Iraqis and the other Arabs watch the terrible efficiency of these weapons, Saddam will be calling upon the Arabs to think of the sense of hurt and the sense of grievance. Remember one thing, Dan, since for 2 centuries now, if one can even go, if you really want to go this far back, for 2 centuries now, since the arrival of Bonaparte into Egypt in 1798, Muslim armies have been losing to Western armies, and they've been losing because they didn't really have the techniques and the weapons of the West. So I think as the Arabs watch the terrible efficiency of these weapons and see what has happened, this will be Saddam's hope. This is in effect that he would turn a military confrontation into a long drawn-out political fight, and that he would make it virtually impossible or very difficult for our Arab allies to stay with us in this fight.
What are the repercussions in the Arab world of this? Let's again, for the moment, accept the very positive and encouraging reports from a military standpoint. What are the repercussions? This is going to echo down through the years.
Well, I think there is a view, I don't myself share it, there is a view that if we defeat Saddam so overwhelmingly, that we will embitter a whole generation of Arabs against America, that we will turn them against American power. Well, some Arabs, in effect, will identify themselves with this sentiment. They will feel the hurt and the defeat of Saddam. But let's not forget, it was only in August when Saddam broke the code of his own world and violated an Arab society and overran it without mercy. So I think there is a battle for the Arab soul. There is a battle for the Arab soul. There are those who actually think that the conquest of Kuwait is nothing really so terribly serious. And there are those who think, in effect, that Saddam is a criminal and that Saddam is a menace to this large Arab world, and that you can't let him hijack the Arab world. You can't let him hijack the Arab future, because he holds out nothing for this large world.
Well, Jami, in my conversation with Saddam Hussein, he repeatedly came back, he warned, he said, listen, if you get into a war with Iraq, you're going to find explosions from below in Egypt, Algeria, Jordan, throughout the Middle East. Likely?
Well, I think we have tended to exaggerate this. This is what Saddam wants us to believe. This is what Saddam wants Mubarak to believe. Saddam, for example, looked at President Mubarak and said, look, you've joined the Americans against Arab nationalism. You betrayed the Nasserist legacy. He turned to the Syrians and said, you must join the believers and forget about this American-led coalition. So I think there is an American-Iraqi war, which is a military war, and then there is a battle, an ideological battle between Saddam and his Arab rivals. And that's a battle we can't win for our Arab friends. They must win that ideological battle within the Arab world. They must win it on their own.
Fuad Ajami, our CBS News consultant in the Middle East, who will be adding perspective and context to our coverage as we go along. Reported from CBS News in London, Gorbachev may appear on Soviet television within a few minutes to talk about war in the Gulf. We'll be monitoring that situation for you as CBS News coverage of war in the Middle East continues. Dan Rather, CBS News, New York, with Connie Chung, Walter Cronkite, Charles Kuralt, Ed Bradley, in Saudi Arabia, Bob Simon, Scott Pelley, James Hattori, and in Baghdad, we've been getting our reports live and direct within the hour from Alan Pizzi. Pizzi reports that damage in downtown Baghdad on his first drive around it this morning. It seems to be little damage in the civilian center of Baghdad. Most of the damage, what there is, appears to be on the outskirts of Baghdad and primarily military targets. Unconfirmed report that there was at least one hit on the presidential palace along the Tigris River, but that is unconfirmed. Now, in these first hours of what's now called Operation Desert Storm, U.S. reaction to the strike against Iraq is taking shape. To sample public opinion, we've invited 3 residents of the Hartford, Connecticut area to discuss the situation with us. They are Tracy West, a United Methodist minister, Henry Brown Otter, a former Marine Staff Sergeant and Vietnam veteran, and Dan Lloyd, who is a philosophy professor at Trinity College. Thank you very much for joining us. We're still in the first hours of the war. The official reports are all positive, very encouraging about the possibility of a short war. Your thoughts and reaction, and as you talk to other people, what are they saying? First, Mr. West.
Dan, this is Reverend West speaking. I can hear you.
Forgive me, Reverend. In the live television, sometimes your anchorman gets confused, and I did now. I hope you'll forgive me.
That's just fine. That's just fine. I would say that I am deeply angered by the invasion, by the military action by the United States. I think that it's a moral obscenity that one drop of blood has been shed, and I include Iraqi blood as well as American blood. I feel that the leadership of Baker and the leadership of Bush has been at best incompetent and more precisely bloodthirsty warmongering that has caused tragically the cost of human lives.
Henry, you're a commander of VFW Post, a Vietnam veteran. How are your men reacting to this war, and how do you react to what the minister just said?
In answer to question number 1, Mr. Rather, basic consensus at the VFW is we're very supportive of our government as well as our men and women. I depict another situation of Vietnam here with this woman by not being supportive. We have to support our troops while they're there and as well as when they come home, because war shatters. It shatters minds, it shatters hearts, and it shatters bodies. And support is the answer.
Pastor West, I do want to talk to Dan Lloyd in a moment, but what about it? Is it possible for you to be completely supportive of our military men and women in the theater and still use words such as warmongering and bloodthirsty as you just did?
I find I've been watching some of the coverage, and of course my access to some of the reactions of the military personnel have been through your coverage, and I find it really immoral, the kind of gloating over the efficiency of our technological ability to destroy lives. And I feel very strongly that the whole invasion is an example of our naked aggression. So I feel that I feel disgusted and angered by our behavior as a nation.
And you're taking into account, when you use the phrase naked aggression, that Saddam Hussein moved in, invaded, conquered, and then raped Kuwait.
Mr. Rather, if we are concerned about human rights and we're concerned about naked aggression, we need to use a consistent standard. We supported Saddam Hussein right up until a couple of days before he invaded. This administration consistently not only supported him, but helped to arm him when he was destroying his very own people with chemical weapons, the Kurds. If we're concerned about human rights abuses, we should look at El Salvador, a government that we are supporting militarily, and the kinds of abuses that are going on in that country.
Dan Lloyd, you're a philosophy professor. First of all, what have you been hearing from your students, and why did you change your mind? It's my understanding that you supported moving against Iraq until about mid-November, and then you swung the other way.
Well, first of all, my students have been surprisingly sensitive to the issues of this war. 2 nights ago, there was a vigil at Trinity College on the main quad. There are several hundred students there and faculty, and I've seen them at peace rallies around the Hartford area. They all seem to be well informed, and I think they have a great deal of empathy with the young people who are largely fighting this war. Regarding the second question, I think that my opinions changed in mid-November because our strategies seemed to change right about then. In the early stages of the crisis, the community of nations pulled together in an extraordinary and unprecedented way to bring force to bear, but non-violent force to bear on Saddam Hussein. And in November, I guess our memories are short, but in November, experts trooped into the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and spoke about how sanctions seemed to be working. Nonetheless, we started escalating and bringing more troops to bear, and our posture shifted from defense to offense. It was at that point that it looked like we were beginning the slide towards war that has brought us to this moment tonight.
Well, we have only a few seconds left. Henry Brown, I see you wearing a Purple Heart on your cap there tonight, one that you earned in Vietnam. In the few seconds we have left, tell us what you're thinking at this moment.
I'm disturbed, but I'm not angry at the sense that I find it difficult understanding pacifists. It doesn't mean we have to be an aggressive force in this United States. But once again, I hate to be repetitious also.
Well, I'm sorry our time is up.
troops.
I'm so sorry. I appreciate all of you being with us. Our CBS News coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
You are watching CBS News continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
War in the Middle East now begins to consume one full day. Not yet that. We're now roughly 9 hours into the war, running up to a half a day of war, which has been concentrated with an air war with the targets inside Iraq and in Kuwait. We have only slivers of information. As the fog of this combat descends, it's very hard to make out just how great it is. It's clearly an air war on a very large scale. Ground combat, if there's been any, we're not aware of it. We are under censorship. We have mostly only official reports to go by so far. And the early official reports are very positive, very optimistic about the air wars conducted from the Allied side. Our coverage of the Persian Gulf War will be continuous on this CBS station. Here are the latest headlines. New air raids apparently are underway on Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq and Kuwait. This would be a kind of second massive wave. U.S. and Allied pilots report next to no resistance so far. The U.S. urges Iraq to leave Kuwait now to avoid further damage and devastation. Saddam Hussein says on Baghdad radio the fighting has only just begun. U.S. F-15s and other warplanes appear to be taking off round the clock from bases in Saudi Arabia for raids on Iraq and inside Kuwait. The naval-based air power in terms of manned aircraft not yet brought to full bear. Not very much of it apparently has been used, although Tomahawk missiles have been fired from ships such as the USS Wisconsin and the USS Missouri. One American pilot from a previous strike says bombs and missiles, quote, lit up Baghdad like a Christmas tree, unquote. That pilot says his squadron fired all 24 of its missiles. The BBC says at least 18,000 tons of explosives may have fallen on and near the Iraqi capital in the first wave of air raids. During the evening, President Bush talked from the Oval Office of the White House about the attack he ordered.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. This conflict started August 2nd when the dictator of Iraq invaded a small and helpless neighbor. Kuwait, a member of the Arab League and a member of the United Nations, was crushed. Its people brutalized. 5 months ago, Saddam Hussein started this cruel war against Kuwait. Tonight, the battle has been joined.
At the United Nations, U.S. Ambassador Pickering told the Security Council that Iraq should leave Kuwait immediately to avoid further attack and destruction. Outside the United Nations, there were some peace demonstrations, about 2,000 people estimated, and a bonfire that almost, but not quite, burned out of control here in New York. Protesters in Washington, D.C. Filled Lafayette Park across the street from the White House. Crowd estimate not given. We were told the maximum was perhaps 800 or 1,000 people there in Lafayette Square directly across from the White House. Connie Chung is with me here helping with our CBS News coverage, as is Walter Cronkite and Ed Bradley. Connie, you've been following Americans watching this unfolding drama in the Persian Gulf.
Dan, for one woman in Charleston, South Carolina, her emotions are deeply divided. She has a husband and a son in the Gulf. She supports them, but she does not support President Bush's war policy. As Aaron Moriarty reports, she has become an outcast in her own hometown.
The military formation, it in fact will not key in on specific identifiable targets.
You're top member. I am. You can make it through anything.
Like thousands of military wives throughout the country, Judy Davenport and her daughter are keeping a lonely vigil. Her son and husband are in the Navy.
My son is not over there. I spoke with him. He called today, but my husband is off the coast of Kuwait on a destroyer.
But Judy Davenport is not like most other military wives.
Peace! Now!
For the last 5 months, she has been protesting the government action that took her husband to the Gulf.
And I, like a mother lion, I guess, I'm going to do everything I can to protect him.
But here in Charleston, South Carolina, where the two largest employers happen to be the Navy and the Air Force, she is fighting the tide of local sentiment.
Well, she's a wimp. She's a crybaby. She's not supporting them at all. She's crying. They might get hurt.
That doesn't discourage Judy.
Everyone, I guess, doesn't have the courage to speak up when they see something wrong. But the love I have for that man and the love I have for this country will give me the courage to do anything.
As long as the battle in the Middle East continues, so will Judy's. But for now, the tissues pile up along with the hours as she waits for some word. Erin Moriarty, CBS News, Charleston, South Carolina.
A lot of tears tonight from many relatives who have their loved ones in the Persian Gulf. I think there are many students out demonstrating tonight, and one of them was at the University of Texas in Austin, Dan, and she said, I don't think this is going to do much good tonight, but she hopes so. She prays that it will, and I'm sure that many of these people feel that it's necessary to say something, to speak out. But for everyone that does, there are probably just as many at home supporting the effort.
We've tried to make the point through the evening and early morning, Connie, that however one feels about the policy, about the start of war, as an American, one can feel solidarity with the families and with the young men and women who are in harm's way in the Persian Gulf. The course of the war, thank you, Connie, the course of the war for the moment and for the foreseeable hours ahead seems to depend on the success or failure of air power, primarily American air power. British, Saudi, Kuwaiti pilots are also involved in the early going, but overwhelmingly, this is an American air armada, American manufactured planes. There are some British Tornadoes involved, but the course of the war depends now on how the air war goes, and here's why. Because the strategy is the use of overwhelming air power and complete air superiority, if it can be established, and the early indications are that perhaps it can be, that will reduce the amount of ground combat that will be necessary to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait. Now, Bob Schieffer has been following the early stages of the war, and he joins us now with some, Bob, do I understand, Iraqi details on how the war is going.
Dan, I thought you would be interested in this. We've talked about the reports coming out of the Pentagon tonight, our sources in Israel, our sources in Great Britain. We've had those reports. I thought you might be interested in knowing that Iraq has issued its first official military statement. This would be Iraq's equivalent statement to the briefing given by Defense Secretary Dick Cheney tonight. It is officially named Military Communique Number 1, and here is what it says. It says Iraq was attacked by America's cruel aggressors. Warplanes flew from 6 different directions. The Iraqi air defense confronted them with the brave Iraqis. The air raids managed to achieve little of their aims. The raids were aimed at heavily populated areas, at civilian areas. This, of course, is clearly just propaganda, but I thought we put this into the mix as kind of an illustration of the kind of information that the Iraqis are getting about this. This statement came at about the time that a second wave of attacks were being launched by U.S. planes during the daylight hours. At this point, we're simply waiting for reports on what those planes accomplished.
Thanks, Bob. Dateline Moscow. All forces in the south of the Soviet Union have been put in a state of what's called high military alert because of the Persian Gulf War. This word comes from the chief of the Soviet Army General Staff. The chief of the Soviet Army General Staff said, told the TASS news agency, and I quote, "We are watching closely the development of the situation in the Middle East," unquote. TASS said that President Mikhail Gorbachev is due to make a televised statement to the Soviet people on the fighting very shortly. We passed that along a few minutes ago. We do expect Gorbachev to speak to the Soviet people within this hour, and we will be bringing details of that to you as soon as they are available to us. Now, we have emphasized, as President Bush did in his address, that no ground combat, at least not yet. That is not to say that there will not be ground combat eventually. It depends on the success or failure of the air war in Saudi Arabia as skies began clearing after some rain. Bad weather was expected in the area over the weekend. Could have been one of the reasons that President Bush decided to attack when he did. With bad weather closing in for the weekend, his options were beginning to get narrowed down some. Another possible factor was the reports during the day that Saddam Hussein was moving some of his chemical warfare material closer to American forces in Saudi Arabia. But the scene in the northwestern section of Saudi Arabia, where U.S. ground forces are concentrated this morning, mile-long convoys are rumbling north past abandoned automobiles on the side of the road. The twin-rotor Chinook helicopters, so familiar for those who saw combat in Indochina, were swooping low. When you talk about the possibility of ground combat, so far it's been the air war. The possibility of ground combat, to give you a frame around which to think about the possibility of ground combat, more than 1 million soldiers are ready for battle around the Persian Gulf. Almost 700,000 in the U.S.-led Allied coalition. The French have forces there, the British have forces there, the Egyptians and the Syrians, as well as the Saudis. But overwhelmingly, these are U.S. forces, total of about 700,000. Well over 400,000 are Americans. And then more than 500,000 Iraqi troops in southern Iraq and Kuwait. Of course, there are other Iraqi ground forces inside Iraq itself. Should a major land war develop, It would be by far the largest land war since the Vietnam conflict. There would be those who would argue that it has the potential to become much larger as a ground war. But right now, the concentration on air attack. Walter Cronkite, we've been emphasizing as we go along here that in the early stages, it's awfully easy to get sucked in by official reports. One of the things, we've talked about no casualties reported on the Allied side at all. There must be large numbers of casualties in Iraq and Kuwait, given the number of air sorties and missile firings that have taken place.
The tonnage that was dropped, 18,000 tons they're talking about. I remember in World War II, the first 1,000-ton raid on Berlin, with the pictures coming back of a city in flames. It was a nighttime RAF raid. Dresden was destroyed with far fewer tonnage than this. 18,000 tons is an awful lot of explosive to be laid on not a particularly big area, a lot of area that is pretty much desert itself. It sounds like a tremendous effort. There must have been casualties, as you say, on the ground. I'm wondering why, then, we're so long delayed in getting even an interim communique from our own war room at the Pentagon. It would seem to me that the American people are owed some kind of an early report. We've had nothing but unofficial reports so far. There are all those people, all of those dependents of the soldiers, airmen out there in the desert who are begging for any word, official word. Why haven't we had it yet? It's been quite a long time now. There wouldn't be any harm in giving us some information at this point. One of the things that we can be pretty sure of is that the enemy, since these attacks have been on the enemy territory, know what has happened. If we lost some airplanes, they know we've lost airplanes. It can't be a military secret at this point.
Well, but it has been the pattern with both the invasion of Grenada, what was called the rescue attempt at Grenada, the operation in Panama, overwhelming with commanding force, very little information given in the early stages. Now, the only official briefing we had was immediately after President Bush's address. That was at 9:30 Eastern Time, was the one and only Defense Department briefing.
And that was scarcely a briefing on what has really happened. We didn't get any real detail from that.
There will be those, and not all of them in the military, who will argue that in the early stages it's difficult, even for the military, to pull together all of the reports and to get a clear picture of what's going on.
I kind of doubt that today. I mean, surely, detailed picture of damage, particular damage pictures have to be assessed, and they're rather hard to assess, as we know. But the general overall report of how our squadrons fared, the losses, for instance, were they light? Were they actually none? We know that. I mean, the only possibility is that we might have some aircraft that pilots have bailed out of, and we're trying to protect some pilots that were on the ground, and therefore we don't want to announce that we've lost aircraft that the Iraqis might not know about. I can understand that as a military possibility, but I should think we could get some kind of an indication from the Pentagon by this time. I just hope that the American people are not being ignored as they were in the case of the Grenada invasion as a matter of policy.
Walter Cronkite, among the important developments as of this hour as our coverage of war in the Persian Gulf continues are these. It's daytime now in Iraq, a second major wave of U.S.-led bombing raids underway. Whether they include missile attacks as did the first wave, the Tomahawk missiles, we simply don't know. No official word on any U.S. casualties so far. Things, according to the official military picture painted, seem to have gone very well for the U.S. early strikes in the early hours. Soviet military forces now on alert in the southern part of the Soviet Union. Mikhail Gorbachev expected to address his nation at any moment now. By all available reports, we don't have many, but all that are available, the conflict over the skies of Iraq and Kuwait has been entirely one-sided. Air forces led by the United States, but also including Great Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwaiti piloted aircraft apparently met little resistance in their first massive attacks. Why there was so little resistance is not yet clear. In London, it's reported that 18,000 tons of bombs were dropped in and around Baghdad alone in the first wave of air assaults. No sourcing of that estimate CBS News correspondent Alan Pizzi in Baghdad says there has not been much damage that he could see in civilian concentrated areas in and around downtown Baghdad. So far, the Iraqis have been unable to make good on their threat to strike back at Israel. In fact, there are no reports of any substantial Iraqi resistance at all thus far. Again, underscoring it's unknown what the reason for that is. A lot of speculation, but very little facts. Here at home, the peace movement seems to be picking up at least some speed, even as the war is just beginning. Thousands of persons demonstrated across the nation in demonstrations which were described both small and large, the largest being perhaps here in New York, where an estimated 2,000 people demonstrated tonight, and also in the San Francisco area, where a demonstration of what was described several thousand took place. Let's check in now again with Bob Simon in Saudi Arabia on what has been described as an overall and in general second wave of air attacks. Bob?
Dan, I think it must be pointed out here that the news is so overwhelmingly victorious at this point that it's entirely possible that it's all true, but I think we must add a few cautionary notes. The flow of information is so tightly controlled. Our access to what is going on is so tightly controlled. Journalists are so tightly put into Pentagon-formed pools, and their access to information and to the sites of what is going on is so limited. I think it is worth noting that the only report we have had so far of any damage to any American or Saudi installation, David Green, cameraman David Green's reports of Iraqi artillery hitting a Saudi oil installation, is from the one journalist who was not organized into a pool. David Green just happened to be up near the border in Kafji and witnessed that himself and reported to CBS News about that. A few other cautionary notes. It was always assumed by everyone here, by the command, that the Air Force was ready to go. That's another reason why they went so quickly. It was the weather. It perhaps also included these reports of gas being loaded. But the Air Force was ready. There was never any doubt about that. The most doubts have been expressed about the Army. The Army has not been put into play yet. Let us hope that the air war will be sufficiently successful that the Army will never have to be put into play. But this is where the real test will come. The Americans have wanted to test their gadgets here. They're the Hellfire missiles, the Apache helicopters, the M1A1 tanks, all these war machines that have never been tested in battle before. Even if they're successful, and the preliminary reports right now seem to be that at least the air gadgets are very successful, the Iraqi test is something entirely different. The Iraqi test is one of endurance. If they can endure these punches, if they can endure, and if Saddam can wait it out, can just stay there for the foreseeable future, we can win a war and yet not win the battle. Dan?
Bob, you spoke earlier of David Green, our combat cameraman who's covered so much war, and who, so far as we can make out, is the American journalist who is farthest up, closest to the Kuwaiti border. David Green now reports in Kafji, Saudi Arabia. That's where the Iraqis, with artillery from inside Kuwait, had hit the Saudi Arabian small oil refinery. David Green reports the shelling stopped there about 45 minutes ago. He could see the flames from that small Saudi Arabian refinery. All is quiet in Kafji now. You can see on the map. Now, to orient you, the Persian Gulf is off to the right. The major American forces are down south of this Kafji. This is very close to the Kuwaiti border, with the Marines on either side of the roadway close to the Persian Gulf. U.S. Army troops mostly off to the left of Kafji, and well below that, David Green reported that Saudi Arabian forces that had been around Kafji, as soon as the shelling started, said David Green, the Saudis saddled up and left. He knows not where they went. He raised the possibility that perhaps they were, quote, redeploying. We simply don't know. He also reported that there were a few scattered American military people north of where he was and west of that, which is practically on the Kuwaiti border, but David Green said he thought that they were communications forward observers. Now, Tehran radio in Iran reports that, and I'm quoting now, Iran will not open its airspace to any of the parties of the conflict. That conceivably could be bad news for the Iraqis. Hard to make it out, as it sometimes is, as to what the Iranians' intent is in this particular situation. The Iranians quote Saddam's radio speech as saying that the Iraqis, quote, will strike at the infidel and their allies. The confrontation has started with Bush, the devil. This is the Iranians quoting Saddam Hussein's speech, and that the Iraqis will win over the invaders. quoting Saddam Hussein still more, the thrones of the traitors will collapse and the will of the White House will be defeated, unquote Saddam Hussein. The Iranians also report that the Palestine Liberation Organization is appealing to the Arab, Islamic, and all nations of the world to bear their responsibilities to, quote, confront the aggression of the Arab nation. You say, well, they ask Arabs and Islamic nations, keeping in mind that while the overwhelming majority of Arabs are of the Islamic religion, that many others, the Iranians, for example, are not Arab, but they are Islamic, and Islam spreads on as far to the east as Indonesia, and many people of the Islamic religion in the Orient, so that would explain why the PLO is calling on the Islamic nations everywhere to be part of this. Barry Peterson is in our London Listening Post. Barry, we have only about 35 seconds, but what are you hearing there?
Well, we're getting some of the first blush reaction on the economic front, Dan. The dollar is dropping, gold prices dropping. In essence, traders reacting to this upheaval in the world, not reacting very favorably to the American currency, although they do say that perhaps if the war turns out to be a successful American victory, the dollar might rally. But as I say, the first blush reaction on the currency markets, not a good one.
And we've had earlier reports in Tokyo of considerable stock activity. Our CBS News economic experts say it may be a while before we see the full shakeout. Much depends on how long the war lasts, of course. CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues. Last report from downtown Baghdad, additional Iraqi anti-aircraft fire is said to have started up after it was silent for a while. Apparently the second wave of what is designed to be unrelenting air assault on Iraq and on Iraqi forces in Kuwait is underway. Joining us now is Doug Reed, former Special Assistant for Public Liaison at the White House. Doug, thank you for being with us. You've been involved in the development of public opinion strategy for the White House during the invasion of Panama. How will the White House maintain and solicit support for what President Bush now calls Desert Storm?
The White House strategy will be very simple. It will be endlessly complex to implement, but the strategy first will be get the president's message out. If we're going to take criticism, if we're going to take hits, let's take the hits and criticism for what the president does and what he says, and not for some distorted version of that. So there will be a great effort to get the president's message out. And secondly, quite simply, identify all the players, all the institutions, all the individuals that have sprung up like grass after a volcano with their various interests. Find those who support the president and lend the credibility of the White House and the credibility of the president to them. Now, beyond that, I might add, beyond any communications or liaison strategy in the White House, the president, as you know, is a man who's very inclusive by nature. And he has said he will not let this be another Vietnam, and I'm sure that applies domestically as well as militarily in the field. He'll make every effort to reach out to everybody, even to critics, and do everything he can to hold this country together. His ego's in check, and he can listen to people with a different opinion, even when his own mind is resolved. He'll reach out to everybody.
You know the president very well. You helped write his 1988 autobiography. Were you surprised at what he did today and how he did it?
I was not surprised. I'll put it to you this way. The president constantly surprises people, so I was not surprised to be surprised. One would think the likely thing would be for him to delay a few more days, to let a few senators, a few politicians here in the country take the lead, to get out front, to say, quit pussyfooting around, let's go, so that the president is back in the pack a little bit further. He did achieve, I believe, surprise against the Iraqis for that very reason. I don't think it was expected in spite of everything that he said.
I'm a little reluctant to use this because of the source, but Adolf Hitler was one of the originators of the theory that, as Hitler once put it, those who control the images control the race. That's a direct quote. And ever since that time, political leaders, national leaders have been trying some version of that. Is that what, frankly, is unfolding tonight in the early stages of this war?
No, I think a president would be irresponsible if he didn't communicate to his people and communicate his version of events to his people. He has to do that. I mean, this is not propaganda. The president, when he spoke tonight, the themes that he enunciated, there was a moral underpinning. The president's talking points, if you will, which you'll be hearing a lot in the next few weeks, few months, have a moral thread woven throughout them. It'd be irresponsible for him not to mention them. He spoke of 5 things that I saw in the speech tonight that I believe you're going to see repeated continually.
And what were those things?
One piece that we did try, that Saddam Hussein knew about the 15th. He knew about the 15th. We did go to Geneva. We were trying peace. 2, we aren't the only country in the world who came to this conclusion, that this was necessary, that this was the morally responsible thing to do. Indeed, they all came to this conclusion virtually, and that's the United Nations resolution which he emphasized. And the third thing, don't think for a minute that this is political. That's the message behind calling attention in his speech to the bipartisan, or to the consent of the Congress, which involved Democrats as well as Republicans.
Mr. Weed, excuse me for just one moment for interrupting. We have fresh Pentagon pool pictures, Saudi Arabia, 35th Tactical Wing, United States Air Force, returning from strikes inside Iraq and or Kuwait. These pool pictures just made available as part of the U.S. military. These pictures have been subjected to censorship, but these are aircraft arriving back in the Saudi Arabia after strikes deep into Iraqi territory. Mr. Weed, we don't have long left here for this segment as we watch these pictures of American airborne warriors returning from their early strikes. But what about conservatives? Much of the criticism about President Bush going to war, or threatening to go to war, has come from the conservative wing of the Republican Party. Have you been surprised by that?
I haven't been surprised because we're not fighting atheistic communism. So that's a spin that is likely to happen. This is a little more complex, a little bit different. Everyone compares it to Vietnam. It's not the same thing. But I think you'll find, and the polls will show, that within this week, the conservatives in this country are going to unite behind the president. The moral appeal, motivation to the president, or rationalization to take him to war, was what happened in Kuwait. The president is moved by personal experience more than he is by casualty reports. He was in Panama, and when the rape of Kuwait, the atrocities, when that intelligence came to the president, I think that was the trigger more than anything else. People say, how can he go to war? I think he went to sleep at night saying, how can we do nothing? In a post-communist world, there's not the threat of nuclear war from this. How can the United States sit back and let this happen? We have no excuse this time. I think that was the motivator. I think that will rally the conservatives at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Weed. I think you'll agree as we go along that we're still in the early stages of the war. Difficult to tell what the ramifications will be. No one kids himself. The ramifications will be far-reaching for the presidency of George Bush, for the future of the United States in its world leadership role, for our own economy and for the world economy. We'll be trying to address all of those subjects as our continuing coverage of the war in the Middle East goes on this CBS station. We'll continue our coverage in just a moment of war in the Middle East.
Watching CBS News continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
The United States and its allies have gone to war against Iraq. They have, in effect, a siege of Iraq and the Iraqi forces in Kuwait underway. The first edge of the wedge of the siege, a tremendous air attack. Here are the latest headlines in our continuous CBS News coverage. A second wave of air raids on Baghdad is now confirmed. The Soviet military, southern part of the Soviet Union, gone on the alert. A divided Congress unites behind the president. Congressmen and senators now saying the time for debate is not now. The time now is to give support to the U.S. military operation. The latest daytime raids follow the first wave of nighttime raids launched last evening under cover of darkness The new moon has not yet appeared over the Persian Gulf area, and the fact that it was the last of the dark nights for a while, one of the factors, no doubt, inducing President Bush to go ahead and make the strike he had planned. Another was bad weather was forming for possibly over the weekend. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev is expected to address his country on the conflict in the Persian Gulf shortly. We're monitoring Soviet television and radio. We'll bring you details as soon as they're available. Meantime, military installations in the southern part of the Soviet Union have been put on military alert. A reminder that at the height of the Cold War, even a few short years ago, the whole context of war in the Persian Gulf would have been different. The threat of war in the Persian Gulf would have been different, with the Soviet military a threat to intervene on the side of its allies, the Iraqis, but those days long gone. Just a reminder of how far we have come, how many developments have tumbled one behind the other in the few short years going into the 1990s, and that we are in the first major crisis of the post-Cold War era. President Bush told the nation and the world that all precautions would be taken to hit only military targets. But Iraqi radio, monitored on the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean, Iraqi radio says that residential areas of Baghdad have been hit. Our correspondent in Baghdad, Alan Pizzi, said in a short drive around the center of Baghdad he saw no civilian targets hit, but he emphasized he hadn't been able to get out very much. According to U.S. military officials, official reports, Iraqi resistance to the onslaught has been, quote, insignificant. In this country, a Congress that was so divided and debated so much over whether to go to war in the Gulf, whether to give President Bush the resolution he wanted, it finally did so. The Congress is now united behind the president and the decision to attack.
I think all of us are deeply concerned that this war now be as short as possible, that, as the president indicated, it be with the minimum loss of life and is decisive in its result.
Well, this is obviously a very fateful decision that President Bush has taken, and it's one which I believe could end for years, maybe for generations, the brutalization of some by others simply because they have more power.
While Congress falls in behind the president and his policy, there is still much dissent among the American people. How much is difficult to judge, but there have been significant demonstrations at the United Nations headquarters in New York. At least a couple of thousand people turned out. There have been demonstrations across the street from the White House in Lafayette Park and in San Francisco, as well as in some other U.S. cities. We've been saying along the night that if we're going to err, we want to err on the side of caution. We're trying very hard to be a dependable, reliable source of information for you. We said that many hours ago that there had been unconfirmed reports that Saddam Hussein's presidential palace along the Tigris River in downtown Baghdad possibly had been hit. More reports come in indicating that at least part of the presidential palace may very well have been hit. We now feel fairly confident in saying that the international airport at Baghdad, as one might expect, was one of the early targets. Also hit in the early going oil refineries inside Iraq. So far as we've been able to determine, we have one eyewitness report. CBS News cameraman David Green says the Iraqis, with their artillery from inside Kuwait, hit at least one Saudi Arabian oil refinery near Khafji. That's just a few miles inside Saudi Arabia across the border from Kuwait near the Persian Gulf. Now, Radio Cairo's stringer Jeff Phillips has told CBS News that a military spokesman in Egypt had the following to say, and I quote, "Reports reaching Egypt suggest that the backbone of the Iraqi Air Force and anti-aircraft missile systems, the backbone has been broken." This is according to the Egyptians. The Egyptian spokesman described the military situation, quote, as very positive, unquote. "We hope," he said, "that the effect of the air attacks would have a sufficiently demoralizing effect upon Iraqi land forces as to reduce significantly their operating capacity." Now, this dovetails with information from other sources that the course of the war depends on how successful the early air attacks can be. Those air attacks, unrelenting, are designed to reduce as much as possible the necessity of ground combat. Now, the Egyptian spokesman, as passed along to us by our stringer on scene, Jeff Phillips, is said to have estimated that a land attack against Iraqi troops inside Kuwait would certainly be necessary, that was his phrase, but that such a land attack may not be launched for at least another week. Now, that's the view of an Egyptian military spokesman. As I read that, I was recalling a day not too long ago at the ancient Egyptian city of Alexandria on the Mediterranean, interviewing Egyptian President Mubarak, and when the on-camera interview was over, President Mubarak, who believes he knows the Iraqi military capacity quite well, said to me, he said, you know, you Americans may be surprised how quickly you can get in there and get out. Now, we are a far cry from having done that, but that direct quote from President Mubarak is rolling around in my head and ringing my ears tonight. Mubarak and the Egyptians had helped Saddam Hussein and the Iraqis in the critical stage of their war with Iran. Mostly Egyptian artillery and artillerymen helped repel the Iranians from the key area of Basra. Connie Chung, along with Ed Bradley, Walter Cronkite, and others, has been here at our CBS News headquarters helping as the evening goes along. Connie, your special area of responsibility is to look what's happening north, south, east, and west with the American public.
Domestically, Dan, we've been talking to relatives who are waiting, hoping that their military personnel, their relatives are safe in the Gulf. Oceanside, California is home for thousands of relatives of Marines, and their husbands train at the nearby Camp Pendleton. Our David Dow is there. He's been there with them this evening as they endure this difficult evening. David, tell me, how have they been reacting to reports of the military success?
Well, Connie, the air attacks against Iraq launched a new countdown in this community, which is, as you noted, is the home of some 30,000 Camp Pendleton Marines deployed in the Persian Gulf area. Now, most are ground forces, and for them, the question is how many more days before the air attacks give way to a ground invasion that might well involve Camp Pendleton Marines for yet one more time. When President Bush addressed the nation via television shortly after the air attacks began, you could hear a pin drop in a crowded local restaurant where the television was on. The television was on, too, in hundreds of homes of Pendleton Marines. This woman, the fiancée of a Marine in Saudi Arabia, expressed the hope of most, that the conflict would be successful and quick.
I pray for them. I pray for President Bush and hope that God will give him the wisdom that he needs to do it, and God bless him for being able to make the decisions, because I know there's a lot of other people that wouldn't be able to. And I hope they come home quickly, get the job done. I hope that they're safe.
What are your thoughts for your fiancé right now?
To do his job to the best of his ability. He is heart and soul Marine Corps, and he wouldn't be anywhere else. And just if he can do what he's trained to do, then he'll be okay.
The attack on Iraq prompted special editions of one local newspaper. Another will send newsboys into the streets of Oceanside in a few hours to scream the headlines. In the local business district, reaction to the attack has been largely one of support mixed with concern.
It seems that they are sad. A lot of them, it appears, have relatives over and they're fighting the war, and they don't know exactly what to expect. So you see a lot of people with jitteries.
I was kind of anxious for the guys over there, you know. I know some people over there, and kind of worried about them. My own opinion, so I think it's about time the United States starts sticking up for themselves, because I know I was in Vietnam, and it was really a political war over there. And like I said, I agree with them going in the way they did now and getting it over and done with instead of dragging it out.
One big source of relief here that so far there have been no reports of counterattacks involving chemical weapons among the wives and others who wait for servicemen in the Persian Gulf. That has been among the very deepest concerns. Connie?
David, when was the last time these relatives heard from their loved ones?
Well, in some cases, as recently as yesterday via telephone. Many, I talked to one tonight who hadn't heard from her loved one, in this case a fiancé, for 10 days, not since he left Camp Pendleton for the Persian Gulf for a conflict that he thought was inevitable.
And no doubt they won't be able to have any telephone contact for some time.
At the moment, it's all in the realm of uncertainty. They hope that sometime in the coming hours to hear from their men and women over there, but given the circumstances right now, that's all sort of on the back burner.
All right. Thank you, David Dow in Oceanside, California. Dan, there's an incredible sturdiness about these people. They keep a stiff upper lip, these relatives. We've seen a lot of tears tonight, certainly, but I'm amazed each time we see yet another interview with a relative of someone who is in the Gulf, who seems to just hold up under the pressure.
And again, emphasizing how important it is for all of us to express solidarity with them, however one may feel about the political decision. Solidarity with the troops in the field is in the American tradition. Thanks, Connie. Quote from an Iraqi spokesman in Dhahran, quote, "Our planes went in, the bombs went down. There's been no reaction from the Iraqi side." We're going to go now to CBS News correspondent Bob Schieffer, who is with David Aaron, who is the former National Security Council staffer. Bob?
David Aaron was in the White House when Jimmy Carter was president. Mr. Aaron, we have not heard very much about any kind of an Iraqi reaction to all of this that has happened. In fact, the only thing we really know about is this artillery shelling of an oil processing plant or refinery or whatever it was. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's important to be cautious till we get the bomb damage assessments. But it is possible that we really flattened them. I don't think we can exclude the fact that we not only destroyed a lot of forces, their communications, but also totally disorganized their ability to respond. On the other hand, they also may have just be hunkering down. It's possible they're not good at fighting at night with their aircraft, that they kept them inside their concrete bunkers, and that they will then come out and try some kind of an attack which will make a political point. And my judgment is that if they try to do that, the likely targets will be either the oil fields that run down here along the Persian Gulf or out in the Gulf, or, and I think this would be a prime target, one of the aircraft carriers that we have in the Gulf itself, either the Midway or the Roosevelt.
So in other words, while they would recognize that they could not defeat this enormous force that has been arrayed against them, they might do what people would call a publicity stunt of some sort.
That's right. I mean, you have to remember the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, for example, was an enormous military defeat for the Viet Cong, but it made the political point that they could inflict very heavy damage on the United States and on the South Vietnamese forces. I think similarly, I would imagine that Saddam Hussein is trying to husband whatever force he can to try to carry the fight to us in some dramatic political way. That may be one reason why the Naval Air Force, the airplanes on our carriers, have held back. They may, a lot of them, the F-18s, for example, are air defense as well as attack aircraft, and they may be held back to make sure that the Iraqi Air Force is, in fact, as beaten as it appears.
Now, you have been on the inside as number two to Stig Brzezinski when he was a national security advisor to the president. You worked on the National Security Council in the White House. If you were there now, and with what information that we have, if you had that information, what would you be reporting to the president? How would you tell him that things seem to be going at this point?
I'd probably be tuned into CBS. It's remarkable how the news that comes into the Situation Room is really dominated by the kind of public news that we have here. They will be getting a report probably from the General Schwarzkopf, and they will have satellite photographs that are probably beginning to flow in because of daylight. And so there will be some new reports to give to the president, but it's remarkable how detached you really feel in the Situation Room, how far away these events seem, and how little sense of control that you have over them from the very top of the U.S. government.
From what you know now, if you were advising the president, what would you be able to tell him about how the war is going?
I think that I would be able to tell the president that the United States has achieved two very important political objectives with this military assault. The first one is that it appears that we're now going to be able to make sure that Israel stays out of the war. The missile batteries seem to have been, the Iraqi missile batteries seem to have been destroyed, which was the greatest threat of drawing Israel into the war. And by keeping Israel out, that's a major objective we've achieved. The second is that we've had no major disasters. And we've never started a war without a major disaster, whether it be the Second World War or the Korean War. We've always had some really enormously difficult problem. That hasn't happened here. We're off to a very good start. That will help hold the coalition together, and of course it will give a lot of boost to the morale of the troops that are fighting out there.
David Aaron. Dan?
Bob, Dateline Nicosia, Cyprus, where part of our CBS News Worldwide coverage, we're monitoring events. Iraq now says that Allied planes attacked, quote, residential areas in Baghdad, as well as a number of air bases, and that the bombing runs are continuing. And while we have David Aaron, who's filtered through a lot of reports in his time, what are we to make of this report? Clearly, the Iraqis will engage in propaganda, as we will, as we can, but what are we to make of this likelihood? The Iraqis say flatly that residential areas in Baghdad have been hit.
Well, my guess is that there are military installations around Baghdad, and the city flows out into those regions. And my guess would be if there's any truth to these stories at all, they would be that in addition to the military targets that were hit there was some collateral damage in the residential areas around the air bases.
Thank you, David Aaron. Our coverage of the Persian Gulf War continues. These are among the headlines of the hour. U.S. military officials say that the air war against Iraq could last for 3 or 4 weeks before ground forces swing into action, although President Bush may order brief pauses in the bombing to give Saddam an opportunity to sue for peace. Second wave of air raids on Baghdad underway. The daylight wave, the night wave was earlier. 150 Saudi jets are said to have been involved. These are mostly United States manufactured jets. Saddam Hussein reportedly has been spotted at a Baghdad television center. That report is unconfirmed, but he's believed to have been spotted there. The Soviet military on alert in the southern part of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev preparing a television address to the Soviet people. So far, the U.S.-led forces have met little resistance. Iraq has apparently not fired a single one of its Scud missiles. Let us revise that to say that if they fired any of the Scud missiles, it has not been confirmed. There were earlier reports originating with the BBC that some Scud missiles actually had been fired. There was another report out of Bahrain, quoting an unidentified Bahrainian government sources saying that some Scud missiles had been fired, but that they had not come anywhere near their targets. The threat to attack Israel has not been fulfilled. These Pentagon pool photographs just in show F-4, so-called wild weasels, from the 35th Tactical Fighter Wing, reportedly the first jets to go in after Iraqi surface-to-air missiles had been suppressed. Now, these F-4s, we've talked a lot about F-15s, which are the primary fighter bomber involved, but these F-4s are designed, particularly among other things, to help knock out missile sites. These are military-censored photographs. The F-4G Wild Weasel is an especially sophisticated electronic warfare fighter. It can, among other things, jam enemy radar. It has air-to-surface infrared and guided missiles, the so-called smart bombs, that have apparently been key in suppressing the Scud missile sites, particularly those that were closest to Israel and that had been believed proposed the greatest threat to Israel. There are a growing number of reports indicating that Iraq's Air Force and anti-aircraft missile systems have been, at the very minimum, heavily damaged, possibly even destroyed. Again, a cautionary note, while the optimistic and positive reports coming out thus far need to be noted and reported, that they do come primarily from U.S. and allied sources. Not surprisingly, the price of crude oil is rising rapidly on world markets. Yet, however, in Tokyo, the stock average closed up nearly 5% in Thursday trading. I want to note that the price of crude oil, which bounced up above $40 and closed behind those scores with cash. Now, this is a tactical wing fighter talking about his experiences.
All 12 of mine came back, and to my knowledge, everybody got back.
When did you actually come back?
I'm sorry?
How long ago did you come back? He's got a head in.
This is pool coverage, military censored material. He's from Saudi Arabia. The pilot's just back, and the essence of what that pilot was saying, let's see if we can pick up a little more of it now. The essence of what it was saying was we went in and we did what we were supposed to do. We hit our targets and we got back. We were saying a moment ago, as we look at these new Pentagon pool pictures, these come in and we feed them to you raw as we get them, that the price of crude oil shot up in closed-door cash trading in the early stages of the war to above $40, but the last report was down somewhat below $35 a barrel. That situation may bounce back and forth depending on how long the war lasts and how it proceeds. Now, we mentioned earlier that unidentified U.S. government spokesmen in Washington are saying that the air war could, mark that word, continue for a week or more before there's any ground combat. These same spokesmen raised the possibility that President Bush might want to pause as time went along to give Saddam Hussein a chance to respond positively in some diplomatic way. But Washington is filled with all kinds of reports that underscore one point. Now that President Bush has gone to war, he is determined to make it unrelenting until the Iraqis get out of Kuwait. Mark Phillips is at the Pentagon, where analysts are going over pictures to see just how much damage has been done so far. Mark?
Well, Dan, we do seem to be in something of an official information hiatus here, at least for the period through the night here, although, of course, as you've been saying and as we've been hearing, it's daytime and the battle apparently is continuing in the Gulf. The Pentagon has announced here that they don't anticipate any kind of major announcement until about 7 or so o'clock in the morning, our time, when we expect to hear again from Secretary Cheney and perhaps Colin Powell, the Joint Chiefs Chairman as well. In the meantime, though, we seem to be in, even though the attack apparently is continuing, into something of an intelligence collating period here, where, as you mentioned a moment ago, satellite photographs of the area will be closely examined. The plane cameras, many of these attack aircraft carry photographic equipment on board, which films during the course of these bombing runs, and they'll be able to see from those pictures, which they're presumably examining now, just how effective at least that first wave was, Dan.
Mark Phillips at the Pentagon. The first phase of the air war targets included Iraqi air defenses, command and control centers, and the Iraqi Scud missile sites. It is unclear just how much damage has been inflicted on those Scud missile sites. The early indication is the damage has been plenty. CBS News coverage of war in the Middle East continues. As the second general large wave of the Air Armada strikes Iraqi forces inside Iraq and Kuwait, all across America tonight, in towns and cities, large and small, it's a time for waiting, time for worrying. In towns like Norfolk, Virginia, military towns, things are particularly difficult and tense. CBS News correspondent Richard Schlesinger visited Norfolk just hours after the war broke out.
Hi, Daddy. Tell him that I love him and I miss him, and Teresa and I are waiting home for him.
Please be safe, and I'm proud of all of you out there.
Hey, and I love you, and keep your chin up.
And we're praying for him.
Norfolk, Virginia, home of the Navy's Atlantic Fleet.
I love you. Be very, very careful, and I can't wait for you to come home real soon.
Since Desert Shield began, more than 31,000 military men and women have shipped out of here.
You scared?
Yes. I'm very scared. I pray for peace.
It's a radio request line.
Be careful, and we're all praying for you. That's all.
All right, thanks a lot. You take care now. Bye-bye.
Disc jockey Eric Stevens will send this tape to the Gunston Hall, a Norfolk-based ship on duty in the Gulf.
Hi, Daddy. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm writing you a letter. I love you and miss you. Come home soon.
Mel, did we get any mail from Dad?
Yeah, I got your letter.
Oh, good.
Cindy Ady's husband, Gene, is on the battleship Wisconsin. She hasn't spoken to him since Thanksgiving.
He said the first time I called, Mel was at homecoming. The second time I called, Jamie was at a basketball game. And the third time, you were getting the car fixed. And now the fourth time, nobody was home.
What do you think? How do you think he is?
I know he doesn't want to be there, and I know he's scared. And I'm afraid he's scared that we're not doing okay.
Is today, do you feel different today than you have leading up to today?
Yes. You know, I can't relax, I can't sleep. It's just, it bothers me.
Today in the Gulf, Cindy Ady's husband, Gene, practices for war. While she worries about war at home, reading his letters.
Sometimes things get a little scary, things that you hear and stuff. I guess that is why I stay on the ship as much as I do, Hopefully this will be over soon. Love, Jean.
Did the possibility of war ever enter your mind?
No. Isn't that terrible to be that naive?
The entire 80 family is learning about war. For 12-year-old Jamie, the battleground was at school.
He just started joking around, so I just hit him.
What was he joking about?
He was saying our dad's gonna die, so I just punched him.
He said your dad's gonna die?
Mm-hmm. I just punched him.
When Jamie's father heard about the fight, he wrote back.
And he told him, I want you to go on top of my bureau and get my gold initial ring. And whenever you get sad or you get scared or you're worried about me, to just wear the ring and I'll be with you at all times.
Cindy 80 has come to a special vigil.
I don't want to be alone because I'm scared. There'll be unity there. I'll be with my children. I'll be with my friends.
The service is for members of this congregation who are part of Desert Shield.
Stanley Crawford, Jim Dennis.
Each one,
Barbara
including
Parker.
Jean 80, is remembered by name.
William Henderson, Jean Eady, Jeffrey Bush. Boy, you go to church and you sit there and it's quiet and you think and think. And then I start crying. Church is the one time that we're always together. So it's hard for me to go to church to begin with because the minute you sit there and you look down the bench, hey, somebody's missing.
Dave, I love you. I want you to come home soon. Happy anniversary. Just on that, I baked him another batch of cookies, and they should be on their way soon.
The kids are growing. Kelly's walking. She has 3 teeth.
Hi, Daddy. I love you. I miss you.
Difficult Hours, as seen and heard in Norfolk, Virginia, with CBS News correspondent Richard Schlesinger. Here at CBS News headquarters in New York is our live, continuous coverage of war in the Persian Gulf goes on. Joining me now, the stars, major anchors of CBS This Morning, Paula Zahn and Harry Smith. Good to have you, and in a few moments I'll be handing off to you. As you've watched and listened to these incredible events, the early hours of a new war, what stands out in your mind the most, Paula?
I guess what strikes me is the amount of surprise there seemed to have been in Iraq that these strikes came as frequently as they did and as hard as they did. And I guess what we'll be exploring all morning long is how it is that we either overestimated or underestimated the strength of their army and air force.
Harry?
The other thing that I'm struck by, Dan, is as I was home last night watching the evening news, I think that we have some late-breaking word from London right now. Let's break away and check in with Tom. Go ahead. This is
the new British Prime Minister is making a statement. Let's see if we can pick it up.
We don't have the audio on that, Dan. We'll try and get back to that in a second. The only point that I was trying to make, as I was at home watching the evening news, watching you last night with millions of other people, and through the evening, as we had guests in our home, there's a sort of a real sense of disbelief that all of this was happening for a lot of people. As much as there was an incredible preamble for months and months and months and talk of war and rumors of war, and we watched the buildup as it actually unfolded, I think, for a lot of folks, there was a real sense of being stunned and almost a sense of disbelief that it actually had transpired.
After 5.5 months of waiting, the thunder in the sky began. CBS News coverage of war in the Gulf continues.
Watching CBS News continuing coverage of Showdown in the Gulf. From CBS News headquarters in New York, here is Dan Rather.
And right at our CBS News war coverage headquarters in New York, it's my role now to hand off for the coverage over the next several hours to those who will be at the center of it, Paula Zahn and Harry Smith. Paula and Harry, as we start this hour, the war has been underway for roughly about 10 hours, confined primarily to the air war, no ground combat reported yet. I'll see you as we go along.
All right, Dan, we'll see you back here in a couple of hours. We want to first take care of some of the headlines that, let's go back to London right now and hear the British Prime Minister.
The possibility of us needing to use force at the end of the deadline over a considerable period of time. The final decision that we would use force if Iraq did not remove themselves from Kuwait was taken very shortly after the conclusion of the House of Commons debate on Tuesday.
Prime Minister, do you honestly believe that you've used force as a last resort and that there was no other way of getting Saddam Hussein out?
Yes, that has been our position for a long time. Of course, the United Nations resolution was set some time ago with a particular deadline so that there was no doubt that in international law there was a proper authority to use force after the expiry of the deadline on the 15th. I don't think Saddam Hussein could have been in any doubt at all from what has been said over recent weeks that at the expiry of that there was authority to use force and that we would find it necessary to do so to expel him from Kuwait. I am myself satisfied that that was necessary, and I hope this will be a speedy and successful operation.
Prime Minister, is there any assessment at this stage of how long military action might have to continue?
No, there can be no assessment of that at this stage. We have some preliminary assessments of the damage that has been done, but we will need a considerable degree of extra information before we can be precisely clear about that. Thus far, the assessments are that a considerable amount of damage has been done, but they are very preliminary assessments, and we will have a good deal more information later.
Let's hear about the attack, John.
I, of course, have known about the timing of the attack, as I said a few moments ago, from the consultations I had with President Bush at the conclusion of the House of Commons debate on Tuesday. I therefore was aware of the time the attack would take place.
How have you spent the night, and what are your feelings now that war has started?
No one wanted this conflict. No one can be pleased about the fact that this conflict has been necessary, and I regret that as much as anyone. I have been up throughout the night. We have had an open line to the White House, and there has been very considerable consultation throughout the night. I hope now that it is clear to Iraq that the scale of the Allied operation is such that they cannot win. I hope that Saddam Hussein will now make a very swift decision that he must do what he has been invited to do by the world community for a long time, that he should get out of Kuwait and enable this matter to end swiftly and decisively. I hope that he will do that.
Prime Minister, could the war be over in a matter of days?
No, I can't forecast that. We will prosecute this war until it comes to a successful conclusion. There is no doubt at all what the world community wants. It wants Saddam Hussein to leave Kuwait and Kuwait to return to its rightful government. When that matter is concluded, the war will end. But there should be no doubt about our determination to prosecute it to that end. International will is very strong. International law is quite clear, and it has been made absolutely clear by the Allies over recent weeks that that is our determination and our intention. It remains so. I will now leave you, if I may, but I will report to the House of Commons this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
The British Prime Minister, John Major, and that's coming to you live from Great Britain this morning from number 10 Downing Street. Here are the top headlines in our continuous coverage. The air war against Iraq is said to be going well. Iraqi air resistance may have been broken, its missile batteries knocked out. There are still no casualty reports from U.S. officials. The Soviet military is on high alert in the southern Soviet Union. A source in Egypt says this morning that the first two waves of air attacks on Baghdad and other targets has broken the back of Iraqi air resistance. But, he said, a ground attack on Kuwait will be necessary, but won't come for at least a week. The first American planes to strike Iraq were F-4 Wild Weasels, which targeted surface-to-air missile sites. They followed an early strike by American Tomahawk cruise missiles. President Bush told the nation shortly after the attack began at 7 Eastern Time that things were going well.
The 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
The president also said care was being taken to avoid civilian targets, but Iraqi radio reports monitored in Cyprus say residential areas have been hit in Baghdad. They give no details as to casualties, and American officials are saying nothing about any casualties among U.S. personnel. The British say all of their planes returned safely after the first raid on Iraq, a raid that they say saw 18,000 tons of explosives fall on Iraq and other military targets. In this country, the voices of dissent continue to be heard. Just across the street from the White House in Lafayette Park, about 1,000 demonstrators called for peace. That's the latest news for right now. Paul?
And we just heard moments ago from the new Prime Minister of Great Britain. We're going to go back to London right now where Barry Peterson is standing by with more. Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Paula. Well, there were a couple of things the Prime Minister said. One of them, I think, of quite importance. He said he was asked a question, would he consider a pause in this attack? And he said no. It's an ongoing operation. He says if Saddam Hussein wants to withdraw, that's a separate matter. But, said the British Prime Minister, he's not willing to risk the lives of British soldiers by pausing to allow Saddam Hussein to regroup. So it calls into question the whole theory that some people have promoted, that perhaps the idea here is to punch Saddam Hussein and then back away and give him a chance to sue for peace or whatever. What Major is saying is no, the punches will keep coming. He also gave us some insight into how the attack went. He wouldn't be specific, but he said it inflicted what he called a considerable amount of damage. And he stressed that the Americans and that the British are in close cooperation, an open line, he said, between the White House and Great Britain. Now, as you can see behind me, it's really just morning in Great Britain. People are really just waking up at this point, having breakfast, turning on the TV, and discovering that this country, just like the United States, is now at war in the Persian Gulf. Paula?
Barry, do we have any better sense right now at this time of the morning just how many British aircraft were involved?
It's unclear at this point, but the aircraft involved, the British Tornado, is a lead advanced strike aircraft. And the reason is because it carries a very particular kind of bomb, a bomb that can destroy runways. The bomb was frankly invented to be used in Eastern Europe. The idea was to destroy runways that would have been used by the Soviets. What it does is it targets the area, it blows craters into it, it also implants mines so that if you go back to try to repair the runway, there are more explosions. So the British experts that we talked to tonight think that their Tornado bombers were probably among some of the very first lead airplanes to get in, get to those Iraqi airfields, and inflict a lot of damage, therefore keeping the Iraqi airplanes from getting up into the air.
All right, thank you, Barry. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning.
We want to go back to the White House right now and check in with Linda Tyra. Linda, what's the latest in Washington?
Good morning, Harry. Here at the White House, it is amazingly quiet after what had been the most extraordinary day so far of the Bush presidency. The president returned to the private quarters of the White House around 9:30 last night after delivering that speech from the Oval Office. There at the family quarters, he joined an old family friend and a house guest for the evening, the Reverend Billy Graham. For tomorrow, officially, the president has a very light schedule, but we know unofficially that in the background he will be having a lot of briefings, including an intelligence briefing around 8 o'clock in the morning. He will also be meeting with his national security staff and his top advisors, including Secretary of State James Baker. We are also hearing that perhaps Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney will also be here at the White House. The president is known as an early riser. He'll probably wake up around 5:30 on a normal day. Whether he'll be up before then is something we don't know yet. But the president will be probably back in his office at work before many Americans are even awake. Harry?
Linda Tyra at the White House, thank you very much. We want to take a look at some pool tape right now that is coming in from the Pentagon. We got some tape of some of the aircraft that and pilots that are returning this morning from their sorties into Iraq. And as
indicated all night long, as best we know, that the missions that have been flown thus far have been very successful. We should reiterate at this hour that we have no report from the Pentagon of U.S. casualties. And that was some tape that just came in from the Pentagon this morning of it looks like aircraft maybe taking off again.
And for more world reaction right now, we go to Moscow, where Anthony Mason is standing by. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Paula. Early this morning, as soon as the attack began, the Soviet Union placed all of its forces in the south on high military alert. It's 11 o'clock here in Moscow now, so they are up and very aware of what's going on. President Gorbachev is expected to address the nation at any moment here now. The Soviets, as you know, have not committed any forces to the Gulf, but they've been very supportive of the United States all along, in spite of long-standing relations with Iraq. They've been very critical in these last days of Iraq's position, and the Foreign Ministry statement released this morning blamed the outbreak of the war on Saddam Hussein. Early TASS reports, that's early reports from the government news agency, are describing the attack in very positive terms, a pinpoint attack, a successful mission. So initial Soviet reports are very positive on the U.S. role in this. Paula, Harry?
Anthony, thank you. We're going to go across the desk over here to Charlie Osgood this morning. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Harry and Paula. Is there certain news events that happen that all of us will remember as long as we live? Anyone old enough will certainly remember what he was doing and where he was when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941, and when President John F. Kennedy was shot and killed in Dallas, November 22nd, 1963. And maybe that is the way that we will remember the start of the Persian Gulf War, January 16th, 1991. Of course, how it struck us depends on who and where we were. There are a few cities in this country that have a higher stake than most in Operation Desert Storm. I'm talking about the Army, Navy, and Air Force towns that house big military bases. Our colleague Richard Schlesinger was in such a place last night, the Navy town of Norfolk, Virginia.
News of war broke just before the hockey game in Norfolk, Virginia.
Would you please stand as we reflect for a moment on the current world situation?
This Navy town was braced for war, but being prepared for war is not the same as being ready for it.
And I just pray to God that our loss of lives is not that bad, because I feel for everyone out there that has family over there.
It's sort of scary. In my lifetime, I didn't think we'd see war, and here it is, at 28 years old.
This naval station in Norfolk used to be the center of attention and activity in this city, but that was before the world changed. Since the August invasion of Kuwait, about 31,000 servicemen and women have been deployed from here for what is now Operation Desert Storm. 40 ships, most of the major ships in the Atlantic Fleet, which is headquartered here, are now over there. Gene 80 is on one of them, the battleship Wisconsin. He's Cindy 80's husband.
I really didn't think anything was going to happen, and then if it did, it wasn't going to be with my husband's ship. It would be somebody else, and then the first thing I hear is he's one of the ones out there.
Cindy 80 has spent many of the past nights in church, praying for peace. For a while, she was optimistic.
You know, I feel like I've got a lump right here, but I just can't cry anymore. I mean, it's just... I've been crying for days.
Cindy 80 spent most of the first hours of war in front of the television, watching closely for news of the war in general, the Wisconsin in particular. She keeps a church candle burning in the corner of her kitchen.
And as long as it's burning, I guess everything's going to be okay.
And that is all she can do. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, Norfolk, Virginia.
Across the country, there is encouragement and some satisfaction over the fact that there are no reports as yet of any U.S. casualties, but that is very different from saying that there are reports of no casualties. All right, Paula?
Charlie, thank you.
I'm going to bring you up to date on the headlines now this morning. The U.S.-led war in the Persian Gulf is now some 8 hours old. Here are those headlines in Operation Desert Storm. A second daytime wave of bombing is now underway on targets in both Kuwait and Iraq. So far, no U.S. casualties reported in the massive airstrike. Saddam Hussein remains defiant and has reportedly been spotted in Baghdad at the television center there. President Bush assures the people, quote, the American people that is, we will not fail. The United States orchestrated airstrike has apparently met little resistance from the Iraqi forces, and Saddam Hussein has not made good on his threat to attack Israel. There are reports that perhaps the entire Iraqi Air Force and many of Iraq's anti-aircraft missile batteries have been destroyed. F-4 Wildcat Weasels from the 35th Tactical Air Wing, along with F-15s and British Tornadoes, were among the first jets in on the attack, their pilots calling the moonless night perfect for the job. In Tunis, the PLO has denounced what it calls a, quote, cowardly aggression and is calling for a worldwide response. And those are the headlines at this point in the morning.
To this hour, anyway, we want to go back to about 9 o'clock last night when the president addressed the United States. This is a portion of that address that was delivered from the Oval Office.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities.
President Bush, part of his message that he delivered to the American people about 9 o'clock Eastern time last night.
It struck me in Leslie Stahl's reporting that she mentioned last night that the rough draft of that speech had been done for almost 3 weeks. And of course, the speechwriter's working tirelessly around the clock the last 3 days to put the finishing touches on it. We're going to go back to Moscow right now and chat with Anthony Mason again. Anthony, I'm curious if you've had a chance to talk with any folks in the street to get a sense of their reaction to what's transpired overnight. Good morning again.
Good morning. I think the Soviets were prepared for this. Certainly the Soviet government was prepared for this. They said the other day in a foreign ministry briefing yesterday, the foreign ministry spokesman was asked if the Soviets were expected to be consulted before an attack occurred. And they said, well, as far as we're concerned, as soon as the 15th arrived, in effect, the United States had the right to attack, as we understand it, and that attack had every right to proceed. We're expecting to be consulted, he said, but you know, the UN sanctions should go into effect. So I think the Soviets are ready. It will be interesting to see through the course of the day just what Soviets think. There was an interesting episode that occurred here within the last couple of days. Some people were picketing outside the Iraqi embassy here in Moscow, which, by the way, has not been evacuated. No Iraqis have been ordered to leave. It's still at full staff. And at one point, a number of Iraqis came out of the embassy and actually started attacking the Soviet pickets with sticks. And that turned into a bit of an embarrassing incident for everybody concerned. But there is tension even here between the Iraqis and the government over what's going on. The Soviets still have 130 people in Iraq. They evacuated a lot of their personnel, but they had advisors there, business advisors, military advisors. Most of the families came out. But there's going to be concern here about what's happening in Baghdad because there are still 130 Soviets inside Iraq. Harry, Paula?
And I'm curious, as this story continues to unfold, how much talk there continues to be there right now about what's going on in Lithuania and Latvia? Or has this completely taken that off the front pages there?
Well, we haven't really had a chance to, I mean, the newspapers, I don't think, will be reflecting what happened overnight. The attack began roughly about between 2 and 2:30 in the morning, Moscow time. I don't think the morning papers will really be reflecting much of the details overnight. Lithuania is, of course, what's being talked about here, but it will be very interesting to see in the next day or so how quickly, if indeed the Lithuanian situation disappears. That is, of course, what the Lithuanians have been concerned about all along. This would be prime time for the Soviets to act in Lithuania if they wanted to.
Anthony Mason reporting from London for us this morning.
There is a news story out of Iran this morning, actually monitored out of Nicosia, Cyprus. The radio there is being monitored. Iran radio said it would not take sides in the conflict that is going on right now. And they have said that they would not allow any of the parties involved to use its territory. I guess that is a warning to both sides not to use their airspace. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will not allow any of the warring sides to use its airspace, sea or land. The report said out of Iran radio the armed forces would refrain from taking sides and was respecting other countries' sovereignty, mutual rights, and international borders, it said. So that's some news being monitored out of Cyprus this morning of Iran radio.
We also have some news from NATO this morning with the NATO allies pledging to defend Turkey, the only alliance member bordering Iraq, as war, of course, has erupted in the Persian Gulf. The alliance's 16 ambassadors made that pledge at an emergency meeting at NATO headquarters. The meeting was chaired by NATO Secretary General Manfred Warner after hearing briefings from both the United States and Great Britain.
I was stunned, if I can take a second for some personal reflection. Last night as I was watching the news to see this all happen, and certainly this is something we have talked about on a daily basis since August. The sense of disbelief. We had visitors in our home last night. People were not journalists. People are not in the news business and don't follow this on a day-by-day basis. And there was a real sense of shock from them, and I think there's a real sense of shock among the American people. And as best we can, we're going to continue through the early morning hours here to deliver whatever current and verifiable information we can here. The other thing I was stunned by is as I went to try and take a short nap before I came in this morning, I heard a spontaneous and what seemed to be a pretty large and sizable demonstration erupt on Broadway, marching down the street toward downtown Manhattan.
And our coverage will continue right after this. We're back here at just about, 24 minutes after the hour. We're going to go to London now for the latest on how the financial markets are reacting to the news of what transpired overnight. Let's go to Barry Peterson right now. Good morning, Barry. Actually, it's Richard Threlkeld.
Better yet, Paul, let's go to Richard Threlkeld. Barry's gone home to go to sleep, and he deserves it. It's not quite time yet. As you can see from behind me, the sun's just coming up. The stock exchange here in London has not yet opened, but we can gauge some indication, perhaps, of the market's reaction from Tokyo, where the trading day has ended. On their Thursday, they recorded the largest, 10th largest single stock advance in history, 1,000 points on the Tokyo index. It may very well be, and we'll have to see as the markets open here in New York later, that the markets may have discounted this, Paula, that they have expected hostilities to break out for so long that it's been quite predictable, coupled with the fact that the news from the front, so to speak, has been so good that the market, at least in Tokyo and perhaps here, has gone up.
With our change of command here, Barry Peterson leaving for the night, I'm wondering if you can tell me what sort of reaction you've heard to the news overnight.
Well, you've heard John Major, the British Prime Minister, say that Britain is foursquare behind this effort. The EEC, the European Economic Community, meets later today, as does NATO. What you sense overnight, and I think you'll sense today, is this gigantic coalition that President Bush has built coming together. And despite whatever differences they have, the French, the Germans, and so forth, lining up behind their troops and lining up behind this effort. How long that will continue remains to be seen, and it'll depend, of course, on how well the war goes.
Richard Threlkeld, you want to jump in now? Or?
Yeah, we want to check in right now in Saudi Arabia with newsman Jesse Schulman and find out, Jesse, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and what news you can provide us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. As the day broke and as the morning has worn on, with no Iraqi missiles, the great fear materializing, there has been a growing sense here of relief. among people that I have seen and talked to, Saudi soldiers. People are smiling. People are saying, we say good morning, and they say it's a very good morning. There is an enormous sense that the great fear, the one great fear that Iraqi missiles would rain from the sky onto this large city, a city of over 1 million, the Saudi capital city, has not materialized, and that so far all signs are good. This is a lightening of a burden, and you can see it in people's faces and hear it in people's voices.
Jesse, you were in Riyadh then last night as the attack started?
That's right. The first we knew was that something was up. We obviously didn't know exactly what was. A great noise of aircraft taking off, an unusual number of aircraft, and then later on, just about at the same time as Marlin Fitzwater announced in Washington that the attack had begun, air raid sirens went off. People went into air raid shelters, but to many people's surprise, in about 25 minutes, the all clear sounded. And although everybody I know and everybody I saw kept a gas mask close at hand, there was nothing more. And as there continued to be nothing more, the faces have been getting cheerfuler and cheerfuler.
In retrospect, as you look back at that time last night, describe what went through your mind, and describe, if you will, the mood in Riyadh.
I won't pretend. I was very scared. It was a very unsettling moment when we heard those sirens go off. Riyadh is a long way from the front line, but still within range. Nobody knows, nobody knew, nobody still knows what kind of chemical weapons, what kind of other weapons Iraq might have been throwing at us. That was an enormously disturbing moment. But people filed into air raid shelters in a more or less orderly fashion. Many people sat inside shelters with gas masks on, very uncertain about what they should do. But very quickly it became clear that, in fact, we were quite safe, and then the all clear came, and there's a growing sense, for me personally, never mind for the population here, an enormous sense of relief that something rather dreadful seemed to have been prevented.
So, as you say, there's a lightening of the mood there now in Riyadh. We're coming up on, I guess, just about noon your time. As best you can see, as you have moved around there today, is it somewhat close to business as usual?
Somewhat close to business as usual. Beginning quite early in the morning, the traffic began to perk up much as it would on an ordinary day. There has been little sense this morning that there was ever a threat. It's not business as usual entirely. There's certainly not the feeling of a normal day, but in terms of the patterns of daily life, yes, it's amazingly near an ordinary day here.
Describe to me, if you can, what kind of information you're getting there. What kind of public information is available in terms of local radio and television, or even in the newspapers?
Not a great deal. The local television station has mainly been playing some news, some Western news, and a lot of repeats of propaganda films, really, shots of glorious-looking Saudi forces in action, or not in action, in exercise action. The newspapers are obviously rather badly behind the story, and broadcasting is very carefully controlled here. As far as information from the American and other allied forces here, that has also been very, very skimpy. This is where the headquarters of Desert Shield, now Desert Storm, is, and the people we have here who are press officers and so forth, who are in theory here to tell us things, have told us virtually nothing.
Right.
They have left it to Washington, or simply left it to our own devices to find out any kind of information about what's gone.
That's newsman Jesse Schulman reporting from Riyadh this morning.
And we're going to bring you up to date once again on the latest headlines in our continuous coverage this morning. Iraq's main air defenses may have been crippled. We will have more on that when we come back. Smith and I now bring you up to date on the latest headlines in our continuous coverage here at CBS. Iraq's main air defenses may have been crippled. The United States says Saddam Hussein must quit Kuwait now. to avoid further destruction. There is still no word of casualties on either side, and anti-war protests continue across the United States. A source in Egypt says that the first 2 waves of air attacks on Iraq may have been broken the back of that country's air resistance. In the first sorties, American F-15s and F-4s were joined by British, Saudi Arabian, and Kuwaiti jets, dropping an estimated 18,000 tons of explosives on Iraqi targets. It's full daylight in Iraq right now, and a second round of air attacks is underway. Returning American pilots described the scene as their bombs and missiles hit Baghdad.
Well, the biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree.
As we said earlier on, U.S. officials have so far said nothing about any casualties for the United States forces, but the British say all of their planes and pilots returned safely, at least after the first wave of air attacks. Meanwhile, at the United Nations, U.S. Ambassador Thomas Pickering said there is still a way out for Saddam Hussein. He said an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait will save Iraq from greater destruction. Iraqi military statements say residential areas of Baghdad have been bombed, but that has not been confirmed, and the Iraqis are saying nothing about any casualties there. And in this country, the voices of protest remain raised. One large demonstration was held in San Francisco, with other big turnouts in Washington and at United Nations headquarters in New York overnight.
That's the headlines up to now. We want to go back to Saudi Arabia right now, to Bob Simon, who is standing by with, I hope, some more news this morning. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Harry. There's been ample reporting all night about the various air forces that have been involved in these attacks, the Americans, the British, the Saudis, the Kuwaitis. One point which has not been made very much because the restrictions on the reporting this have been very severe is that these planes are not only attacking from Saudi Arabia, but from other countries in the Gulf. We still cannot name those countries, but the 35th Tactical Air Wing was flying out of a nearby country, and it's from that wing that you just heard the commander of the 35th saying that Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Here in Dhahran, the latest development is that the air base here, which also doubles as a domestic and international airport, has had a new restriction placed on it. We've heard that from now on there are only fighter planes flying out of this air base and airport. It's not only a question of restricting commercial flights, but there'll be no other kinds of military transport from Dhahran from now on until further notice, fighters only. Harry?
Bob, describe for me, if you will, what kinds of cooperation you are getting from the Department of Defense as you try and get more information out of them, and just tell me what's going on in that regard.
Harry, information so far has been minimal. This does not come as a surprise. In fact, we are a little bit pleasantly surprised that our satellite transmissions were not cut off for many, many weeks. We were afraid that as soon as the war began, and we always expected it to happen at night, that our satellite transmissions would be cut and we wouldn't be able to report anything. The amount of information supplied so far has been absolutely minimal. In fact, the only report we've had of anything that has gone wrong has been not from official channels, but from our one CBS newsman who is not operating within the Pentagon pool framework, who happened to be up in the northern border town of Khafji and witnessed an Iraqi artillery strike on an oil facility there, which just suggests that since this was the only CBS newsman who is acting independently, we have no way of reporting now whether or not any other installations were hit, whether or not Iraqi artillery or rockets or missiles, for that matter, have landed anywhere else in Saudi Arabia, or for that matter, anywhere else in the Gulf.
Have you gotten any indication from the Defense Department people there when there might be any word of damage or casualty to either U.S. forces or to any of the equipment? We've already heard John Major standing in front of number 10 Downing Street saying, at least from his first indications from the first run of the Brits, that they sustained no casualties. We're still waiting to hear some sort of, at least a timetable or some kind of an hour at which we can get that kind of information from our own government. Have they given you an hour of the day when they might be able to give some of that information out?
Harry, you're waiting, I'm waiting, we're all waiting. The system is that even though we are in the the largest American concentration of air power in Dhahran on the East Coast, that the command, General Schwarzkopf's office is centered in Riyadh, and they will hold press briefings there.
All right, Bob, hang on. Bob, hang on 1 second. We've got some pool tape of American pilots just back and some of their reactions to what they saw and experienced.
Like I said, all the chances we could, we gave them chances right up even till after the 15th. We told him, we'll give you every chance you can. If you want to pull out, please. He wouldn't do it, so we had to do what we had to do.
If you could make a wish right now about what may or may not happen in the next few days, what would it be?
Well, I wish that Iraq would, Mr. Hussein would realize that he doesn't have a chance here, and that he would just say, hey, we'll call it quits. I'll leave. You guys can, take off.
Sergeant, do you know what kind of punch these planes can deliver? What can they do?
These aircraft that we have, the F-15s, are air-to-air. The E-models, which are here, they're more the air-to-ground. We would just fly a defensive role. We would go up with bombers and stuff like that and escort the bombers in and take out any air targets that were trying to get our bombers.
So you had strike aircraft here as well, the F-15Es?
No, just the C models.
Okay.
That's a little unedited tape this morning from the Defense Department, and some of the frustration of this is that as it comes in, we're flying a little bit blind. We don't have a lot of information about who these people are and how they were involved and in what area of the operation. We've got some more tape we want to look at that's coming in just now.
Fighter Squadron Commander. Colonel, your name, can you spell your name for us, please?
K-L-I-N-E.
First of all, tell us what happened last night.
Well, we got the execute order late yesterday afternoon, and we went through our mission planning and tried to get what sleep we could, and then got up early this morning, went and executed our mission.
And can you tell us something about what you did? Did you fly into Iraq? Did you escort a strike force? What did you do last night?
We flew into Iraq, and we did escort. We escorted a multinational force, and had the ability to go in there. I can't get into numbers of different type of aircraft or what targets were, anything like that. But we went in with a group of guys, and we got everybody out, and that was the most important thing to us. So our entire package got in and out, and we felt pretty happy about that.
Now, did you encounter any resistance?
We encountered a few airplanes coming up, nothing that really came close enough to us to deliver ordnance or anything. They were mainly coming up and going north. So they didn't come through to the south for us.
Colonel, what?
Verifying this morning, that's a brand new Department of Defense tape that has just been released of a pilot that was involved in the attack in Iraq. Verifies what we've been hearing all night long, that the resistance to the American attack has been minimal at best.
Bob Simon mentioned earlier on he wasn't sure exactly when he would be getting an update from Defense Department officials and what it is we've just seen happen overnight, but we are getting word from Egypt right now, and here is their early assessment from a military spokesman there. They are also suggesting that the backbone of the Iraqi Air Force and anti-aircraft missile systems have been broken. The Egyptian spokesman estimated that a land attack against Iraqi troops in Kuwait would certainly be necessary, but that such an attack may not be launched for at least another week. That report, of course, coming from Egypt once again. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to Steve Croft in another corner of the newsroom, along with David Aaron, who is a former Deputy National Security Advisor, to get their assessment of what we know is going on right now.
Paula, we've got a couple of news items here. First, I've just been handed a card saying that the BBC is reporting that the Ministry of Defense and Post Office were hit by the bombing today. There's another report, a Reuters report, saying that Baghdad Radio began broadcasting shortly after the air raids began for all those born in 1954, 55, and 56 to report to recruitment offices for essentially a call-up to military duty. Now, these would be older men. They would be 35, 36, 37. Any significance? What do you make of that, David?
Well, I think that they're deeply concerned that they've really got a battle on their hands, and their only hope, I think, now lies primarily in trying to inflict casualty on us in a ground combat situation.
You saw a moment ago an American pilot saying that he had actually seen some Iraqi airplanes flying north, that they didn't really attack, there was no contact, but they saw them in the air. Any possible explanation for that?
Well, this is the first report that we've had that we saw them at all. And I think that the significance of it is that it suggests that there are Iraqi air forces that have survived this attack. And so I think a very high priority for the second wave of attacks will be the Air Force going after the surviving Iraqi Air Forces.
Do you think that they were going to remote locations to try and get away from the airstrike?
Yes, it sounds like they were trying to disperse. It's possible, we don't know where the encounter took place. It may be that they were falling back to try to intercept some aircraft around Baghdad from a place further south. But certainly they didn't seem to want to fight. And I think that Iraq is probably trying to husband its aircraft to fight during the daylight hours, or possibly to mount some kind of a counterstrike.
It would appear from the information that we have in that we're well on our way to establishing air superiority. How long would that process take, and what would be the next logical step?
Well, I think the key is when we start seeing the B-52s. That will suggest that we really have established air superiority, because they are vulnerable both to from ground to air missiles and to hostile fighter aircraft. So when we see the B-52s, we'll have a sense that we have air superiority. It also means the beginning of the phase of softening up the ground forces for a ground attack by the Allied forces.
Those B-52s, how will they come into play? How would they be used, and what's the purpose?
Well, I think the principal purpose will be to try to dig out the fortified Iraqi positions here in Kuwait. We have reports that they are deeply embedded, that they've built revetments, deep bunkers, and all the rest. And the best way to dig those out will be with the B-52s.
I think most people who have any familiarity at all with the Vietnam War certainly know the devastation that B-52 attacks can cause. How long might it take, and how much B-52 bombing would there be before you might begin a ground assault?
Well, I can't say that, but I can say that I think that the report that it might be a week or more that's coming out of Egypt for a ground assault may not really be on the mark. My sense of it is that this attack has been successful. The president is anxious to go. There is an important psychological momentum here, because after all, what we're trying to do is break the Iraqi will to fight, not just inflict damage. And he may want to follow up this psychological and political victory with a reasonably rapid assault to see if he can't crack the ground defenses as well.
As a former Deputy National Security Advisor, do you see any hope at all for diplomacy? Do you think that there's a chance that somebody might put up a white flag for a while?
Well, I think the next political step will be a lot of pressure on the president to have some kind of a pause in the bombing or in the military operations to see if Saddam Hussein won't respond in some way. We've already seen the British Prime Minister rule that out, but I think you're going to hear a lot of talk about that in the next few days.
Thank you very much, David. Now back to Paul and Harry.
Steve, thank you very much. We'll get back over to that part of the newsroom in a couple of minutes. Right now, CBS News, of course, is providing continuous coverage of the Persian Gulf War, and here are the latest headlines. A second wave of U.S.-led air attacks is underway in Kuwait and Iraq, where it is now daytime. Still, no official word on any U.S. casualties. World leaders are expressing support for the war, but Saddam Hussein is promising to fight on. But the limited amount of information available, it appears the war is going very well for U.S.-led forces. There are unconfirmed reports that Iraq's entire air force may have been crippled in the very first wave of bombings last night. British Tornado jets took part in that first massive air assault, and London says all returned safely to base. British Prime Minister John Major spoke a short time ago.
No one wanted this conflict. No one can be pleased about the fact that this conflict has been necessary, and I regret that as much as anyone. I have been up throughout the night. We have had an open line to the White House, and there has been very considerable consultation throughout the night. I hope now that it is clear to Iraq that the scale of the Allied operation is such that they cannot win. I hope that Saddam Hussein will now make a very swift decision that he must do what he has been invited to do by the world community for a long time, that he should get out of Kuwait and enable this matter to end swiftly and decisively. I hope that he will do that.
The Soviet Union is expressing strong support for the U.S.-led action. Soviet forces are now on full alert in the southern Soviet Union bordering northern Iraq. And that's, at least up to now, our latest headlines.
And we just have some new information in from the BBC, which is reporting that the 4 of the French planes that took part in the initial sorties were hit, but all have returned safely. Right now, we're going to check in with Sabi Shabati, who is an expert on the Middle East. He joins us now from Los Angeles. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm just curious what sort of terrorist activity we might now see as a result of war breaking out.
Well, we may see isolated conventional terrorism, but that's not the terrorism that we are worried about at this particular moment. What we're worried about is what is the surprise that Saddam Hussein has promised us? I mean, is he talking about non-conventional terrorism? Is he talking about some kind of an attack on a nuclear reactor, either in the United States or in Western Europe? Or is he talking about perhaps providing the terrorists with the chemical or biological warfare capabilities that we know he has?
What would be the likely targets if, in fact, he carried on with one of those attacks you talk about?
Well, if he wants to pull a really spectacular act, then, of course, he would try to do it here in the United States. But his capabilities in the United States are limited. That's why we are not so concerned about conventional attacks, because we have to remember that in 1986, which was the year of terrorism, where we saw many terrorist attacks taking place all over the world, the Soviet Union, Eastern European intelligence services, Syria, many Arab countries were behind this act of terrorism. Right now, he's kind of isolated, and the only support group that he has is really in terms of the Palestinians. Now, we should not dismiss it because he has in his work people like Abu Nidal and Abu Abbas, and they have pulled some spectacular terrorist attacks in the past. But he's quite limited, and the intelligence services and the counter-terrorist forces of most of the world are directed against him. So if he wants to have any kind of an impact on the world community, he would have to resort to a spectacular act, and then we may enter the age of non-conventional terrorism. And that's what we're directing most of our efforts against, an act of non-conventional terrorism.
And how are we directing those efforts that you talk about?
Well, first of all, in terms of protecting all these installations in this country and also in Western Europe and the Middle East that are such thing as nuclear reactors. And secondly, trying to track down those terrorists who are capable of carrying this kind of attacks, which are going to be far more sophisticated than the attacks in the past. Now, we have seen just a few days ago what the group of Abu Nidal can pull out. I mean, after all, they got to Abu Iyad and to the head of the security of the Al-Fatah organization, of the PLO, and managed to pull a successful assassination. So it does demonstrate that groups such as the Abu Nidal and Abu Abbas have the kind of capabilities to penetrate into the inner sacrum even of another terrorist organization. So definitely we should worry about it.
As you well know, there's a tremendous amount of fear among travelers, folks who have to get in and on and off planes every day. Can you give us a perspective on what sort of heightened security measures we now see in place in our airports here in the United States?
Well, first of all, we increased security not only in the United States, but throughout the Western world. We've done it for the past few days. But I think a lot depends on how long this war is going to last. The early results of the war, the early reports in terms of the war indicate that may be a much shorter the war than most people anticipated, and I think that will be the best news in terms of terrorism. And I may add that one of the aspects of the war that has been neglected in terms of what were the reasons behind President Bush resolve to go ahead against Saddam Hussein is that really Saddam Hussein today and his regime and the Palestinians that support him are really the only real sponsors of international terrorism in the world today. Libya learned its lesson with the attack on Tripoli. The Syrians learned their lessons where they attempted to bring down a 747 in 1986 was intercepted, and Great Britain has cut diplomatic relations with them, and the United States took some economic sanctions against them. So in reality, the only countries that really support international terrorism on the open today is Iraq. And I think that that was one of the main reasons that President Bush, in terms of a new world order, decided to go against Iraq. And I think it's a very good reason to go against Iraq.
Mr. Shabati, this is Harry Smith. I'm curious to know if you believe that of the several thousand Iraqi nationals whose passports have expired or visas have expired that the United States is interested in finding, do you think that among that group of people, some of them may in fact have missions or be here with terrorist intent?
Well, we know that some of them definitely do have. I also want to remind you that 5 acts of terrorism or intended acts of terrorism were preempted in this country alone. We also have good evidence to suggest that many American installations and in fact also British installations in Western Europe have been monitored by non-terrorist by non-members of terrorist groups. So definitely the danger is very much there, also in the United States.
We have just a few seconds left on a scale of 1 to 10, and I don't want to oversimplify this, but on a scale of 1 to 10, as people go about their daily business, as they wake up and go to work here in the United States today, how real on a scale of 1 to 10 is the terrorist threat?
I would say that it's about 5. I also would say that the chance of anyone getting killed in a traffic accident are about, on that scale, would be about 8 or 9. So, you know, there's no cause for panic.
Mr. Shabati, thank you very, very much for your information and help this morning.
And CBS News' continuous coverage of the Persian Gulf War continues.
I'm Harry Smith, along with Paul Azan, our other colleagues here with us on the desk this morning, Charles Osgood and Steve Croft, and we'll be getting back to them in just a couple of minutes. First, though, we want to go to a piece of tape that has just come in. Our chief European correspondent, Tom Fenton, is in Israel, and just a few minutes ago, he talked with former Israeli Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin.
From your point of view, how is this going now?
Well, first, allow me to express, I believe, the feeling of the people of Israel of admiration and respect to the courageous and daring decision by President Bush to use force against Saddam Hussein, and to those of the armed forces of the United States that took part in the first strike on the Iraqi Air Force missiles, etc. It looks that it is a very successful first strike. But you have to bear in mind that Iraq is a strong military country, and you can't destroy the total capability of this Iraqi Air Force of their ground-to-ground missiles by one strike. You have to continue and to suppress till you gain total air supremacy.
From Israel's point of view, is this the best possible outcome?
Well, I believe so. It's an almost unbelievable success to hit all the targets in accordance to the plan without losing one plane. We didn't succeed to do it in the Six-Day War. We paid heavily for the achievement of air supremacy then.
So maybe the first part is the easiest part, the air part. What about the ground war?
Well, no doubt that gaining air supremacy is the most important part, because at the same time, you reduce tremendously, if you continue your strikes, the offensive capabilities of Iraq. The second problem will be to uproot the Iraqi land forces from Kuwait. I believe that the United States will continue to attack from the air using whatever capabilities that you have got, the ground forces in Kuwait before starting land fighting.
What is the Israeli estimate of Saddam Hussein? Is he likely to cave in now? He's taken a terrible beating.
No, I believe that Saddam Hussein took into his considerations that he lose in the struggle for air supremacy. He relies much more on the capability of his land forces to dug in, not to be pushed out uproot from Kuwait. I believe this was his basic approach in planning this war.
This was a very unusual war from Israel's point of view. It's taking place 500, 1,000 miles away, and the civilian population was the target this time. How much of a threat were those missiles?
Well, I don't believe that there is a capability by one or two strikes, the kind that were carried out by the United States, to eliminate every launcher or every ground-to-ground missile. Therefore, we have to bear in mind that it might be that today, tonight, there might be an attempt by the Iraqi to fire one or two or more missiles against Israel. Unless we'll see in the coming 2 days that Iraq has lost its capability to fire missiles, we have to be in preparation to absorb such a strike.
And perhaps to help the United States finish the job?
Well, let's leave it for the future.
Thank you very much.
Former Israeli Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin talking with our chief European correspondent Tom Fenton in Israel this morning. We want to go back to some Defense Department tape that's just rolling in as conversations with pilots who were involved in the attack in Iraq last night.
Is there any point where you, like reality sets in when maybe the adrenaline kind of recedes a bit and then you realize, my God, I'm in some real danger here?
It didn't happen on this mission. Ask me in another few missions, and I may have a different answer for you, but on this particular mission, there was no lack of adrenaline. There was no lack of impetus to make it all work out right and get back home. I don't think I'll ever become comfortable with the feeling of the fact that, there's a possibility of, endangering one's life, but this particular mission, I did not, I repeat, did not run out of adrenaline. I was gung-ho the whole way.
Any regrets? Any second thoughts about what...
I'm back on the ground. I've got no regrets. It went perfect.
Are you looking forward to doing it again?
Absolutely.
Now, can we get just a few
These are pool pictures that are coming in from the Department of Defense. These are unedited pictures that are coming in, and conversations with some pilots and personnel who were involved in the air attack on Iraq last night.
I guess I'm trying to step into their minds and understand what it is they've just been through. We had General Dugan describing last night what it's actually like to sit in the cockpit alone and this loneliness. Kind of times, paralyzed is a bad choice of words, but can really come over you.
Well, you think about we're also familiar with that sort of rock and roll, almost sort of fantasy life of the fighter pilot that we get through movies like Top Gun and whatnot. This is real life. This is an adrenaline flow that cannot be equaled or compared to anything that I'm sure we see in civilian life.
We have just some late-breaking news from the government in exile in Kuwait about their participation in an independent daylight attack. They are reporting that 12 of their planes destroyed Iraqi targets, reporting that this took part in very early morning raids in conjunction with the United States and the British sorties.
We've got Steve Croft with us from 60 Minutes. We also have Charles Osgood of CBS News with us as we provide continuous coverage of the war in the Gulf, and our CBS continuous coverage continues in just a moment. Eastern Time, and I'm Harry Smith along with Paula Zahn. For those of you who may be lingering through the night and maybe trying to get some sleep and find out what the latest news is, we've got the headlines to start this hour. Here are the latest headlines in our continuous coverage of the Persian Gulf War. Air raids continue virtually around the clock against Iraq and occupied Kuwait. 4 French planes are reported to have been hit over Iraq, but they have come back safely. Iraq command posts are said to have been knocked out inside Kuwait, and returning U.S. pilots say they hit their targets in Iraq. While most of our attention this morning has been focused on the bombing raids inside Iraq, there's a new report reaching us from Paris. The Kuwaiti ambassador to France says all major Iraqi command posts have been destroyed in Kuwait, but the capital, Kuwait City, has escaped serious damage thus far. American pilots and other members of the 28-nation coalition struck early and hard against targets in Iraq. One returning pilot told reporters that the first part of the mission had been accomplished.
Every airplane carried 2. All 24 of them were fired, to my knowledge. I believe they were all fired, and all well targeted and got where they were supposed to go.
He also described the scene in Iraq as fireworks, saying things, quote-unquote, lit up like a Christmas tree. Despite reports that the Iraqis have offered little resistance to the airstrikes, the BBC says 4 French planes were hit, but all returned safely to base. And there remains no word as yet of casualties on either side. American allies have been commenting through the night on the combat in the Gulf, among them British Prime Minister John Major.
We will prosecute this war until it comes to a successful conclusion. There is no doubt at all what the world community wants. It wants Saddam Hussein to leave Kuwait and Kuwait to return to its rightful government. When that matter is concluded, the war will end. But there should be no doubt about our determination to prosecute it to that end. International will is very strong. International law is quite clear, and it has been made absolutely clear by the Allies over recent weeks that that is our determination and our intention.
Here at home, anti-war demonstrations are growing in intensity. About 1,000 protesters gathered near the White House overnight, demanding an end to the conflict. That's the headlines up to now.
The war, of course, now some 9 hours old. I know you described earlier on what went on in your household last night. We have talked about this for 5.5 months now, and I think there was a sense of shock all over the country that this, in fact, finally happened.
As I went to bed last night, a literally spontaneous demonstration erupted in the street about a block from my house, and from what I could see of it, there was a sizable number of people marching down Broadway in Midtown Manhattan in a sort of spontaneous response to what has transpired. Of course, there are all catalog of reactions from all over the country this morning. And
let's go to Charlie Osgood now to fill us in on those. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Paul and Harry. Similar kind of experience in my house last night. No demonstrations out in New Jersey where I live, but our little 7-year-old, Jamie, our youngest of 5, and the other kids, and my wife and I spent a few hours in front of the television set. And I can see that for the 7-year-old, what was happening must have seemed very strange. You know, we're watching all these talking heads on television with fairly serious, grim expressions on their faces. And he said, "Is it a war?" And we said, "Yes, it is, Jimmy. It is a war." And he said, "Who's winning?" For a 7-year-old, you know, a war is something that happens in a movie and
a comic book,
or a comic book, and it happens, and then 5 minutes later you can say who won. Not quite the way it works in reality. But there is, I think, a sense across the country this morning of gratitude that no casualties have been reported. But I think we should point out that we don't know everything as yet in the early stages of combat. And by the way, you know, a 9-hour war, old war is not a very old war. We still are collecting data, and it's going to be a while before we really know what the casualties are. Not just our own casualties, but casualties among the Iraqis.
And while it's a hopeful sign, I think that often in the initial stages of any kind of combat anywhere, things are likely to go wrong. Any military expert you ever talk to says that no matter how best laid the plans are, that there are unaccounted for things that arise, either breakdowns, human failure, weapons on the other side that were unanticipated. And to be perfectly honest about it, we just have not heard from our own government yet a full rundown on what in fact has transpired.
But we do know that the planes all came back, and that in itself is really quite a marvel. And we know that the technology in this particular case seems to have worked. There's always some suspicion with this very expensive technology that's taken such a long time to develop that when the chips are down, maybe it wouldn't work.
And technology that in many ways has thus far been untested until the last dozen hours or so.
Anyway, I think that we can say so far so good on that front.
We have the opportunity now to carry on a conversation with two folks who are standing by in Encino, California right now to get their reaction to the fact that the war has started. Tim Drummond and Christine Jerf join us now. Good morning to the two of you.
Hi. Good morning.
Christine, your reaction to the news.
I wasn't that surprised. I had kind of figured that since we were already over there.
And do you think it's appropriate that we were over there in the first place?
Yeah, I do. I think that it's a world thing. It's not just something with the United States. And if anyone can stop him, it's us.
And Tim, your reaction?
I was totally taken off guard. I figured it would happen, but I was shocked when I heard it on the news.
Harry's going to join us in here as well.
Where are you all this morning? Are you in a restaurant of some sort?
Yes, we're at a local delicatessen here in Studio City, California.
And what seems to be the response of the people who are there with you this morning? Do people seem to be backing our action there? I mean, is there a sense of fear? Is there any sense of foreboding?
There's a sense of fear. No one likes the idea of a lot of casualties, a lot of deaths, the fact that we are in war. But my impression that I got was that, yes, people are backing it to a point.
We've lost that picture out in California. We have other news, though, this morning.
And we're going to turn our attention now to Steve Croft, who's standing by in another corner of the newsroom with some late-breaking information.
Paula, just a very preliminary, sketchy report. Preliminary reports from the BBC quoting Kuwaiti radio saying that there are some reports of Allied ground troops moving towards Kuwait. And also they're broadcasting some early reports of Iraqi troops surrendering. Both of these things, I emphasize, are very sketchy, and it's unclear whether the reports of troop movements from Saudi Arabia towards Kuwait is just movement towards the border or movement actually across the border. But these are the first reports. There's also, as you mentioned briefly in the headlines a little while ago, there were the first reports of planes, Allied planes being hit. 4 French planes were damaged. 4 out of a squadron of 12 were hit by ground fire. All returned safely. None were down. No reports of casualties. But this would come from probably machine gun anti-aircraft fire coming from directed at planes flying at very low levels over the airfields. Can do an awful lot of damage, and if there are going to be casualties and planes lost, chances are it will now come from this kind of ground fire. Back to Harry.
Steve Croft, thanks very much. We are some 9+ hours into the war in Iraq this morning. And we've got our signal back to Studio City, California. We were in mid-conversation with Tim Drummond and Christine Jerf, and we've lost them again, too. Now we have them back again.
Bye. You get one more chance.
Hello again to you. We were kind of cut off there in mid-conversation. Christine, you were talking about a kind of a collective sense of fear. What do people say there this morning, and what do you think people are afraid of?
What was that number again? They're just afraid of a lot of deaths and the fact that friends of ours, people that we know, will be there, and if they make it back or not.
How old are you, Christine?
I'm 20 years old.
So you're of the age of a lot of the men and women who are over there serving in the Gulf. Some folks have talked about if a call came, would they serve or not? Do you support the men and women who are over there? And if the president called you at home and said, we needed you over there and to help out, how would you respond?
I'm not sure. I support everyone who's over there. With all my heart. I guess it would have to come down to me actually being called, and I'd make my decision then.
Tim, you look like you might be a little older than Christine.
Yes, I am.
Let me ask you that same question. How would you respond if you were asked to become involved in this and serve if you had to?
Well, I would be very upset if I was called to go do this. I'm sorry that we're there in the first place, but the people that we have there, it's like being in a street fight. You have to be protected and get out with as few bruises as you can. As far as me wanting to go, I certainly wouldn't want to go because I don't think we should be there in the first place at this time. But if they needed me, I would go.
Christine Jerf and Tim Drummond from a restaurant in Encino, California this morning. Thank you for taking the time to chat with us.
And right now we're going to check in with Richard Threlkeld, who's standing by in London right now to get a better sense of any British reaction that you've heard or seen there this morning. Good morning. Richard,
hi, Paul and Harry.
Are you able
Yeah,
to...
hi. Hi, good morning. As you can see, it's mid-morning already here in London. And it was, of course, middle of the night, early evening or late evening when war broke out in the Persian Gulf where you are, but it was the middle of the night here. So most of the British nation woke up this morning somewhat surprised to find Britain at war in the Persian Gulf. We spent some of the morning talking to some men and women on the street in central London. As you can imagine, they had perhaps the same reaction that many Americans did. They certainly weren't cheered by the news. They rather expected it. They seem resigned, the nation does, to what's going on and the fact that 30,000 British troops are now involved in the war in the Gulf. And they're taking it, at least we discovered, with their typical British stiff upper lip.
We heard a little part of the Prime Minister's remarks earlier on this morning. Was there anything that he said that surprised you?
Well, I think you two referred to it earlier. I think it surprised everyone. A, that John Major, the British Prime Minister, had been on the phone most of the night, off and on, with what he called an open line with President Bush. And when asked whether there might be, now that this first bombing has taken place, a so-called pause to let Saddam Hussein think it over and perhaps begin to negotiate, Major at least totally ruled it out. Whether that also reflects the thinking of George Bush and the rest of the alliance, we don't know, but it seems to indicate that these bombings are going to go right on until they accomplish their objective.
Early on this morning, you talked a little bit about what was happening in the Tokyo exchanges. Is the London exchange now open?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. The exchange just opened, and as we indicated, it's almost as if peace had broken out. It's very ironic. The London market is up 28 points, about 1%. The dollar is dropping. Oil here, crude oil prices have dropped about $4 a barrel. Again, I think it's an indication that at least for this one day, and perhaps it's too soon to say, but for this one day, the news is so good that the market is reflecting it.
All right. Thank you. Richard Threlkeld reporting from London for us this morning.
We want to run down our headlines here as CBS News round-the-clock coverage of the Persian Gulf War continues. Here are the latest headlines. By all reports, the air attack against Iraq has been a major success with no U.S. casualties yet reported. France says 4 of its warplanes were hit but returned safely. Saddam Hussein declares he will not yield, and world financial markets react positively, but oil prices are up. The U.S.-led air assault is in its second wave now, striking daytime targets in Kuwait and Iraq. So far, it appears all of the U.S. fighters and bombers returned safely from last night's first wave of bombing, with their pilots reporting complete success.
You sit there and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable
almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And
here at home, protesters for peace gathered by the United Nations with a new chant, "Stop the bombing now." That is the news up to this minute.
And right now we're going to check in with Linda Tyra. I know when we checked in with her earlier, she reported it was very quiet in Washington. Let's see if anybody else is up at this hour and if she has any better sense of additional congressional reaction to the actions last night. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning, Paula. Well, right now there are staff members who are working throughout the night and who will continue to work when it's daybreak on this Persian Gulf attack. The president himself is in the family quarters. He has been there since about 9:30 last night, shortly after delivering his Oval Office speech. As far as his schedule for later today, there is no public calendar to speak of, but he will be extremely busy being kept abreast of all the latest intelligence from the Gulf, and he will meet with his top national security advisors, including Secretary of State James Baker, and we also believe Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. In his speech last night, the president said he was forced to order the military attack because the world could no longer wait for Saddam Hussein to leave Kuwait. The president said he instructed his military commanders to prevail as quickly as possible so that casualties could be kept to what he described as an absolute minimum.
I've told the American people before that this will not be another Vietnam. And I repeat this here tonight. Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world, and they will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their back.
It's clear the president had been contemplating making this very serious decision since the beginning of the year. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater said the president had been working on his Oval Office speech for 3 to 4 weeks, and that the president had written 4 drafts of the speech, completing the final one yesterday afternoon. It was on Tuesday, January 15th, that the president actually signed the papers authorizing the military attack, but the actual date of the attack was left open and finally filled in yesterday. Paula?
Linda, for the folks out there who didn't have the benefit of staying up late last night, hearing some of the initial congressional reaction, can you fill us in on when most of the senators, congressmen, and congresswomen found out?
Well, Paula, the sequence was this. Right after the president before the president had gone on the air, before he had sent Marlin Fitzwater, his press spokesman, into this very room right behind me, in fact, to announce that the attack had begun, the president had notified congressional leaders. He had done this in telephone calls, separate calls to 4 of the leaders, the Speaker of the House included, and the President pro tem of the Senate, as well as the Republican leaders of the House and Senate. They, in turn, notified other members of Congress. This was the official notification as required by that resolution Congress passed this past weekend, which authorized the president to use military force. And, Paul, I might add that at a time of a national crisis, at a time when there is military action overseas, Congress typically, and in this case is no different, has closed ranks behind the president. There have been only a few scattered voices, in fact, only one that I am aware of, Ron Dellums of California, a Democrat, who said that he opposes the military action. But everyone else who spoke this evening was supportive of the president's action and said that their prayers, obviously, are with the American troops.
All right, thank you. Linda Tyra reporting from the White House this morning.
We want to check in with Tel Aviv right now with Matsia Baram, who is a professor at Israel's Haifa University and Israel's leading expert on Iraq. Good day to you, sir. Can you hear me all right? Professor Baram? We're going to see if we can get that in just a second. We had reports a little earlier today out of Kuwaiti radio about some ground activity. We are now getting a report from Reuters that says a U.S. military spokesman said Thursday he had no knowledge of any ground fighting in the war with Iraq. The spokesman, replying to questions about reports that fighting had broken out between the United States allied and led forces and Iraqi forces occupying Kuwait, said, "We have no knowledge of what you are describing." Pentagon officials said earlier that no ground troops were yet involved in the war. We want to see if we can't check in again with Tel Aviv, with Matzia Baram, who's a professor at Israel's Haifa University. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Very good. Professor, what do you read into what we heard earlier on Iraqi radio? Saddam Hussein gave a message to President Bush that Iraq will never yield, and he also called on President Bush to withdraw U.S. forces from the Gulf. Is there anything you can tell us that you can read into the official Iraqi response, into Saddam Hussein's response this morning?
Yes, I think so. I think you should read into it precisely what Saddam is saying. It will be a mistake to expect Saddam to either withdraw unilaterally from Kuwait or to surrender or to ask for negotiations. I think Saddam made it very clear that he was going to stand and fight. He was not going to withdraw. Now, I believe that he is somewhat disappointed with the performance of his air force and missile force. That may be the case. But he has prepared his people weeks ahead of time that something like that or along the same lines may happen, especially the severing of communication. He gave his missile and air force orders to start pounding at Israel and at the American army if communications with Baghdad are cut off. So he did expect that. He also gave a special talk a few days ago in the assembly, in the Iraqi parliament, telling the people and the parliament and the nation that there may be a possibility that the Americans would be able to cut off communications, and they even will be able to imitate his voice and his picture, to recreate it from numerous pictures, and that they, in such an eventuality, would show the Iraqi people his picture, saying in TV, saying to the Iraqi army to withdraw from Kuwait. And he said, if you hear something like that, just don't believe it, which means that Saddam was preparing the people for it. I think it's as simple as that. Saddam believes that if he withdraws,
yeah,
if he withdraws, he'll be dead.
Professor, hang on just a second. We need to take a break here and let everyone know that our continuous coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue in just a moment.
And good morning again. Harry Smith and I are back at just about 24 minutes after the hour.
I want to go back.
Early morning in some parts of the country.
Yeah, 22 after 4 here on the East Coast. We want to go back to Tel Aviv and continue our conversation with Professor Basram. I guess what a lot of people are wondering now, if the reports that we've gotten from the U.S. military and from even from the Brits and the information that we have thus far, that the sorties against Iraq through the early morning hours there in Baghdad were so successful. Many people speculated that if Saddam Hussein could even hang on for a couple of days, he could then withdraw from Kuwait and in his own way declare a victory, because he went toe-to-toe, so to speak, with the great Satan and the great Western powers. Does that scenario sound likely to you, or anything that might come our way?
He may decide to withdraw within a few days from Kuwait for purely military reasons if he feels that his army in Kuwait is in danger of being cut off from the main body of Iraq. It's a possibility. But I think that it's similarly likely that he will tell his people to hold fast and not to withdraw. Basically, what we have to understand is that he cannot surrender. He may withdraw, but he cannot surrender. And he knows that if he surrenders, he will be finished off by his own people. So I believe his best chance is just to stick it out. I believe at a certain point he'll have to accept his general's advice that it would be wiser to withdraw the forces. That is a possibility. It will be a technical move rather than an admission of failure, because he will not surrender. At least I cannot see in the foreseeable future an agreement to cease fire and surrender and sort of stop the war. That, I think, is not very likely.
Mr. Baran, this is Paula Zahn in New York, Harry Smith's colleague here. And I'm wondering if you could help us better understand the initial reports we're getting that the Iraqis seem to be caught totally off guard. We have been reporting for days now, basically, what our plan would be. Do you really think they were as surprised as these initial reports suggest?
The strange phenomenon is that, yes, they were surprised. I don't understand at all how this can happen to the Air Force and the Missile Force. But if you are talking about Baghdad, about the leadership, and probably it's permeated from the leadership to the troops, they are surprised. Saddam, until the very last moment, hoped that the Americans wouldn't actually attack. There is no other way to explain his last messages to the nation, to his own nation, and especially the fact that Baghdad was not blacked out. By keeping Baghdad ablaze, so to say, with full light, Saddam was sending the Americans, the Europeans, a message. I don't think you really are going to attack me. So if you ask me, I think that it is an amazing fact. But he was surprised, very unpleasantly, of course.
Interesting. Professor, answer for me, if you will, as someone who has kept a close eye on Saddam Hussein for a number of years now, and especially a close watch on him as Iraq held its long war with Iran. If there is one thing we should know about him, and one thing you've learned about him that's important for us to understand through these hours as this war continues, what is it?
Well, there are perhaps three things which could be useful. One is Saddam likes confrontation. You know, perhaps that his name, Saddam, means the one who confronts. And whether or not this is an influence of his name, the man likes confrontations, and he likes the adrenaline roaring in his blood. So, in fact, during serious confrontations like this one today, he's very calm, and in a way he is like in some kind of a trance. He's still perfectly in control of his decision-making, but it's like he's like in a trance. Then, secondly, Saddam is a gambler. But the third thing is he's not a crazy gambler. He's not a compulsive, uncontrollable gambler. He's a calculating gambler. And so the third thing is the calculation. Saddam's whole behavior since the beginning of the crisis was a gamble, but in fact, once he made a mistake about conquering and annexing Kuwait, everything he did was not so much a gamble as it was calculation. The conquest of Kuwait was a gamble. The rest, including the war, is not a gamble. It's a calculation. Saddam calculates that you people and the British and us are after him, and that if he shows any sign of weakness, he will be absolutely doomed. So he feels that his only way of having a chance, any chance at all, of surviving, he's not sure, but he thinks there is a chance, is to escape forward. He has done it a number of times before. The man is escaping forward because he feels that this way he's becoming an Arab hero, an Iraqi hero. It's going to become very difficult for his officers or somebody from his own entourage to stab him in the back or to shoot him. In other words, he is trying to portray himself as such a great hero that nobody would like to assassinate him lest they themselves would be destroyed.
Professor, we have just about 10 seconds left. You're in Tel Aviv this morning. Give me a one-sentence description of the mood there, please.
Well, very quiet, very quiet. I came all the way from Haifa to Tel Aviv. I met about 15 cars all the way. It's about 50 miles long road. Very quiet, very somewhat optimistic. I would say optimistic, quiet, and resolved.
Very well. Professor Baran, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
And our continuous coverage will continue right after the short pause. I'm Paula Zahn. Harry Smith and I are back now at 30 minutes after the hour. I'm going to fill you in now on the latest headlines in our continuing coverage this morning. Massive Allied air attacks continue against Iraq and occupied Kuwait. There is an unconfirmed report that ground troops in Saudi Arabia are moving towards the Kuwaiti border. Saddam Hussein refuses to soften his hardline stance. 4 French jets are hit by ground fire during the raids, but we are told all returned safely. The BBC is quoting Kuwait radio this morning as saying that Allied ground troops are moving towards Kuwait to liberate that country, but an American military spokesman in Saudi Arabia says he has no knowledge of any ground fighting yet. Various reports say the massive air raids have broken the back of Iraqi air defenses. Those attacks continue this morning, but Saddam Hussein remains defiant. He is demanding that American forces get out of the Gulf, and he's vowed to overthrow what he calls the dogs who govern Saudi Arabia. The air attacks began last night in darkness and resumed in the light of day. American pilots flying F-4 Weasels and F-15s returned to their bases after their sorties and talked about the earlier raid.
We launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
Well, it's exciting to have one under my belt. Same adrenaline that a young hunter has on his first hunt or a young athlete has after his first football game. It's now behind us, and we're ready to press on with the mission.
The French Defense Ministry says 4 of its Jaguar fighter jets, that's 4 out of 12, were hit on raids against targets in Kuwait, but all returned safely to the base. World financial institutions seem optimistic this morning. The Japanese stock market's Nikkei index saw a sharp jump in value, and the price of gold is down, an unusual sign of confidence in a time of war. And in this country, a number of major oil companies have promised to freeze wholesale gasoline prices. America's traditional Mideast ally, Israel, finds itself in the unusual position of sitting out a war in the region.
Well, first, allow me to express, I believe, the feeling of the people of Israel of admiration and respect to the courageous and daring decision by President Bush to use force against Saddam Hussein, and to those of the armed forces of the United States that took part in the first strike on the Iraqi Air Force missiles, etc. It looks that it is a very successful first strike.
While American pilots fly their sorties and other troops wait what might be their turn for combat, families and loved ones here at home continue to wait and hope. And we certainly will not lose sight of them this morning. We'll be catching up with several families throughout the morning to get a sense of how they're reacting to this.
How they're coping through all of this, and we should reiterate that we have no information thus far from the Department of Defense, from the Pentagon, on any reported injuries to U.S. servicemen or women over the Persian Gulf thus far this morning. We want to go to Amman, Jordan right now, where CBS News correspondent Doug Donnell is standing by. And Doug, I understand you have been monitoring Iraqi radio, which comes in there pretty loud and clear. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Harry. That's correct. Listening to Iraqi radio here, the Iraqis are presenting a slightly different account of themselves and of the battle than that which we've heard from the U.S. and the Allied military commands. No surprise. And again, I would preface all of this by saying this is coming from Radio Baghdad, official Iraqi government information, and I think we have to accept that at face value. But a communique just released by the Iraqi military claims that Iraqi anti-aircraft units have shot down 14 U.S. or Allied planes so far, and it says that the Iraqi command has called on the Iraqi army to begin taking prisoners of war. An earlier communique said that the, quote, heroes of the Iraqi Air Force, unquote, had compromised the accuracy of the attacking U.S. jets. And one result, it claimed, was that the U.S. jets had bombed civilian neighborhoods in and around Baghdad. Here in Amman, the U.S. Embassy has advised Americans to stay off the street, to stay indoors in their offices or very close to home, not to go out unless absolutely necessary. This is a tense capital today, and it's expected there could be some reaction to the news that war has started in the Gulf. We heard one assessment of the potential risk for Americans in the Middle East from Dr. Sari Nasser, who's a Palestinian sociologist from the University of Jordan.
I think that to start the war is an easy matter, but to stop it, it is one of the most difficult things in this part of the world to do. I think that the Arab world will explode because you see of the hate and anger, the bitterness that people feel towards the United States in particular.
To sum up, in Amman, the airport here is closed, airspace virtually closed to all commercial air traffic, everyone on full alert, the Jordanian military and government, but so far, it's quiet in Jordan. Harry?
Doug, I just want to reiterate that what you were talking about just a couple of seconds ago is news that you have monitored off of Iraqi radio, and we know that the source of that could very well, and at least that from the information we have on this side, is likely to be propaganda. Is that the way you look at it, or is that the way you're listening to it?
We absolutely have to expect that the Iraqis, especially in this condition, are going to be using their radio for propaganda purposes. Absolutely have to expect that. I'm sure it's true. But again, we feel it's necessary to report what Radio Baghdad and the Iraqi government claim to be the case.
You're there in Amman, and Jordan is in a difficult position, has been in a difficult position since Saddam Hussein decided to roll into Kuwait, as being a country that has tried to maintain some contacts with Baghdad, yet also maintain some relationships with the West, a country really caught viciously in the middle there. There is an awful lot of sympathy, I know, in Jordan for the Iraqi cause. It's daylight there. Is there widespread news in Jordan of what transpired last night?
Not widespread, Harry. From the beginning, the Jordanian government radio and TV have kind of soft-pedaled their coverage. They have not hit it hard, if you will. Just going with regular news bulletins on the hour. They did tell the people, of course, war had begun. But for the most part, people are tuned into foreign broadcasts. The government here has a tremendous job on its hands to keep the lid on. There is so much support for Saddam Hussein. There is so much support for Iraq, especially among the Palestinians here, which are the dominant population group in Jordan. It's expected there could well be trouble. But so far, again, in Jordan, it's quiet.
Doug Tennell, reporting from Amman this morning. Thank you very, very much, and we'll get back to you a little bit later on this morning. In a couple of seconds, we're going to try and go back to our Department of Defense feed and get some pictures raw as they feed them to us. Actually, they're coming in right now. Let's go ahead and take a look.
It just isn't worth it.
I'm not sure if we know exactly what we're looking at here.
Is that you will have trouble with close relationships with people you love. I'm not talking about making it. I'm talking about having close personal relationships. Being really close to your wife, children, or mates is difficult. It's okay. You need to let them know that you need an adjustment period. Please don't drink and get in motor vehicles. We wipe out more Marines who've gone through combat, who have every reason to live, within the first month or so of getting home. They get drunk and crash and burn. Believe it or not, you've forgotten how to drive, and you all know you've forgotten how to drink.
It's some kind of a debriefing with some infantry troops that was being fed down on tape from the Department of Defense this morning in the Pentagon. And,
those apparently taken sometime yesterday afternoon. Right now we're going to check in with Steve Croft and David Aaron, a former Deputy National Security Advisor, for an update. Steve, before I let you get started, I just wondered if we could get a very quick reaction from David on the report that Doug Tennell just announced coming from Iraqi radio, and the one that Harry mentioned as well, that says that 14 Allied planes were shot down. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I think that the possibility that this is merely propaganda has to be uppermost. This is a political struggle as well as a military struggle, and I think it's very important for the Iraqis to try to convince themselves, if nobody else, that they've acquitted themselves well. On the other hand, we've also had this report of 4 French aircraft being hit out of a dozen. That's a pretty high number. are a pretty high proportion anyway. And so it may well be that we do have to steel ourselves for some important casualties on our part.
All right, Steve, we'll let you carry on now.
I was just going to add a little bit more information that's just come in involving those French planes. We reported earlier that 4 were hit by anti-aircraft fire and machine gun fire. The French are acknowledging that 1 pilot may have been slightly injured, and they're saying also that one of the planes was more seriously damaged than the others. They also said that they were flying in part of a combined operation, so the U.S. planes would have been receiving that same ground fire and could have taken casualties, right?
Yes, I think that's possible, particularly since what they apparently were going after were the airfields in Kuwait, and they were trying to minimize the damage to Kuwait itself, and in doing that, they probably came in quite low and exposed themselves to this kind of intense ground fire, which the Iraqis are capable because of their large forces in Kuwait.
You were a former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Carter. If you were in the meetings that are taking place this morning in Washington, what would be your advice about reporting of casualties, reporting of U.S. casualties? How quickly would you report them, and would you report all of them?
Well, I think the president's in a real bind here. As I said, this is a political struggle, and he wants to have the initial impression of this raid as positive as possible. On the other hand, he may not know, and in fact, I'm sure he does not know what the casualties are. And the real problem in the White House is once you say something, then your credibility is on the line. I think the president wants to be extremely careful that anything that comes out of the White House or even the Pentagon be as accurate as possible. And in this situation, with all of these aircraft doing repeated sorties, with 6 different air bases involved, with aircraft carriers possibly now involved, I think it may be very difficult to get an accurate count that won't test his credibility later.
I just wanted to add one last piece of information. We reported earlier that French planes were hit by ground fire. There were no missiles fired, which would seem to indicate that they had been knocked out. Harry?
Steve? Thank you, David.
Steve, thanks very much. We want to go back to London right now. Kuwaitis in the Western world are anxiously watching the unfolding war in the Gulf, and joining us now in London is a member of the Kuwaiti ruling family. He is Mohammed Al-Sabah, a cousin of the Emir of Kuwait, and he is a student in London. Good day to you, sir.
Good morning.
What is your reaction to the attack and the war as it is unfolding thus far?
Well, first one has to say that in general, Kuwaitis are a pacifist race, and we did not want this war. However, as time went on, we found out, or we thought that this would be the only way to get Saddam out of Kuwait, give him a dose of his own medicine. Of course, we are very sorry for the Iraqis. We feel great sorrow for the Kuwaitis who are suffering in there, but above all, there is no words to express our gratitude to the citizens of the free world who have stood behind us, behind our cause for the last 5.5 months, and we hope that they will not have to pay dearly in this war.
Have you been monitoring closely the news, and from what you have heard thus far, it seems like the Allied sorties into Iraq have been successful. Have you had a chance to keep close tabs on this?
I've been following the news since the first shots were fired. I must admit I do have reservations. On CNN a while ago, there was talk about the planes leaving, Iraqi planes coming up and going north. What are they doing? Why are they doing that for? Why aren't they engaging with the Allied troops? Let me tell you, Saddam Hussein is a very cynical, very cold, very tactical man. There must be an ace up his sleeve. I don't think that. I hope that the success of the Allied troops is genuine, but I really doubt it. I think the news is too good.
Some people would suggest that an engagement with Saddam Hussein would not be as quick as some people hope. I guess I'm hearing from you that his resolve, especially as you've seen him roll into your own country, may be stronger and more steadfast than we're hoping, at least in these initial hours, and from the success we're hearing?
Well, let me tell you, when he first walked into Kuwait on August the 2nd, we had no state of emergency. We were promised by several world Arab leaders that there will be no attack, and that's why he managed to gain the upper hand, or to actually annex Kuwait within 6 hours. But, and of course, don't forget, we only had a 20,000 strong army. He has a 1 million strong army, 590,000 of which are deployed against your troops. Of course, his air power isn't as strong. But, I mean, can you give me any reason why there hasn't been any retaliation of scale against the Allied troops? I'm sure they're strong enough, you know, but I really can't understand the pacifism or the weaknesses in the Iraqi defense.
That's one of the questions that remains to be answered today. Mohammed Al-Sabah, cousin of the Emir of Kuwait, a student in London, joining us this morning. Thank you.
And we'll be back with more coverage in just several seconds. Actually, why don't we skip along to the headlines now from the Persian Gulf. U.S.-led forces are carrying out massive air assaults on Iraq and occupied Kuwait. There are no reports of U.S. casualties, but Iraqi radio claims 14 Allied planes were shot down. Once again, we must say again that is Iraqi radio reporting that. Saddam Hussein is vowing to defeat the Allied forces and conquer Saudi Arabia, but so far Hussein has failed to carry out his promised attack on Israel. France is reporting 4 of its Jaguar warplanes were hit in a raid on a Kuwaiti airfield, but it says all returned safely. Radio Baghdad is reporting 14 Allied aircraft shot down during the attacks, but that report is not confirmed by U.S. or Allied officials. BBC Radio is reporting that the Iraqi Defense Ministry headquarters in Baghdad has been heavily damaged in a surgical bombing strike that left buildings nearby undamaged. Meanwhile, peace protests are continuing across the country, including one at the United Nations, and not far from there on the Brooklyn Bridge earlier this morning. At least 7 protesters were hurt, 2 of them critically, and one of them when they were hit by a car driven by a suspected drunken driver. And those are the headlines for the moment.
At least up until this moment anyway, and we will keep repeating that procedure throughout the day today to keep everybody up to date as possible. I want to check in with Charlie Osgood right now to find out what's going on around the rest of the country this morning. Charlie?
You know, across the nation, many Americans didn't sleep very well or very much last night. War is an easy word to say, but it is not an easy fact to get used to. Some of us called our families together and shared the experience of watching as the story unfolded. Others got together with friends, and some, like the men you are about to meet, put on their hats and went down to the VFW, or American Legion Hall.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
In Toledo, Ohio, there was a scheduled meeting of the veterans of foreign wars. But it was a meeting in which this time the schedule changed. The usual time to get together and remember old wars became mixed up with a war that was only a few hours old.
Our troops over there in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, it's so close because in 1942 I was in Polish Army. We belonged to British 8th Army, and I was in Iraq, the same places they are now.
That is Ted Nitkovich.
I'm a Vietnam veteran. I feel that this country should stop Saddam Hussein where he is. He's a madman. He needs to be stopped right now.
That's Ray Zuchowski.
Is that U.S. cruise-style missiles.
Not far away, there in Toledo, the normal course of evening events at the American Legion also changed.
We got all the best equipment and the best of servicemen, and I think we'll get them quick. And this is the only way to get them for the other nations to go in there. And you hate to see people die. That's the main thing. I hate to see anyone die.
The last gentleman was Frank Zorowski. He told us that he was 50 miles from the Japanese city of Nagasaki when the atomic bomb fell on that city in August of 1945. He could see and feel the flash. He says that he hopes that neither he nor anyone else ever has to see such a thing again.
Harry, Paula? Charlie, I think when we go through an experience like this, and as people look into the televisions and listen to the radios and see a war like this unfold, it brings back all kinds of memories for all different generations. And this is not, by any stretch of the imagination, an easy time for anyone in America. I think it's difficult to comprehend what our men and women are going through over there, and certainly our hopes and prayers are with the families of all of the service men and women. It is certainly a moment at which I think many of us think back to maybe some of the worst times in our lives, and I think for those of us, even those who are most supportive of what's going on over there, it's a terribly difficult time to be trying to cope with the emotions of a moment like this.
It brings back such memories for those men in the VFW and the American Legion. For some, of course, it brings back memories of Vietnam and the lessons we learned in Vietnam. For others, it brings back memories of World War II. We don't want to make the same mistakes that were made back in 1939, let's say. But this war will stand on its own and has its own imperatives, and it's too late to stop it. It's already underway.
I guess what continues to strike me as we talk with family members of those that are serving right now is the absolute strength that they've exhibited throughout this last 5.5 months. I'm amazed at the reservoir that they tap.
One of the things that Colin Powell and the Secretary of Defense talked about a little bit last night was the preparation of the soldiers, the men and women over there from all of the branches of the service. And I think it was Colin Powell who said that these are the best trained fighting men and women maybe ever in the history of the United States. I think what has come clear is, along with that training, the families of these people have been prepared well. And the military does a different kind and better job, I think, these days of getting families ready and helping families cope during these most difficult times with all different kinds of support groups. And it is astounding to me as well, the kind of stamina and just real heart that these families have shown under these really most difficult of circumstances.
And CBS News coverage of Desert Storm continues. And Harry Smith and I are back at just about 7 minutes before the hour right now. You may have children at home, and no doubt they may be talking about war and what it means. CBS News correspondent Edie Magnus spent the day with some 7th graders in Ridgewood, New Jersey, and just hours before war broke out, she found kids with plenty on their minds.
Good morning, this is the BFPN Morning Report for Wednesday, January 15th. I'm Kristen Collier. And I'm Allie Beersdorf. I'll say thank you, Jen. We all hope for peace and that the troops come home from the Persian Gulf as soon as possible.
That's good.
2 minutes!
Just take your time. As usual, you're in control. Everything is fine.
Quiet on the stand!
It's 8:07. Live from the broadcast studio at New Jersey's Ben Franklin Junior High.
Good morning. This is BFPN Morning Report for Wednesday, January 16th.
First, their world.
Any student who had signed up for the ski trip this past weekend.
Then, news from the more ominous world around them.
For the past few weeks, we have all been worried about the prospect of war. In view of the situation in the Middle East, we have asked 6 students to join us here in the studio and share their feelings with us.
And after the local news team comes a national broadcast for students in Bob Bracken's homeroom.
This is a special edition of Channel 1. Both Allied and Iraqi troops were reported ready for battle.
We react to the Channel 1 news every day, and then we discuss the main issues. They're very aware.
Tariq Aziz and Baker, they talked for 6 hours and got nowhere.
They are very concerned about this.
My whole other side of the family in Israel. All my friends and stuff.
This is the first war or threat of war that these kids have ever had to face.
And on this day that the Iraqis have defied the deadline, there's a frequent refrain from these 7th graders. It's time to fight.
Saddam Hussein has lied too much. I think we just should go in there and get it over with.
We just keep giving him time. He might come out with like some nuclear bomb or something like that.
My dad was in the Army. He told me everything. Wasn't ready, so we just go in and get him out.
Brave words when there is fear and uncertainty in their hearts.
Well, my dad's in the reserves, and I don't want to come home one day and find that he's gone, and I might not ever see my dad again.
How do you think they're going to handle it?
I think you're going to see a lot of false bravado, but inside they're little kids and they're very worried.
One point that made me really scared was that body bags were brought over. I'm concerned about the soldiers because they leave and they say, what if I never come back?
Do any of you say prayers?
Yeah. I pray for my dad, relatives, and all the Americans, Iraqis, Kuwaitis, and all the soldiers and people who are affected by this. And I hope that, like, George Bush makes the right choice and that it doesn't turn out to be like a 500-year war or something like that.
Children seem to have been really affected by this, and even before the fighting started last night, people I know have talked about children and their families, especially of 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, who have almost become obsessed by the prospects of war. Now, I'm sure certainly with the war actually starting, with an incredible array of fears about it. It was interesting, yesterday Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood actually recorded a public service announcement basically trying to allay the fears of children, to say that while these things go on, they should know that they're loved and that their parents care for them, and there'll always be someone around who does care for them. But I think for all of us who are going through a whole range of emotions through moments like this, it's important to probably take some extra time to make sure that our children are assured through these difficult moments.
I know we've introduced our audience in CBS this morning to several psychiatrists and psychologists over the last couple of weeks whose best advice is, in fact, that you must sit down and take the time and make it clear to these children that they are, in fact, safe. And from what I understand, their biggest fear is a sense of abandonment. Obviously, we've talked with a number of children whose either one parent or two parents are serving in the Middle East right now, and that's a very different situation, of course, than children whose families are not serving over there. Mm-hmm. But the fear is the same, that sense of abandonment and the fact that maybe someday they'll be left alone.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised by it, but I guess that's what's so stunning is that, and this is not a scientific survey or anything, but it's not the families of servicemen that we're hearing about the children who seem so disturbed by this. But you know, just through family acquaintances. One family we know dismantled all of their television sets and put them down in the basement because their 9-year-old child was so completely distraught over information that was coming through the media and that he was exposed to. And this was even before the fighting started last night. So that may be the mission of many of us today, to make sure that our children know that they're loved and are cared for through these very difficult moments, while we're worried about lots of other things as well.
The mission, of course, of teachers in the classroom today. I know that we've talked with a number of teachers over the last couple of weeks who have also talked about the importance of sort of getting rid of the daily curriculum and really taking the time to sit down and help these kids understand exactly why we're there and what we're doing and what it is that we hope to accomplish. If they understand the answers to some of those questions, I think it takes the mystery out of some of the emotions that they're feeling.
And so much, I think, what they're afraid of is the fear of the unknown. There are lots of rumors circulating this morning. We're going to try and clear some of those up in just a couple of seconds, including an Iraqi radio report that says 14 Allied planes shot down. There, of course, is no kind of confirmation of that kind of, at least what we see as propaganda thus far this morning, but we'll try and clear all of that up and get down to the latest headlines in just a few seconds as CBS News coverage continues.
Smith and I are back at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The war has now been on for about some 10 hours now, and I have some latest headlines for you to bring you up to date on what has happened if you have not been up with us all night long. Iraq's defense ministry is hit during an air raid on Baghdad. Iraqi radio claims 14 Allied planes have been shot down, but there is no confirmation of that report. Saddam Hussein remains defiant, and an anti-war protest ends in 7 injuries in New York. A reporter in Baghdad says he saw the Iraqi Defense Ministry hit in the massive air raids that continue this morning. He also says the raid was very accurate with little damage to any surrounding buildings. The British say all of their planes came back safely from the Allied airstrikes on Iraq and Kuwait. The French say 4 of their Jaguar combat planes were hit, with 1 pilot slightly hurt, but all, we're told, made it back safely to the base. Iraq radio, however, claimed its air defense has shot down 14 planes, but there is no confirmation of that from either U.S. or Allied officials. American pilots of F-15 and F-4 jets returned to their bases in Saudi Arabia and talked about their sorties. Apparently, we don't have...
We flew into Iraq, and we did escort. We escorted a multinational force and had the ability to go in there. I can't get into numbers of different type of aircraft.
Obviously, we're having some problems with that tape with the reaction of some of the pilots who participated in what we're told are hundreds of sorties that have occurred over the last 10 hours. But a few hours after the first raids hit Iraq and positions in Kuwait, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has his own assessment of how the battle was going.
I think it would be inappropriate at this point to convey the notion that somehow we've got a final fix on it. But I think it would be fair to say, and General Powell may well want to comment on this, that the initial reaction from the Iraqis is such that I'm generally of the opinion that we achieved a fairly high degree of tactical surprise.
In the face of these air attacks, Saddam Hussein remains defiant, demanding the U.S. and its coalition partners abandon their efforts to get him out of Kuwait. And in this country, protesters are also demanding an end to American involvement, with major demonstrations, including one at the UN's New York headquarters, and not far from the United Nations on the Brooklyn Bridge. 7 protesters were reportedly injured early this morning when they were struck by a car, apparently driven by a drunken driver. And those are the headlines to the moment.
We want to go next to Washington, I think. And Mark Phillips. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Harry. The information that we just saw a little bit of provided by Defense Secretary Dick Cheney is in fact the latest real official comment that we've had from this side of the Atlantic on what continues to go on in the Gulf. We have heard reports through the night about second waves of American and British fighters going into Iraq. The information which Paula just summed up in terms of French hits but no casualties, and other details that have been coming out. But in the absence of any hard information here, there is a lot of speculation going on amongst officials here as to just what the targets were and just what the success was of the first wave of American British fighters and Saudi and Kuwaiti fighters that went into Iraq, including a comment made at the press conference by Secretary Cheney, which has led a lot of people in this building to conclude, or at least to speculate, that some of the targeting may not have been only of Iraqi air defenses and Iraqi military installations on the ground in Iraq and Kuwait, but also of some of their mobile forces. The thinking is that that targeting may in fact have been of the Iraqi Republican Guard units, which have been held in reserve along the Kuwaiti former and we hope soon to be Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. Hitting those units would be a very significant step in any future ground war that would be forthcoming. Harry?
Thanks very much, Mark Phillips. We're obviously having some audio problems with that line from the Pentagon, and we'll try and get a cleaner one and get back to Mark a little bit later on.
And we're going to try to get some reaction now to a BBC report that Iraqi troops are shelling U.S. positions in Saudi Arabia. We're going to go to Steve Croft right now. I know the information is dribbling in bit by bit, but do you have any more information on that at all, Steve?
Paula, this is what we know. I'm with David Aaron, former Deputy National Security Advisor in the Carter administration. The reports from the BBC say that U.S. positions are being shelled, and it would seem there's also reports that an oil refinery is being shelled, probably the same one we've been talking about most of the evening, and that the U.S. is responding. That's about all we know. David, the longest range artillery that the Iraqis have has a range of about 25 kilometers. Where would you guess that this is taking place?
Well, my assumption is that this is a continuation of the fighting that's taking place here, but that's only an assumption because, in fact, we really don't know. The border guards who were up against this line here have withdrawn behind the Marines, and so it may well be that the action is continuing in that general same region.
Saddam Hussein continues to talk very tough. There are reports essentially of Iraqi radio broadcasting, mother of all wars has begun, that the Satan in the White House should withdraw. What do you make of that?
Well, he has to talk tough because his biggest problem right now is holding his troops together, maintaining their morale, trying to give the impression of leadership. And to do that, he can't begin to say, well, maybe I made a mistake, or we ought to really think about this a second time. So I think that this is basically for domestic consumption, although it's interesting to me that part of this rhetoric includes a call for Arabs, Muslims everywhere to rise against the United States. And I think that was a great fear on the part of the United States administration and other countries, that this attack would provoke an enormous reaction among Arab peoples everywhere. That hasn't happened yet. I think we have to keep our fingers crossed still. But in places like Jordan, for example, I think the interesting thing is that the dog is not barked. The population is not out in the streets, and there are not massive uprisings throughout the Arab world.
Perhaps one of the reasons why there have not been demonstrations in Jordan is the fact that Jordanian radio, the official radio, did not broadcast any report of the war even being underway. That Jordanians, for the most part, learned about it this morning from Israeli television, from the BBC, and from the Voice of America. What do you make of that?
Well, I think King Hussein is trying to dampen down any reaction. It's not in his interest to see his country in turmoil. On the other hand, the Jordanians do turn into Israeli radio, do get CNN, do get Western media, and I think that they're very much aware of what's going on.
We've heard reports on and off this morning about the markets in London responding very favorably, about the dollar going down, all based, I presume, on the fact that the oil fields do not appear to be under any threat. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's that, and I also think from talking to my friends on Wall Street in the last 24 hours, they feel that the markets, the stock markets were all priced down, had already discounted a good deal of this, and a lot of people were already shorting oil. In other words, they were already betting that the price of oil would drop after the war started, not go up.
Thank you very much, David. Harry?
Actually, it's coming back to both of us here. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, David. We're going to check in now with Charlie Osgood. We have heard throughout the night bits and pieces of statements that various congressional leaders have made in reacting to the start of war, and I understand you have more for us now.
Well, it was only just 2 days ago. Remember, Congress was completely divided. Members voted. Sorry. I think we got to get a mic first. Forgive me, Howard. This will take but a minute. Sorry about that.
Now we can hear you.
Now let's go. It was only 7 days ago, less than that. Congress was deeply divided. Members were voting on whether or not they should authorize this action in the Gulf. Well, they did authorize it. President Bush was given the permission to do this, and he's done it. And now representatives and senators of both parties have rallied quickly behind the president.
I think all of us are deeply concerned that this war now be as short as possible, that, as the president indicated, it be with the minimum loss of life and is decisive in its result.
I'm glad to see us going in real strength and not piecemealing things as we did in Vietnam. In war, moderation is not to be admired in war. Moderation, as I said on the Senate floor the other day, is self-defeating in combat.
I think Saddam Hussein should be wiped from the earth, from the face of the earth. I've said that before. I say it again. And if he is captured, then he should be brought to trial as the international butcher that he is.
Congress is back in session again today, and although there will be no criticism, I think, that can be expected, at least at the moment, Congress being what it is, I think that some criticism will develop as time goes by.
Charlie? Thanks very much. Throughout the early morning hours, starting a couple of hours ago, the Department of Defense has started to supply us some debriefs with some of the pilots who flew missions over Iraq last night and the bombing that started in Baghdad. And we want to take a look at some of the interviews with some of those pilots right now.
Initially, we watched the ground fire come up, and the first response was, gee, that's neat, and then the second response is, it's aimed at me. And then it became very realistic. You're on such an adrenaline high, you know, prior to the mission, there really wasn't much time for rest, and you probably couldn't have rested even if you wanted to. You're just so high. Going through the mission, you're running on adrenaline, basically. Coming off that mission, you're just flooded with an emotion of a sense of relief. You can't get overconfident. It's almost like scoring an early touchdown or something. You get overconfident, they can still beat you 38-6 or something. The biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Looked like everything in downtown was, fireworks were going off, a lot of AAA, impacts on the ground. I think we hit there just about the time we're 40 miles south is when they're pounding targets in Baghdad. What did it look like? Exactly like the movies, to be real honest. The ground fire of the artillery coming up and the airburst below us was exciting.
It's a reaction to some of the pilots who were involved in the attacks on Baghdad last night, and that's tape supplied by the Department of Defense this morning. We want to check in again right now with CBS News correspondent Doug Tennell, who is in Amman, Jordan. Doug?
Harry, I'm standing here with Professor Kamal Abu Jaber from Jordan's Institute of Middle Eastern Studies. And we've just been discussing the fallout, the potential fallout from the bombs that are falling in Kuwait and in Iraq. What about here in Jordan?
Well, thank the Lord, we are out of the conflict as far as this hour is concerned, but we still may be dragged into it one way or the other, either by Israel on the one hand or by the Iraqis on the other, so we don't know.
The American Embassy is telling Americans here to stay off the streets, to stay indoors. Is there a reason for that, and is it a good one?
Yes, there is a reason, and the people are in the heat of the battle right now. They're terribly upset, they're very dismayed and shocked. In fact, and I think at the moment it is not a very healthy thing for Americans or foreigners to be on the streets.
What could happen?
Well, God knows what could happen, although I think that the Jordanian people are very kind people, the Jordanians and the Palestinians. I do not think that they will harm anybody, but the chance is always there. You know, some will go berserk or something. So I don't think it's a good idea for anybody to be on the street at this moment.
Were people shocked by the dimensions of the attack?
Yes, the dimensions were horrible. The attack itself was horrible. I still think that something could have been worked out, that Iraq could have been pushed out of Kuwait in a peaceful manner, but for some reason or another, this did not happen, and force was finally used.
Do most people here support Saddam Hussein still?
It is not a matter of support of Saddam Hussein. Nobody supports Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. They support Saddam Hussein as a force against Israel. And when the United States now is demolishing the Iraqi power, it is leaving the Middle East at the mercy of the Israeli power, totally in the nude, totally naked. So it is not because somebody loves Hussein or hates Hussein or supports Saddam Hussein invasion of Kuwait. These are two different things that we are talking about.
What must be done?
What must be done? This is the plea that the United States initiates immediately a peace initiative that will reconcile once and for all the region with itself and the Arabs with the Israelis. Otherwise, this battle will be only another battle in the series of battles that have taken place so far.
Doctor, thank you very much. Harry, back to you.
Doug Tennell reporting this morning from Amman, Jordan. Paul?
And we're going to bring you up to date on the headlines now. Our CBS News coverage of the Persian Gulf continues. Here are those headlines. BBC radio reports that Iraqi troops are shelling U.S. positions in Saudi Arabia, and the allies are responding in kind. So far, there have been 2 waves of U.S.-led air attacks on Iraq and Kuwait, And Mikhail Gorbachev takes to the airwaves on Soviet television, pointing blame at Saddam Hussein. The battle in the sand appears to be heating up. BBC Radio reports that Iraqi artillery is shelling U.S. and allied forces in Saudi Arabia. Those forces are described as fighting back, but few details are known at this time. Mikhail Gorbachev spoke in a pre-taped address on Soviet television a short time ago, saying Saddam Hussein is totally to blame for the war. Soviet military forces are on alert near the Soviet-Iraqi border. Meanwhile, U.S. F-15s and other aircraft are returning from bombing sorties in Iraq and Kuwait. Their pilots are all reporting success. Baghdad radio, however, claims that 14 Allied planes have been shot down in the air assault, but there has been no confirmation of that from the Pentagon or other Allied officials. And that is the latest news to the moment. Right now, we're going to listen in again on a conversation Alan Pizzi, one of our correspondents, had earlier on this morning with Dan Rather. Alan Pizzi is in Baghdad. He was in the hotel at the time when he talked to Dan, and he could see the air raids from his position.
Alan has been in Baghdad for the last several days, and of course communication with Baghdad was difficult at best. Most of the major networks were cut off from communication at some point in the evening of last night. And before we go to Alan Pizzi, we're going to take a look at some other Department of Defense pictures that have just rolled in. These are pictures of a debrief with the 82nd Airborne. They're taking
P-O-L-I-S-L-E-E. What were your thoughts this morning when you woke up? Had you heard the news?
I heard the news about 4 o'clock this morning.
Your reaction?
I anticipated it. I think we all did. I knew it would be either today or tomorrow. We just listened to the news, see what's going on.
Were you in a position to know something about it? How do you think it's overdue? What do you think about what it opens up?
I don't think it's overdue. I think it's, it's in the president's time frame. The president said he would do what he would do. He gave this time frame as what he anticipated would happen, and he did it. So,
what's your job? How could this affect you?
I'm a supply technician. It just affects me like any other soldier. I mean, we've all got a job to do, and we anticipate that we're going to have to be busier here in the next few days.
Okay, how did you find out about this? What time did you find out about it? What was your initial reaction?
I was awakened about 3 o'clock this morning by my major who informed me that the attack had began.
Your reaction to that at that time?
I think it was about time. It was, in my opinion, long overdue.
How would you describe everybody's reaction here? It seems calm.
I think in some cases it was a relief to some of the personnel who have been here and had built up much anxiety over the months.
Can I get your rank, your first name, and your last name?
CW3, Jim, S.E. They're spelled K-E-E-S-E-E.
Okay, could I get your rank, your first name, and your last name, please?
CW3, Theodore Pemberton.
How do you spell Pemberton?
P-E-M-B-E-R-T-O-N.
Where were you this morning when you found out about this? What was your initial reaction?
I was on my way to the bathroom. 2:30 in the morning. And I found out that we had been involved in an airstrike for 35 minutes.
Your initial reaction?
My initial reaction. We're going to war. That's about it.
What's your job? How can it affect you?
Oh, just like everyone else here, I'm a logistician. We make sure the guys have what they need, and we take that very seriously. And that's our job. Get them what they need to get this thing over with as soon as possible.
Everybody seems to be taking it very calmly. Do you notice any difference in anybody, or perhaps are people taking everything more seriously?
Well, most of these guys here have been in the Army for 18, 20, 22 years. And we've seen this type of stuff in one form or another. So it's our job, and we try to do our job as professionally as we possibly can. And to get upset about something that we do every day doesn't serve any purpose. So this is we fight as we train. And I guess that's about all I can say.
Thank you. Let's do something about that band.
To some interviews with some soldiers from the 82nd Airborne, obviously not on the front lines. These are people deployed in some sort of supply position. Also clearly not in any immediate harm's way, but just some reactions from some soldiers over in Saudi Arabia to the news that they got early this morning as they got up to get ready to do their jobs about the U.S. launching its attack on Baghdad
As I
last
said,
night.
a very small element of surprise there. They've been preparing for this day for a long time. The mood is, as we've just heard described, very, very calm.
Very businesslike. This is a Department of Defense tape that is being fed to us down the line this morning, unedited. You're getting a first look at it just as we are getting a first look at it as it comes in this morning.
We haven't seen many pictures up until this point. I know that if you've been with us this morning, you've seen some of the interviews that were done with pilots involved in some of the initial bombing attacks over Baghdad.
Ultimately, we should see some kind of pictures. The Department of Defense has cameras on a lot of the hardware that they sent over on those bombing runs last night. And if you remember, even on the attacks on Libya years ago, that ultimately pictures were made available, and we should be able to get a look at some of that. We don't know when, though.
And CBS News coverage of Desert Storm continues.
Security around area bases has stepped up this morning after the Allied attack on Iraqi forces in Baghdad. Good morning. It is 4:23 a.m. Thursday morning. We will be updating you on the war in the Persian Gulf, how is it affecting those of us here in San Antonio as this day goes on. The bombing of Iraq has U.S. military bases on heightened security to guard against terrorism. Last night, Kelly Air Force Base remained on THREATCOM Bravo, a level of increased security. There also seems to be an increased amount of traffic to the Electronic Security Command at Kelly shortly after the invasion began. Meanwhile, patrons of VFW Post 6012 just outside the base were generally supportive of the U.S. attack on Iraq. Several war veterans say the U.S. offensive should continue with no holds barred.
They hit everything that can possibly be hit before anybody can retaliate. Get our ground troops in as safely as possible and get as many people back home safely as possible, as soon as possible. But let's do it. Let's do it hard. Let's do it fast and do it right.
Other veterans say the U.S. should not be getting involved in a Persian Gulf war because of the potential loss of life. Randolph Air Force Base officials confirmed the base is in an increased security position. Spokeswoman Captain Ingrid Bradley would not elaborate as to what that means, though, but said she would keep in touch with the local media of any changes that would affect the general public. Soldiers in San Antonio who may be sent to the Persian Gulf in the future were watching television reports of what has been transpiring in the Persian Gulf. We talked with some of those soldiers last night just outside the gates of Fort Sam Houston at a place called Betty's Battalion. Here's what they had to say.
I've got a brother over there. It's going on. People I've trained with, people I've lived with. They're there. I just hope the best for them. We'll worry about the political problems later, and just hope the best for my friends and family.
Well, my fiance's over there, so it's kind of scary for me. I just pray to God that everybody stay safe and things work out okay. You know, you're going to have casualties, but hopefully they can keep it to a minimum.
I've got a 9-year-old son, and when I came down here, he said, "Mom, where are you going?" And I had explained to him previously, "Mike, I'm going to school in San Antonio," and he understands it. But he's 9, and I got here. He said, "Where are you?" You know, when I called back, and I said, "I'm still in Texas, you know. And when are you going to call me again? And where will you be?" And when I call him, you know, every 2 days, "Where are you?" So, am I worried, or do I have a 9-year-old? Yeah.
Those are soldiers stationed at Fort Sam at a place called Betty's Battalion last night. Because so many in this town have taken part in Operation Desert Shield, now Operation Desert Storm, many loved ones are here at home wanting to know how their family and friends are doing over there. We have some numbers which we will be giving you throughout the morning. If you don't get them now, we'll have them again for you in our next half hour. For information on relatives in the Army, that number is 703-614-0739. For the Marines, the number is 800-523-2694. The Air Force, the number is 800-253-9276. Now, the Navy has 2 numbers. For general information, it is 800-732-1206. For family information, that number is 1-800-255-3808. And if you have Coast Guard relatives, you can call 1-800-283-8724. Security measures have been beefed up at the San Antonio International Airport by orders of the FAA. These are the changes now in effect. Keep in mind these changes if you are headed to the airport and plan to do any traveling today. You may want to leave a little early. There will be more law enforcement officers on patrol and stationed around the terminals. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed beyond the security checkpoints. The only exceptions, a parent or guardian can accompany a minor traveling alone to the gate, and any handicapped travelers can have someone help them to the gate. Officials report any unattended baggage is subject to search and seizure by police. Keep in mind now that these things if you're going to the airport this morning. Extra security measures have been taken at the federal building here in San Antonio after death threats against Congressman Henry B. Gonzalez. Gonzalez introduced legislation yesterday asking for the impeachment of President Bush. The congressman's wife is reported to have received at least 2 threatening phone calls. One caller is alleged to have threatened to, quote here, shoot Gonzalez through the eyes when the congressman returns to San Antonio. Another caller is reported to have said, quoting again, he is going to get shot and deserves to be. The resolution introduced by Gonzalez claims the president has conspired to engage in a massive war with Iraq. Even though it looks as if the United States has done well in the battle so far, not everyone is happy that we're there. Last night in Austin, protesters carried signs and chanted their opposition to the war in the Middle East. The group's feelings seem to have been heightened by the knowledge that the fighting had started 7,000 miles away. Some 500 demonstrators marched on the Capitol. More than a dozen sat down, saying they would stay until the war ends. Department of Public Safety officials encountered few problems, though. As you might expect, the war in the Persian Gulf is affecting oil prices. With the first sounds of battle, cash trading in New Orleans and Houston hit $35, then soared even higher. It's anyone's guess what will happen on the New York Mercantile when it opens this morning. For days, we have been hearing that the price of gasoline would go up if war breaks out. We know at least that Diamond Shamrock has not made a price change. Kathy Hughes in their PR office here in San Antonio says no price increase has been authorized. Last night, someone changed the price on a sign at a Diamond Shamrock sign saying gas was up past $2 a gallon. According to Diamond Shamrock, that should not have happened. It was a joke or prank, and not a very funny one either. Maybe one thing, though, that will help stabilize oil prices today is the sale of more oil from the nation's stockpile of crude oil. President Bush has authorized that to happen. You may know that this country has a large stockpile of crude oil in Texas and in Louisiana. That sale will happen today. Many industry analysts have said in the last few days, if we can avoid a panic, oil prices should remain relatively stable, given the large stockpile and if we have a short war. Operation Desert Storm has left us with many feelings of anxiety this morning, but many children are also concerned about the situation in the Gulf. Respected children's television host Mr. Rogers has taken to the airwaves with a message especially for children. In 4 videotaped messages, Fred Rogers of the show Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood is stressing family communication during the crisis. Rogers says the worries about war are especially disturbing to children and hopes this message will help alleviate their fears. It has been a very long night for many people in this city, and we are with you throughout the day. We will have continued coverage, as CBS will have continued coverage throughout the day. Stay with us. Alex will be along in a little while with the weather. Steve Davis will have sports relating to all this. Gina Galavis with live shots about the city. See you later.
to our continuing coverage here on CBS News of the war in the Persian Gulf. I'm Harry Smith along with Paula Zahn. We've also got Charles Osgood here this morning, and Steve Croft will get reports in a few minutes from Richard Threlkeld in London and Wyatt Andrews at the White House. Iraq and the Allies reportedly traded artillery fire across the Saudi border. That among our headlines this morning. Also, the BBC reports that there have been Allied casualties, but we have no details. U.S.-led air raids strike Iraq's defense ministry in Baghdad, and Mikhail Gorbachev says Saddam Hussein brought destruction on himself. Artillery shells are reportedly flying both directions this hour across the border between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, with U.S. positions said to be under attack. The BBC reports. That's a report from the BBC, not confirmed here in this country. In Allied command in Bahrain is saying that there have been some Allied casualties, but we have no details on that or confirmed from our own Defense Department. There is also an eyewitness report this morning that the almost continuous air raids on Baghdad have hit Baghdad's Defense Ministry headquarters. The strike is described as accurate, doing almost no damage to surrounding buildings. American pilots flew F-4 Weasels and F-15s in 2 waves of sorties. When they returned to base, they described what they'd seen.
You stand there, you sit there, and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick.
I think that we have got a tremendous Air Force only because of what our people have bought for us, and it's really their Air Force, which you have to understand that. And we have the best equipment in the world right now, and it's working out very, very well. And we've got some good stuff, and we're just proud to be able to employ it.
A couple of the pilots who have returned from missions in Baghdad last night. Iraqi radio is claiming 14 Allied planes have been shot down, but there is no confirmation that any Allied planes have been lost. The French do say that 4 of their Jaguar jets were hit by ground fire over Kuwait, but they returned safely to base. Mikhail Gorbachev, in a broadcast to the Soviet people, put the blame for war squarely on Saddam Hussein. Last night, President Bush expressed the same sentiment.
Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation. No threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children.
So the shells and the rockets continue to fly and the bombs fall in the Gulf, and we have one report of some Allied casualties, but no details yet, and no confirmation from our Pentagon Defense Department or State Department.
And to get another perspective on all this, we're going to go now to James Hattori, who is standing by live at an undisclosed location in Saudi Arabia. James, I'm wondering if you can bring us up to date on what you saw and then what some of the pilots saw last night.
Well, unfortunately, Paula, to this point, we haven't had a chance to talk to many of the pilots. I think what has become clear overnight is that a mission flown by a squadron of F-15 Strike Eagles, which are noted for their night operations, went out and accomplished their mission and apparently made it back without suffering any casualties. Other operations were underway this morning, continue to be underway at this hour, although we cannot be more specific because of security concerns. We were awoken about a quarter of 1 o'clock in the morning, Saudi Arabia time, and what we heard, obviously, was the scream of the turbine engines from these aircraft already taking out on their first sortie. By the time we made out to the flight line, we could see other planes beginning to start their engines, pilots and crew beginning to assemble before their aircraft and then taxi on off to their missions.
James, we have been hearing reports on and off all this morning that U.S. positions in Saudi Arabia are now being shelled by the Iraqis. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
I'm afraid that the position we're in right now, we are not getting a lot of information from other areas. I think even if the Air Force had some information, they'd be reluctant to pass it along right now for fear of compromising anything. What we do know is that the operations here are continuing. We do know that they believe, or the indications preliminarily are that they have been successful.
James Hattori reporting from Saudi Arabia now. Thank you very much.
We want to check in with correspondent Richard Threlkeld, who is in London right now. Some of the reports about the casualties are coming out of the BBC. Richard, what can you tell us about what you're hearing there this morning?
Good morning, Harry. Let me flesh that report of casualties out a bit. It comes via the British Broadcasting Company from the commander of the Royal Air Force in Bahrain, and what he says to them is that there have been Allied casualties. He refuses to describe them or to enumerate them or to indicate what type of casualties. One might assume, assume, that these were primarily British casualties. Don't know how many they are. But Bahrain, you'll recall, is one of the major bases for the British Tornado fighter bomber, which was used extensively both in last night's and today's raids. Also, as you mentioned, Iraqi radio is insisting that at least 14 Allied fighters were downed by their ground fire. Again, Iraqi radio is known to be prone to exaggeration, so there's no independent way of indicating that. Finally, in the dribs and drabs of news, the Iraqi ambassador to Britain said today that, quote, his country will fight to the last child. Whether that's bombast or the truth, we just don't know.
Richard, help me understand a little bit better what you just said. The report is from Bahrain, and who's saying what in Bahrain? Is it Bahraini, or is it a Brit who is given the report to the BBC?
It's a Brit, Harry, the Royal Air Force commander in Bahrain, the commander of the British Tornado fighter bomber squadron in Bahrain, where they're based, is quoted by the BBC as saying, quote, there were Allied casualties. There have been Allied casualties. Doesn't say how many, doesn't say what the nature of the casualties are, and we can only assume that at least some of them were British, because that's a major base for the British Tornado flights.
All right. Richard Threlkeld reporting this morning from London. We're looking at the briefing room door at the White House. That's President Bush. You're looking at a live picture this morning. See if we can hear this conversation.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for stopping in. Harry, you with me here?
That's Wyatt Andrews, I think, who is chatting with the president.
Seems to be a private conversation there. Good morning, Wyatt.
Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Harry. As we stood here on standby waiting for you to come here, the president himself popped into the briefing room. He said that he had just been in the Oval Office and was just stopping by here to see how things were going. He said that from his point of view, things were going well. He says that he has been watching television, and he says things are going exactly as you all have been reporting, and by that, I took that to mean that, militarily the operations have been going well, and also that he has been in the mansion throughout most of the night receiving updates. He said that this is not unusual for him to be up at this time, but that he just decided to come over here to the West Wing, and that he is expecting a meeting of his top advisors here at the White House within the next couple of hours. Otherwise, Paula and Harry, we expect the look of the White House to be as normal as possible today, despite the fact, of course, that it's anything but. It's also obvious that the White House has a series of consultations that it must maintain. There were complaints early last night from the Secretary General of the United Nations, Perez de Cuellar, that he had not been consulted in advance, and of course, that will be a concern here because this all along is a UN operation. Whatever the United States is doing is under the umbrella of United Nations sanctions. I'm sure there'll be some work done on that. Congress also will have a wealth of questions, and if the administration's behavior in Panama is any guide, it's likely that administration officials will fan out to Congress today to answer the wealth of questions there. Congressional reaction so far, predictably, has overwhelmingly been to stop any divisive debate, close ranks around the troops, although we must say it's early yet. One thing we learned last night from presidential spokesman Marlin Fitzwater that is politically important and that we did not know before the onset of these operations is that the president plans not to go to Congress to ask for a formal declaration of war, that he will stand pat with the authority granted him by the congressional vote over the weekend. The White House was unwilling to say before the onset of the hostilities whether it would go to Congress and formally ask for a declaration of war, and now they have said they will not seek that. Paula, Harry?
Wait, are we likely to hear from the president at a news conference later on today?
There's no telling, and I did not get a chance to ask the president what his plan is on that. Again, our only guide on matters like that is the Panama situation, where the president kept his counsel through the first day. He spoke to the American people through speeches, not through press conferences, and if I'm not mistaken, I may be, but if I'm not mistaken, a full formal press conference came the second day.
All right. Thank you very much, Wyatt Andrews, reporting from Washington after a very short and private conversation with the president there.
We got a little bit of a...
coincidentally stuck his head out into the briefing room door there.
A little glimpse of that. We want to go to Tel Aviv this morning, where Dr. Dori Gold, who is the director of U.S. Foreign and Defense Policy Project at the Jaffe Center for Strategic Studies, also the author of the 1986 book, America, the Gulf, and Israel, is standing by. Dr. Gold, can you hear me all right?
I hear you fine.
What is the mood there this morning, and how are you looking at the last dozen hours or so? There was certainly a considerable threat from Saddam Hussein to Israel. He made it quite clear that if in fact a war started, he would attack Israel. From all indications and from what we hear of the success of the U.S. raid into Baghdad, into Iraq last night, might you guess that the Allies were successful in knocking out that which was most threatening to Israel?
Well, I would describe Israel's condition today as one of guarded relief. Guarded relief because I think that it's very likely that the main fixed missile sites, the Al Hussein missile sites that are located or were located at the H-2 and H-3 air bases in the western Iraqi panhandle, those fixed missile sites were probably destroyed by the Allied air forces last night. However, there's also concern still here in Israel that Iraq has a considerable number of mobile missile launchers, and it stands to reason that Saddam Hussein, expecting a large American airstrike, would have put those mobile missile launchers in protected hangars, heavily protected by reinforced concrete. And therefore, we're not out of the woods yet with the Iraqi threat. People in Israel are today under a much higher level of civil defense alert. They take their gas masks with them if they go out at all. They've been told by civil defense authorities to stay at home, stay inside, and open their sealed gas masks and have them ready. So again, there's relief, but it's a guarded relief.
But isn't the primary threat, or wasn't the primary threat to those missiles that you talked about just a second ago, that those missiles were in fact the ones that had the distance, had the capability of getting all the way from Iraq to Israel?
Well, those of us who followed the Iraqi military over the last number of years noted that at the tail end of the Iran-Iraq war, the Iraqis managed to take a Soviet Scud missile, which has about a 280-kilometer range, and extend the range out to 650 kilometers, and thereby they were able to strike Tehran repeatedly with missile strikes. Now, it's about the same range if you shift eastward, now westward towards Tel Aviv, and therefore those Al Hussein missiles were presumably able to hit Tel Aviv.
Okay.
Now, there was a debate in the intelligence community here whether the Iraqis had chemical warheads or not. Israel assumed the worst and prepared for a chemical missile strike on its main cities.
Dr. Gold, thank you so much for joining us.
And for those of you that just might be joining us now, our CBS News coverage of the Persian Gulf conflict continues, and here are the headlines at this time of the morning. BBC Radio has the first report of some Allied casualties, but there are no details so far. Iraqi forces in Kuwait are reported shelling U.S. and Allied forces. The massive Allied airstrikes are continuing against targets both in Kuwait and Iraq, but Saddam Hussein, we're told, remains defiant. Baghdad Radio claims that Iraqi forces have shot down 14 Allied warplanes, but those reports are unconfirmed at this time. Also, the BBC quotes an Allied commander in Bahrain as saying there have been some Allied casualties. He refused, though, to give any details. There is one report of an exchange of artillery fire across the Kuwaiti border between U.S. and Iraqi forces. World leaders are lining up behind George Bush. Mikhail Gorbachev addressed his nation a short time ago, blaming Saddam Hussein for the war. And in London, British Prime Minister John Major also spoke out.
I, of course, have known about the timing of the attack, as I said a few moments ago, from the consultations I had with President Bush at the conclusion of the House of Commons debate on Tuesday. I therefore was aware of the time the attack would take place.
With voices for war being met by pleas for peace and demonstrations against the war all across the nation. I thought it might be interesting to share with you now some of the editorials that we're beginning to see this morning, if you haven't had a chance to pick up your newspaper and sort of get a sense of how people are viewing this all over the country. From the New York Times this morning, on the op-ed page, it says as follows: he could not have missed or misunderstood the messages that the rest of the world has sent him repeatedly since his troops devoured Kuwait last August. He surely cannot have missed the message delivered last night by the waves of bombers and missiles. It is a powerful message on behalf of honorable goals. Another one that might be interesting to note comes from the Arizona Republic this morning, and it says, however critically one may view the administration's diplomatic efforts, this nation is at war again, and however skeptical this newspaper may have been toward the policies leading up to war in the first place, the efforts of American men and women in the Gulf will have our full and unquestioned support.
We want to check in with correspondent Anthony Mason right now, who is in Moscow. President Gorbachev there delivered an address to the Soviet people, a prepared address, a pre-taped address, and Anthony has been monitoring that. Tell us what it's all about.
Good morning, Harry. President Gorbachev spoke to the nation a little over an hour ago, about 12:30 in the afternoon local time. It was, as you say, pre-taped in his office in the Kremlin. He said that the Soviet Union had done its best to solve the conflict through peaceful measures. He was informed, he said, by Secretary of State James Baker about an hour before the conflict began, and that he immediately contacted President Bush and asked for one last chance through direct channels to contact Saddam Hussein and asked him to pull out. Reluctantly, regrettably, he said, to our great regret, we could not avoid conflict. There are still some 130 Soviets in Iraq. President Gorbachev said in his speech that as far as he knew, there were no casualties to Soviet citizens. There are Soviet forces in the south of the country, it was announced by the Defense Department here this morning, have been put on high alert. As for reports, the newspapers this morning carried no information about the attack because it occurred about 2:30 in the morning, Moscow time. But there was a brief report on television. The Radio Moscow has carried extensive details. They are very factual, very straightforward. Iraq, which is, of course, a longtime ally of the Soviet Union, has been getting very little sympathy here. Basically, what the Russians have been saying is, we've given them every chance. They've been given every chance, and now what has to be done is being done. So there's a lot of sympathy for the United States, a lot of criticism for Iraq, but the Soviet Union is saying we did everything we could. It's had to come to this. Harry, Paula?
Anthony, how does this fit in with the rest of the news and the rest of the problems that are plaguing the Soviet Union right now with all of the trouble in the Baltics?
Yeah, you're referring, of course, to Lithuania. Radio Moscow began this way this morning. They began by reporting that war had broken out in Iraq. Their second item was, by the way, it's all quiet in Lithuania. The reports that we're getting from Lithuania are indeed that there is no military activity there at this time, but that it is still very tense. As we've been reporting for the last week or so, the Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia in particular, are extremely concerned that while the world's attention is focused on war, that the Soviet Army is going to effectively overthrow the pro-independence governments in the Baltics. They are still very concerned about that, and the next couple of days are going to be very tense there, and we're watching very carefully to see if the Soviet Army does indeed move. Harry, Paula?
Anthony Mason reporting this morning from Moscow. We'll be checking back in with Anthony a little bit later on today.
And all morning long, we've been showing you pictures of the demonstrations we've seen across the country. Most recently, the one that took place at the Brooklyn Bridge, where 7 people were injured, 2 of them critically. And we're going to check in with Charles Osgood now for some other thoughts and reactions to what we're seeing happening.
Thank you, Paul. Some of those A-6 Navy attack planes on duty in the Gulf are from Whidley Naval Air Station in northern Washington state. The Gulf, of course, they're on carriers at sea. But those still at Ridley handled practice runs as usual, and the news from Iraq was welcomed.
You stand there, you sit there, and you watch the stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick.
I think that we have got a tremendous Air Force only because of what our people have bought for us, and it's really their Air Force, which you have to understand that. And we have the best equipment in the world right now, and it's working out very, very well, and we've got some good stuff, and we're just proud to be able to employ it.
Those are not some of the young men from Ridley. Those are our pilots returned from missions against Iraqi and Kuwaiti targets in that part of the Persian Gulf last night. Speaking of protests, as Paula was, the streets of San Francisco last night were filled with demonstrators and shades of the Vietnam era that touched off some conflict with police. John Blackstone has a report.
Protesters in the thousands have been on San Francisco streets since soon after the announcement that America is at war. As the night has gone on, what was meant to be a peaceful demonstration has been punctuated again and again by violence and flames. 2 police cars were seized and set on fire. Demonstrators started a blaze in front of the federal building and hoisted a burning stars and stripes up the flagpole. There were clashes with police when marchers briefly blocked ramps onto the Bay Bridge, the main connection between San Francisco and Oakland. Often, as the violence has started, many of the demonstrators have moved away. That's not why they are on the streets, they say.
Suddenly a cop car was on fire, blowing up, and people started dancing around it like they were against the police. It's the war we're worried about, not breaking down buildings and breaking windows. This is craziness. That's why we're leaving. That's why most of these people are leaving.
Across the bay from San Francisco in Berkeley, there was more trouble as police tried to stop demonstrators blocking traffic on a busy freeway. But all those on the street tonight were not opposed to the war in the Gulf.
I don't think that everybody is in favor of war. I'm not. But I think what had to be done had to be done.
The demonstrators who carried placards in front of the Concord Naval Weapons Station wanted to tell those on duty in the Gulf they support them all the way. John Blackstone, CBS News, San Francisco.
President Bush has said that this will not be another Vietnam, but already, as you can see, there are some ghosts of Vietnam, an anti-war movement, and to some extent anyway, a polarization. That in San Francisco last night. Paula and Harry?
Charlie, thank you. Among the things that people are most interested in, I think, this morning are reports of casualties, and I just want to repeat the information that we have this morning, and that is none from our own Pentagon or Department of Defense about any casualties that have been sustained by the Allies or by Americans in the conflict thus far. But there is a BBC report this morning from Bahrain, from one of the Royal Air Force officers, who says that some Allied casualties have in fact been sustained, and that is the latest on that this morning.
In looking through the various reports we've seen in that regard, the only thing he has gone on to say that the level of losses the airstrikes and Iraqi targets were very low, and once again, like you said, refusing to specify the level of loss.
The only other information with that regard is the French said that 4 of their jets were hit, but that they in fact landed. But that is the only thing close to a casualty report that we have this morning. There are other unconfirmed reports as we speak of activity going back and forth between Allied and Iraqi troops along the Kuwaiti border. We have no confirmation of that either, no official confirmation of that. So we are flying along somewhat by the seat of our pants, working off of rumors, working off of little bits of reports, and waiting for some official confirmation of things that I know there are a lot of people with loved ones over there want to hear some good news or whatever the news is.
We have, in fact, heard from the president this morning in sort of a surprise appearance at the press briefing room, where all he had to say was that things, in his words, are going well, and they're going exactly as we have reported. Right now, we're going to go to London, where we're going to catch up with Edmund O'Sullivan. He is the editor of the Middle East Economic Digest, specializing in military strategy. I'm curious, sir, what your reaction is this morning to the airstrikes.
Well, looking at the military tactics being pursued by the international coalition, it seems to me that the political strategy is to deal crushing blows to the industrial and economic strategic capability of Iraq. Now, if Iraq doesn't surrender quickly, and I don't think Saddam Hussein intends to do that, then that means that Iraq will, day by day, will suffer enormous blows to its industrial capabilities, economic capability, and in the end, knocking Iraq back to the kind of backward economic and political state that existed in the country before the present regime took power in 1968.
What do you think will be the economic impact